Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means, I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys, show me the door. Cause they just want apologies, and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes, on they score, that's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback, gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes, so what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. to be wild and free so much. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three. I'm ready. Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me, walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown, down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Ready, start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown, down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Ready, start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Four, three, two, one.
Ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Action. I'm talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From beyond and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment.
we go now. Here we go now.
What is up, summoners? This is the Wild Rift Champions Southeast Asia, World Champions Series Southeast Asia. We're here at the region of Malaysia and Singapore, and we're about to kick off week number 2, day 1. My name is Husky, and alongside me is the guy that always keeps my wardrobe in check. Is none other than Leonard, or known as Omo. I'm feeling great, and you look great as well.
Hey, thank you. I mean, I try to keep the wardrobes in check. I couldn't even keep my own wardrobe in check today. I'm a bit of a mess. We said we were gonna wear something with cool prints. I couldn't find any, so that's on me. I'm dropping the ball before we even start, but who we hope don't drop the ball today are some pretty exciting matches. We've got some pretty high-stake matchups, and the teams should not be dropping the ball here today.
Yeah, we have very important matchup, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the perfect term to kind of sum up the first day of the week. We have a lot of series that is going to give us a good idea of where these teams stand. Obviously, we have seen some teams at the top of the hierarchy, Sem9, Watermelon, and LFO being the top 3, but there are a lot of uncertainties for teams like Pathseekers, Phantom6, Upcar, Esports, and Reach the Peak, and we will see all of those series play out today in a very gruesome format. So I'm looking forward to that. But to kick off the first series of the day, I think that is already something that is pretty stressful. Well, for one of the teams, it's Sem9 against TODAK.
I mean, you said gruesome, you used the word gruesome. I think that applies to this matchup as well. I am looking forward to it because we're back in action. We're back to watch some amazing Wild Rift games. Not looking forward to it because it should not be a pretty series to watch. We've seen Sem9 put in some of the best performances of any team here at the WCS. I think they look the cleanest. I think they look the most put together team. And with that in mind, going up against a team that's been struggling like TODAK, it should be a pretty one-sided affair.
Yeah, and let's hope that TODAK can at least show us something better today compared to week number 1. But before we get into the nitty-gritty details of the series and how these teams are going to perform, do remember that you can be a part of the conversation. You can be a part of WCS. All you gotta do is to join us by commenting or posting anything on social media using the hashtag WCS MYSG to get a chance to be featured live on the broadcast, whether it's memes, whether it's your any cosplays or anything that you can think up with. Just use that hashtag and you might stand a chance to be shared right here with us.
Yeah, and that's a great way to get involved as well. Tell us your favorite teams. That's what I'm curious about. I heard a lot of players were supporting their local teams like TODAK. That's something I want to see more of. I want to know who you guys are cheering for, which individual players you want to see. I know who I'm cheering for. We've talked about this a bunch of times. On TODAK, I want to see Shanks be the playmaker. I want to see him pop off. And I want to see what he can do alongside his team against a roster as stacked as Sem9 in our first match of the day.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of responsibility for Shanks, right? Ever since their 0-3 performance in week number 1, we looked at TODAK and we thought to ourselves, I think it's time for us to move away from Skylo and Newgate and focus on Shanks, because he's really been keeping the team in the game for most of the parts. And even though there were some instances where Shanks misplayed when it mattered the most, we can see that if he's given the opportunity for playmaking support, he can open up those windows, and we just hope that we can see more of that.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking out for. I do believe it was the series against Pathseeker that we're mentioning here. His Rakan did so much work across the map, and it's something that ultimately dropped the ball in the end, but still it brought TODAK the closest to a possible win that they've ever been.
Yep, and if you guys are wondering how does the format for WCS play out, we do have a format video to explain all of that, so do enjoy.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
There you have it, folks. That is how WCS is going to function. The pinnacle of Wild Rift Esports will be the Wild Rift Icons champions at the end of the tunnel. But right now we got to focus on what's at hand.
Yeah.
And we are still, I would say, at the starting line for WCS MYSG.
Yeah.
But it also feels like we have seen enough from some of these teams. We had 26 games, in week number 1, and that is a big sample size, to look at what these teams are capable of.
Yeah, like you said, we are only at the beginning, but we have seen actually quite a decent amount from these teams. What's good about the format this year? I like that it's double round robin. At the end of the day, the best teams will emerge from a double round robin format. It's about as fair as you can get. You can't say we didn't have a chance to show off our chops, we didn't have a chance to improve. And that video, it highlighted as well how long the Wild Rift season really is. These teams, they have so much room to play, so much room to improve and grow, and ultimately the Singapore representatives will be playing for us on the big stage, on the regional stage at the I actually didn't catch the name. I actually tune out whenever that video comes on because I hate that guy's voice. He's so annoying.
Yeah, it's a very familiar voice.
Yeah.
I believe we will hear him for the 3rd and 4th series, but until that comes out, we'll keep you guys guessing, how who that guy is. You guys have heard enough of him. But let's take a look at the standings. By the end of week number 1, only 2 teams stand at the top with 0 series losses, and they are Sem9 and Looking for Orc. And Looking for Orc being the only team right now with no series loss, but with a single game loss to Upcar. For tie for 3rd will be Pathseeker and Team Watermelon. Tie for 5th place would be Upcar Esports and Phantom6. And of course, Reach the Peak and TODAK. They will be searching for their first series win today.
Well, it's going to be a tough one for TODAK. But speaking of Reach the Peak, that's the second matchup that we will have today. And that's a matchup that we're going to be casting as well. I think that's going to be an exciting one. I think that's a matchup that they stand a chance to win. Let's take a look at the schedule right now. Sem9 against TODAK. This one, I don't want to call it a wash, but it might as well be. TODAK, they're going to have a very hard time against a team like Sem9. We said they needed to go back to the drawing board, reassess what works for them. But with that in mind, your first opponent this week, it's gonna be tough. Upcar RTP, this one I could see going either way. PSK and P6 as well. That's gonna be an exciting matchup. And the 2 best Singaporean teams are gonna be facing off an LFO against Watermelon to close out the day. That's gonna be hyped.
Yeah, and that kind of sums up the narrative that we're looking for today, right? UC against RTP. Is UCE as consistent as we thought they were?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Phantom6 really that good? Because they have beaten UC in a very convincing 2-0 manner on the last day of week number 1. So now it's the Phantom6 chance to prove themselves because they came off of 2 of the hardest matchup, right? Yeah. And like you said, LFO against Team Watermelon, that's going to be exciting. 2 of the best Singaporean teams. Interesting enough for TODAK, they did face up against Watermelon on day 1 of the first week. They faced up against LFO against the third day of the first week, and now they will finally face the big bad super team of Sem9. So tough one for TODAK, but let's see if they can bring us some sort of signs of life.
That's definitely a very good point as well there, Husky. They've had a very tough schedule. We talk about they need improvement, they need to do more, they need to do better, but they've also played against the hardest teams to face, to be frank. They've played, I think today will be their 4th match, and they play against 3 of the top 3 teams, so it only gets easier from here on out. With that in mind though, the matchup that they did lose against Pathseeker, there was actually one game that was pretty close. That was the game where they played Draven Rakan, I believe, and it actually looked good for a while. They threw it all away in the end, but I want to see them return to that form. Is it gonna do much against M9 here today? Likely no, but still I want to see some signs of life from TODAK.
Yeah, and I think the series against Pathseeker was the series that kind of exposed a lot of TODAK's weaknesses, right? A lot of chinks in their armor that teams can kind of look back at and learn how to prep against a team like TODAK. Obviously, against Semnite, that probably isn't going to play too much of a part, but for the rest of week number 2, those series are going to matter even more for TODAK. We still have rematches that will happen across the course of the group stages, and for TODAK, it's going to be an uphill battle, but it all starts now.
Yeah, and with that in mind as well, we talk about the schedule getting easier. So after today ends, days 5 and 6, this weekend, TODAK will be playing against Upcar. They'll be playing against Reach the Peak. And now day 6, that matchup is going to be big because there is a chance that both of these two teams go into day 6 without a win. So that's a possible matchup as well to determine who makes it away from the bottom of the table.
Yep, and with that being said, even though TODAK are going up against the toughest team in the league right now, we still gotta let you guys know who is currently the big back boss. It's none other than the members of 7-9. If you guys don't know who Semnite is at this point of time, you guys are missing out. They are going to be playing with RH, Ozora Veki, Chili, Vita, and a Winter. So Saki might not be playing in the series. I think for Semnite, it's totally fine. It's time for Vita to get some spotlight of his own. They were the team who literally ate watermelon by the end of week number 1. So that interview was something great to behold. Let's see what Vita can bring to the big stage. This is going to be his debut against TODAK.
Yeah, and I think there can be no better time for you to have a debut than to look up against the bottom team of the league right now. There are normally a couple of reasons why a team would go for a big roster swap like this. Couple of things. One, you want to keep in mind, maybe we want to give a new player some experience, maybe we want to give them some stage time. This is the best time to do it. Number 2, maybe, this player is unlikely to be a starter throughout the rest of the series, but still he's on our roster, he's spending time with us. We need to, we want to give him some playtime, we want to give him some stage time, get some experience, even if we don't intend to use him throughout the rest of the season. And honestly, in my books, I feel like that's exactly the reason why Vita is playing here today, but still he'd be looking to make a name for himself and really just have a good one against TODAK.
Yeah, and for TODAK, we talked about looking at Shanks, and he's going up against one of the toughest matchups, right? It's going to be against Winter from Sem9. So we'll see how he holds himself in that Dragon lane. But before we get into that, let us introduce you guys to the one and only TODAK. A team full of community level gatekeepers, experienced players, and everything in between is none other than TODAK, right? You have Crown in the Baron lane, Newgate in the jungle, his buddy Skylo in the mid lane, and Kuya and Shanks in the bottom lane. Across week number 1, we have moved away from the narrative of Newgate and Skylo being the dynamic duo and focused a lot of our attentions onto Shanks being the playmaker, being the guy who opens up windows of opportunity for the team, albeit not as consistent as we have wanted, but this is going to be the true test for Shanks.
It truly is going to be, and with that in mind, true test for Shanks. You talked about Winter and his impact on the team as well. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two guys. I do feel they've been quite instrumental for the successes of their teams so far. That's something that I really want to be looking out for. I feel like Winter has been doing a very good job at playing around the carries on his team, knowing the meta. We know that the Dragon laner is not the most important right now. Winter does a very good job at finding roam timings with Ozora Veki, and that's something that Veki himself talked about I have a team now around me that trusts my calls, that trusts my plays, that follows my lead, and we see Winter do exactly that. Now, Shanks, he hasn't had the best synergy with his jungler. He hasn't had the best synergy with his laners. That's something that's a team-wide issue that they need to solve. But Shanks on his own, he has been able to find roams, to find gang timings out of his lane as well. And I want to point out very quickly, damage taken per minute, 1,000 there for Shanks. It's a little bit skewed because S9 win like every game, so of course Winter doesn't take as much damage. But Shanks has been playing a lot of enchanters, and still, he's doing a good job tanking up for his team when he's not.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what we will be focusing on for this best of 3, right? Will TODAK give Shanks the enchanted supports again? Because it really felt like it limits what Shanks could do for his team. We talked about how TODAK's the captain is Skylo, but right now I think there is some problems in terms of like how Skylo makes the decision for the team. He has to focus on laning, he has to focus on how he coordinates with Newgate in the jungle, but at the same time he also has to decide whether TODAK should make certain decisions, and I feel like that might be too much of a responsibility for Skylo at this point of time. I wonder if Shanks himself goes for those initiatives without waiting for any calls, and if that's the case, he's been doing a pretty good job. But let's take a look at the predictions. I want to know if we are doing a pretty good job in determining who is going to take the cake. Yeah, it's Sem9 across the board.
There's no real need to even look at the predictions here, right? I think this one's pretty simple.
Yeah.
You can ask anyone who's watched a game of WCS and they will tell you Sem9 are the heavy favorites. In fact, I will also, take it a step further. I'll tell you it'll be a 2-0. It'll be a fast 2-0. It'll be a convincing 2-0. But with that in mind, I don't expect to see TODAK win. I don't expect, honestly, to even see TODAK make it close. But what I want to see is sparks of life. I want to see signs that you are still alive and you haven't given up yet from the side of TODAK. And what does that come down to? I want to see you guys making plays with your support. That's why we chose the head-to-head matchup. The supports. Winter is so good at making plays with his team. Can you do the same on the side of TODAK?
Yeah, and to add on to your point of seeing some breath of life from TODAK, it's all about if they are willing to make those initiatives. Are they willing to take risks against a team like Sem9? Do they crumble under the pressure? We saw them playing, I believe, against Pathseeker, and they completely collapsed under the weight of Pathseeker's might. And Pathseeker, to be honest, isn't the best team right now.
Yep.
But remember that match that we casted together where TODAK completely disintegrated during a Baron, an attempt to steal the Baron.
I wish
action?
I don't remember, but yeah.
That was painful to watch, and I think you summarized it perfectly, right? It was pretty unacceptable to see TODAK perform at a level that is that miserable. Hopefully they gone past that, they went back to the drawing board, and they were able to bring in a better performance today. Yeah,
honestly, a lot of their calls just looked quite haphazard and all over the place. We're quite haphazard and all over the place right now as well. There we go, picks and bans on your screens. I like this. I like this new layout. This is something cool.
Yeah. Okay, I love this. We get to see the faces of our lovely players.
Yeah.
We get to see who is going to be drafting which champions. So yeah, yes, this is TODAK for me.
Okay.
My right side is so it's inverted for me.
Yeah, I have a bit of a monkey brain, so like I can't remember. It's like, oh, that's TODAK, and I'll forget in like 2 minutes anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's take a look at the draft. Let's take a look at what's gonna be coming in here. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty standard ban so far. We'll see how it progresses. Anything you particularly are looking out for? I think you want to remove Vecchi's champion pool. That's a very fine bet. Removing Newgate's Olaf. He didn't have the best performances on it, but it was one of his favorite picks, so they're going to get rid of that one.
Yeah, I'm looking at perhaps maybe a Jax ban. I mean, Sem9 knowing how strong they are, and with Yuumi already buffed, we might see the Yuumi top with a hyper carry jungle. Sem9 has put it off, and they are the only team so far that has put it off without a hitch. I mean, Vecchi went legendary that game. So yeah, Yuumi banned out. I think TODAK are really afraid of RH getting his hands on that. I want to see if TODAK will prioritize the playmaking support for Shanks. I think Enchantress doesn't really fit his role right now in the team, but for Sem9, they would just grab the set.
Yeah, set is a great pick. We talked about the power of flex picks and how these flex picks have been basically the highest picked of all. Crown here locking in the Jace, that's something he's favored quite a bit. I'm not a fan of it. We won't go into too much detail right now. I want to touch very quickly on the Yuumi ban. This champion, Husky, it's been strong enough. And they still buffed it. We're playing a live patch, so this is buffed Yuumi. So you want to get rid of it. I fully expect to see Yuumi either banned by red side or first pick by blue side every single game today. And if you don't, I don't know why you're not doing it, because this champion just sounds completely broken to me.
Yeah, I mean, she already has a pretty good laning phase. She gets so much resources. She buffs you up immensely as the game progresses. And she gets a buff. I mean, Glacialx
Don't know
on
why.
his Twitter did explain it pretty well, right? Like, why are you giving Yumi so much more advantage when she's already that strong? Rakan taken by 7-9, that's gonna really limit what Shanks could play. Now we're looking at Thresh, which is one of his better champions, the Alistar being another alternative, but at least they get themselves a Galio, right, which can be flex for Shanks if needed.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good matchup into the Rakan there as well. So now you have options. That's good here from the side of TODAK. But the problem is, Sam9 also have options. This flex pick set could go really anywhere in the draft. Ziggs doesn't reveal anything as well because you know Chili can play that. You know Vita definitely can play that as well. So where are these picks going? The only thing you know for sure is Rakan goes support here. Now, what's TODAK's answer going to be? Are they going to immediately say, okay, we'll relegate our Galio to support now, since this is an acceptable matchup for him, and let's try to get counter picks in our other lanes? Okay, I like this. It's very likely going to be a Senna Galio here, which means Shanks is going to be getting a lot of the farm. It's a bit sad that they don't have the Olaf. I think Olaf would be great in this team comp. Good ban from Sam9. Other than that, I think TODAK's draft, it's starting to come together. I like it a little bit more. It has a clear identity. The only thing that I'm a bit sus about right now, this Jace pick for Crown, he hasn't performed the best on it. It's a very mechanically demanding champion, and I feel like TODAK as a team, why are you trying to make your lives hard in draft?
Yeah, I was looking at, if you want to start off with, first pick, you can pick something like a Galio, right? Doesn't reveal too much. There are certain options. Now we see Baron Lane is getting taken out from the side of Sam9. They ban out the Darius. For TODAK, it's going to be the Vi and the Jax. They are putting a lot of emphasis onto Vecchi's champion pool. Honestly, I don't think it would affect him too much. There's still the Kha'Zix available. The Lee Sin is still on the table. Vecchi feels really comfortable right now in the draft.
I hate this Vi ban. I think all the other bans are completely fine, completely reasonable. I just don't think Vi is a good champion. And the only reason you would ban Vi is if there's specific synergies that you're worried about. What synergies are there with Vi right now? You remove the Galio. You have the Galio on your own team. What other Vi combos could they go for? There's really nothing else that I can think of. I think this Vi ban makes no sense. Like you said, Kha'Zix is a good ban here. Lee Sin is also a good ban here. Let's see what Vecchi wants to go for.
Yeah, I think for TODAK right now, they probably would be looking at Newgate's champion. I don't know, they pick up the Zed. I'm pleasantly surprised that we might... Yeah, we might see Newgate's champion being picked last. I was expecting like a Lee Sin pick because that's what Newgate is comfortable with. Now Sam9 has a chance to steal that away, but no.
Sam9 banned away Baron laners with the Jace shown. Now that's curious to me. I'm not exactly sure why they do that. They probably were expecting the Jace to be flexed to mid lane. But if you look at TODAK's games, Crown has just been playing Jace every single game. You can reasonably assume that Crown is going to be playing Jace yet again today. There we go. Renekton Lee Sin comes in. I love this because, sure, Renekton doesn't have the best 1v1 lane phase into the Jace. But if you make one mistake as the Jace, what I always ask Brandon, right? What does Renekton Lee Sin do? He stuns you. Lee Sin one-shots you. That's it. There's no counterplay. The moment you get stunned, you will get popped, especially at level 5. This applies double for Jace right now because he's so squishy, and this just makes life extremely hard for Crown. He has to play it perfectly. One mistake, you will die, and it's gonna snowball out of control.
Yeah, and we see Nunu being selected for Newgate. I think TODAK are the only team who has picked Nunu so far. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think so, yeah.
And it didn't really work out well, right?
No.
So walk us through this Nunu pick because we didn't really talk too much about this champion.
Yeah, so this Nunu pick, I think it's one of the only picks that TODAK has gone for that's a bit oddball that I really like. Because I'm a fan of simplifying the game. Don't make your own life hard. Make your execution simple. Nunu does all of these things. He's great for securing objectives. He's great at denying aggressive junglers like that Lee Sin. Sure, Lee Sin's gonna beat you at a 1v1, but you're great at denying his engages with your snowball. Nunu also has some synergy with the Senna because she shrouds you, and people don't see you rolling the snowball. I mean, they can reasonably assume, right? Because you're going at like Mach 10, but they don't know for sure, and they have to play around that fog of war. There's a lot of nice little synergies that Nunu has here, but I think his biggest job this game is he has to be covering for Crown's Jace. That's not an easy situation at all. That's not where Crown wants to be playing in. That's not the kind of matchup that Crown wants to be playing in. I got thrown off because I saw that was not my name on the bottom of your screen, but that's fine, that aside. Renekton Lee Sin, that's the key point I want to look out for Sam9 here. That is the main aggressor in this game. Can TODAK survive the storm of the Renekton Lee Sin? Can they guard the Jace? That's the question.
And I think looking at TODAK's draft, it feels like they are now focusing a lot more on that, all those individual laning, right? We have the Nunu who can do well in the jungle, with Zed who needs to survive in the mid lane, and Crown on the Jace doing the same as well. They do have decent team fight, but now it begs the question. You put Shanks on a champion that doesn't really have too much of an engaged capabilities, and TODAK as a team in general relies a lot on Shanks to make those plays happen. How do you see this game playing out?
Well, I like the fact that he's on Galio, right? There's two things that I do like. One, he's on Galio, there is CC, there is crowd control. He has the ability to get farm as well, because it's likely going to be a fasting center, so he's going to have some gold. I think Shanks is one of the better players of this team. I think he needs to step up. Now he has the resources to do so, but the problem is, if you're playing farming Galio, you don't really have the ability to leave your lane at level 3, to leave your lane at level 4, and go gang Baron lane, go gang for crown. You can't do that because you need to farm yourself. So this kind of or rather changes his role, which is something that I don't like. I've been very vocal. He needs to be on something that can roam the map. But with that in mind, the caveat is that he still has farm, and he still has crowd control. When we come to team fighting, I expect to see Shanks and Newgate do pretty well on this double tank combo. They just need to... Hold on a second. I'm trolling here. It's a set Lee Sin, not a Renekton Lee Sin. You put the... Okay, this is really nice here from 7-9. I actually didn't notice this. Renekton and Zed both have a decent matchup into the Zed, so you are actually gonna be punishing the Zed's early laning phase very, very hard here. He has to rely on scaling, and this screams to me that 7-9 should have just full early game control. Combo that with a roaming Rakan, 2 winning solo lanes, and the fact that you have Veki on Lee Sin, the game should just be in your pocket right now.
Yep, with that being said, game 1 is about to start. Let's take a look at 7-9 taking on TODAK. Two of the goofiest teams, I would say, in WCS MYSG are about to lock horns. And I love the point that you make. I think TODAK right now, they are leaving their solo laners on an island and hoping that they would do at least well against the members of 7-9. We're looking at it at least minimal, even result, right, for the bare minimum of the members of TODAK.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd say I'm looking at a little bit below bare minimum. Like whatever signs of life we get from TODAK, we chalk it up as a win right now. What's good for them from the get-go is they're using this Galio lane to push, to get some control early on. They need to be careful though, because Lee Sin's engage potential is going to be insane in this game. Every lane has set up for him. Point and click stuns for Renekton. You've got the set up. You've got the Rakan set up. I think TODAK, they need to be aggressive, but they also need to really respect this Lee Sin. Yeah, I don't know why Crown is so low right now.
And I want to quickly point out that Skylo also blew his flash like in under a minute because Chili ignited him and probably chucked his health down to like 30%. Yeah. So that's kind of a loss on TODAK's side right off the bat. Not looking great for them. Veki already showed up to the bottom lane and just applying so much pressure. And with the new game showing up in the mid lane, Veki can just make his move. Shan gets pushed right back. So far, I don't expect any kills to come up for 7-9. It really comes down to how TODAK plays out this lane.
Yeah, it's a little bit early to go for that gang. I think that's why TODAK weren't expecting it. They're still trying to be aggressive though.
I mean, Shang putting his body in front just in case Winner overextends. He will take some chunk damage. He happily would do so. It's a Galio. It's going to be his job. But we see Kuya now moving away from the lane, and that's what you talked about, right? Shanks at level 3 won't be roaming too much. He will be getting resources in the lane to get his farm up.
I really don't like what we're seeing from TODAK. They just seem so disjointed across the board. The bot side play, look how low Winter got. Look how low Veki was. I feel like if you guys synced up your spells, if you guys engaged at the same time, you could have at the very least blown a flash here. And because Crown got out-traded in this matchup, which is something that you should not allow to happen early game, they lose the potential to double crap. Now Crown's getting pushed off his wave. It's a disaster. It's a complete disaster.
And that's a flash out.
Yeah, it's
and
horrible.
I'm surprised that 7-9 didn't even use a flash nor ignite. It's only Vita with his seal, but that's probably the most expendable summoner spell early on. 7-9, they're not worried about this. I mean, Skylo, he is completely oppressed by Chili, one level behind. I don't see TODAK making any moves right now.
Yeah, this is exactly why I really dislike this Jace pick for Crown and for the side of TODAK. Jace needs to get a lead. Jace needs to get gold. Jace needs to win his lane. He needs to bully his lane. Look at what's happening to him right now. Sam9 as a team, they're so good at identifying what's our win conditions. If you make mistakes, they're experienced enough to say, you messed up here, we can punish you. First blood for Chili, okay, very nice. With some assistance from Becky, this is what we talked about as well. Renekton and Lee Sin combo. Crown here, he's definitely been making some mistakes in trading, which is why he's been so zoned off his wave. And it's just starting to bleed out for TODAK. It's 3 minutes in game, and look at where Sam9 are playing.
Yeah, they're playing in the jungle of TODAK. And it's, expecting at least a member of TODAK to walk into the jungle, but they also see Crown on top of the Skullet Crab. There is a lot of vision for Sam9, and they're just going to go for it. Winter leading the charge. The Grand Entrance will connect at the edge. 4 members of Sam9 collapsing onto Crown, and they will just pick him up.
No, can you explain to me why you're wandering around in the river when your wave is crashing into your tower and your teammates are like nowhere to be seen? Why are you doing that? Like, TODAK just seemed very lost. I don't like this at all.
And the first flash from Sam9 got them the first blood as well. I believe we heard that off screen. Chili went for it. Right now, I mean, Skylo able to cancel the recall. Not the biggest thing for Sam9. Not even bothered by it. The objective spawns, I think this is where TODAK can at least try to go for some contest, get either the Rift Herald or the Ocean Drake, just to make sure that they stay alive a bit longer, right? Because even though it's 4 minutes in, it's starting to look like it's going downhill.
They have to find something, I agree, but that's also because their team comp forces them to have to find something. They've yet again drafted themselves into a situation where they need to play, I wouldn't say flawless, but they need to make less mistakes. And if you look at the gold, you look at the items right now, S9, they are happy to take fight.
And look at that, they roll the snowball towards Winter. They will force Becky off of the Rift Herald, and TODAK will bring the whole team here. They have capabilities, and here comes RH back in front of the bomb. Face breaker, 4-man Grand Entrance from Winter. What a graceful entry, and Sam9 just goes for the kill. Becky flashes away. Newgate root him down. They will use the last embrace, and it's double kill for this Nunu. TODAK somehow able to win that out, but the Rift Herald goes over to Becky.
Okay, that was a little bit of a misplay there from RH. The way he engaged the fight, I think, could be a little bit better. I saw the angle he was going for. Look, oh, well, yeah, there we go. Pay close attention to RH here. He goes in, gets a big E, but I think he needed to adjust the way he played the fight. You see, he gets chain CC'd, didn't get his W off, didn't get his ulti off. If either one of these spells go off, look at the health boss here on the side of TODAK, they would have cleared them. They would be all dead right now. But the problem is RH got a bit ambitious, he got chain CC'd. That's what we talked about. The Nunu pick, the Galio pick, so much crowd control, and he got punished for it. But with that in mind, S9, they lost 2 members. But they still won that play. They got the Rift Herald. Chili got the bot turret completely for free. TODAK, it's a consolation prize that you got those 2 kills. And you nearly got ace there as well, because the team fight setup extremely poor from them.
Sam9 was able to zone Skylo away. That's, I believe, the second flash for the Z expended to escape from a gank. Sam9 getting the Ocean Drake for themselves. I would say they actually didn't lose much. We look at TODAK getting a double kill on Nunu, but that's not really the guy you want the goal to be funneled into, right? Crown has to get it, Skylo has to get it, but for TODAK, they will take anything they can right now.
Yeah, they will take anything they can get, and honestly, that's not much at all. You look at TODAK's gold, both their solo lane is just sitting about 3,000 gold. It's an extremely tough situation to be in, because your champions need damage. They provide nothing except for damage. What crowd control does Jace have? What crowd control does Zed have? Absolutely nothing. You need to have damage, you need gold, you need items to get damage, which means you need to play lane well. They play lane extremely poorly, and yet again, they've drafted themselves into a hole. I like the Zed pick, but you double down. Zed and Jace, both solo lanes, they have no utility. You need to be finding something here. Why make life so hard for yourself?
And I think this goes back to the earlier narrative when we saw the draft that TODAK are really demanding their solo lanes to perform well, and it's up against the toughest matchup possible, right? Against RH and Chili, and they are getting punished for it. I don't think we're looking too much at the macro aspect at this point. It's just the micro that happens in lane. Sam9 completely outdoing TODAK. It's a masterclass from them. And right now they will just drop the
Rift and this turret is gone as well.
This turret is going down.
Yeah, Ziggs is gonna satchel it. This turret is gone. The snowball's gonna try to engage though.
Oh, Shanks, let's get a good taunt, but Vita splash away. Counter engage coming in from Sam9. They bring Ryuga low, and Chili is in the midst of everything. The Chandler absolutely low. Oh, RH just pulls them back and goes for the RKO. Smacked them 6 feet under. Skylo changes the location with a shadow, ends up dying anyway. TODAK have lost 4 in the blink of an eye, and Sam9 will get a second charge off on that mid turret.
It's gonna get a it could honestly get a third. They just need to stop him from auto attacking it. Are they gonna be greedy here though? I think they go for it because you're so far ahead right now. There we go. Block the shot blast. Very nicely done.
Oh, so much
good.
value for Sem9. I mean, TODAK just one team fight, and now we are seeing TODAK not having a chance at all. I mean, Ita doesn't have the flash, no satchel charge.
Nice.
They will catch him with the flash taunt, and TODAK finally gets an exchange.
Sure, right, but it's also at the same time a consolation prize. You get the kill there, but you don't even get to touch the turret. You blow your Galio flash for that. This was a nice try and engage. The theory was sound. Veki could have gotten a better kick, but look at the tanky boys come in. The set, the Renekton, they dive straight onto the backline. Nice E flash there from Arhedge as well, and it's just an absolute disaster. This comes back down to the Jace as well. I don't want to pin the blame on just him, but he's been constantly losing priority in this matchup, which should never happen. And that just gives Arhedge just the full control of the map. He can do anything he wants. And this Jace, 5,000 gold, this Zap, 5,000 gold, they have no ability to do anything. They have no initiative. They can never kill anyone.
Chili, 2.25 items. Arhedge about to get his Black Cleaver online. Crown and Skylo barely making it there. Black Cleaver on both of them, but that's pretty much it. I think Sem9, they are just winning off of that pure resource advantage. And Arhedge, he can just put his body in this mid lane. TODAK will never be able to touch the turret unless they somehow catch Sem9. But we are seeing TODAK getting sold out completely from their side of the map. That second Rip Herald picked up by Veki, no problem at all.
I mean, Husky, it's 9 minutes in game. The gold lead, it's rapidly approaching 10,000. I think TODAK, if I honestly think about it, I can't see an avenue for them to come back into the game. They need to really start making smart macro plays, smart side lane plays, and I'll be real with you here. I have no reason to believe they will because they've never done that. What do you need to do right now? Your Jace is basically not a champion anymore, right? So all you need to do right now is you need to invest to, I think at this point even 3 members because you're so far behind. You need to invest your Zed, Nunu +1 to just go side lane perma and kill anyone that shows up in the side lane. The problem is, TODAK are never going to do that. They're just going to try to 5v5 you. Look at this. They're just setting up to 5v5. And with the gold disadvantage that they have, they're just going to get smacked again. I can't complain, I guess. The game will be fast.
Chili just engages onto Crown and bringing him down low. Shanks tries to protect him, but Chili completely ignores this Galio. Who cares about the support from the side of TODAK? The rest of Sem9 just piles on to ignite from Winter. Arhedge with a showstopper, forcing everyone to flash away. Skylo pops the death bar onto Arhedge, but Arhedge wouldn't even die. Doesn't even need the Haymaker. 3 members dead of TODAK, but they have all ran away. Yeah, I mean, fastest game in the group stage so far.
Oh, never mind. They're playing it safe.
They're not going for it.
They're playing it safe. No need to risk it. No need to flip the game. Fair call here from the side of Sem9. They don't need to flip the game, but I feel like the game is basically won. You don't even need to watch that last team fight. I'll be completely real with you here. If you use your brain, you can just tell that TODAK have no chance at that team fight whatsoever. And this is something that's a recurring trend for them, even when it's clear that they can't win the team fight. This brings me back to the matchup that they had against Pathseeker. That's the one we talked about. The one where their Olaf just darted in for no reason. It's clear that you can't win a team fight, so why don't you explore side lane options? You have the tools for it. You have a Zed. You have a Nunu, yet you're refusing to do so. You keep trying to force 5v5s. It's inane and makes no sense, and you're never gonna win.
Like what the Joker said, right? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I don't know if I think it's not the Joker. Joker says something different about Insanity, but you get the idea. I'm surprised that TODAK were the team who was trying to set up like death brushes, waiting for Sem9 to run into them. Like they can send Winter in and still win the fight. Right now, TODAK, I mean, you already explored a bit of contingency plan, right? Play the side lanes. We're not seeing that from TODAK. This is just a slow bleed for TODAK right now.
Yeah, except it's a super fast bleed. It's an extremely fast bleed. Merc Treads there means that he won't get chain CC'd up. Newgate's going all the way in. Are they committing? What?
They will follow up. I feel like they want to do something. Veki re-engages happily. They got a good Dawning Shadow, but this fight has just gone south. I don't need. We need to look at it. Close your eyes. Look away.
Yeah.
This is too brutal. Sem9 just wipes TODAK in 5 seconds, and we finally set the record for the fastest game of the group stage thus far. 12 minutes and 15 seconds, Sem9 blow up the Nexus. They will get game 1.
Yeah, what is there to say, right? We came in, we said we need to see signs of life from TODAK. We need to see that they went back to the drawing board. We need to see that they reassess what worked and what didn't work for them. Instead, they doubled down on what didn't work. This Jace pick, stop it. Stop picking this Jace. It's never working. You guys are so... Okay, I'll take it down a notch. You guys are not great at executing on it. You guys are not great at protecting it. Crown is not great individually at playing it, I'll be real with you here. He's been losing trade since level 2 into a stat matchup. Just don't pick these champions. Make your life easier. What I do like, the signs of life that we did see from TODAK in this game. Nunu pick, Galio pick. Double tanks makes your life extremely easy. Execution is easy. Team fight setup is easy. And when the fights look like they could have gone in their favor, why was that? It's because they comboed the chain CC with the Galio, with the Nunu. They managed to pop someone. They managed to pop our head to the Rift Herald fight. It was close. They could have made it work. The problem is, the Zed pick was useless. This Jace pick was useless. Make your life easy, TODAK. Keep it simple.
Do it like how I think Pathseeker does it, right? Do it like how Zizuni does it. Give him Upcar Esports, sorry. Give him a simple barrel laner. A Renekton, a Darius, someone that stands in front, who doesn't really care about early pokes. A Garen would do the job. I think that might make TODAK's life slightly easier in the long run. You don't necessarily have to win your lane, but you can also contribute to those team fights, right? I agree with your point completely. There is still one game for TODAK to prove that they can make it happen. We'll just have to see if that will come true. We will go on a short break and we will be back to talk more about what happened in Game 1.
Here we go now. I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears, 'cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here, dancing through the night. Ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. We follow our hearts, let them lead the way. Heart is stronger than the mind, it won't lead us astray. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears, 'cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here, dancing through the night. Ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic. Yeah. I just wanna show you the magic. Show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. Oh, yeah, it's magic.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff.
Here we go now.
The Swordfishes are currently struggling on dry land, but fret not, the series is not over yet. We still have Game 2 coming up. I'm Husky, and of course alongside me is Omo, a pretty huge critic of TODAK gameplay, but for the better. We still need to look at game number 1, at least the stats of it. I know it's a wash, but no, we have to break it down.
No, what I'm curious to see is not the KDA, it's not the GPM, it's not the KP. I want to see the DPM. I want to see how much damage this Z and this Jace ended up doing this game. Because I have a feeling that the Z and the Jace ended up doing less damage than the Nunu, than the Galio. Maybe even the Senna. Let's find out.
Yeah, I think that's a huge possibility, right? I feel like we didn't see... I think Zed probably dealt a bit more damage because he did get the death mark off a couple of times. But for Crown, that's a big question mark because I don't think he ever had a window to engage. Maybe Nunu dealt the most damage on the team. I think that's a possibility. I remember Shanks went for the Rod of Ages, so that contributes to damage output as well.
Well, it should never be allowed.
I'm at a loss
right?
of words. Like,
it's a very real possibility, but it should never happen. Which is why it's... Well, let's see. That's what I want to find out. I'm excited. This is the most excited I've been in this match so far.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for that to come up. And so while waiting for the stats, I think looking at game 2, do you think... Well, I shouldn't ask it this way. What should change on the side of TODAK? I know you pointed out that
Jace.
Crown shouldn't pick Jace, given something simpler to execute. But other than that, are we still following the direction of Shanks needing to have a playmaker
I think so.
and having that Nunu?
I think so. I think Shanks has to be a playmaker. I don't think that Nunu is the problem. I think that Nunu engages at times did look a bit disjointed, but the early game, it made sense. You could have secured a double scuttle if Crown didn't completely poop the bed in lane there. I do think Shanks needs to be playing something that can roam the map a little bit. The Galio was good in teamfights. It was good in skirmishes. It looked like he could find acceptable engages. The problem is, when you're playing farming Galio together with Senna, just look at how the early game played out. And look at how it was the Senna that had to go roaming. They had to go cover for lanes. It's not a good champion at doing that. And your Galio, he's stuck in lane. Why? Because he has to farm. You want it the other way around. You want a Varus stuck in lane, just scaling up. You want your Galio roaming around. Change your draft plans. It's so weird to me that they have identified every problem except the fact that Shanks needs to roam.
And here we go, the moment of truth.
Yeah, we don't care about the KDA. Let's see the DPM.
Just look at the items alone, right? I feel like Shanks Proto Belt, one of his favorite item progression is he goes straight for the Proto Belt enchantment, but that's when they were having a good game, right? Against Pathseeker, that's what he did with the Rakan. I think on the Galio, there's no surprise right there. But the numbers on the KDA is not even the full extent of how game 1 went. It was actually way worse.
Yeah, it's just such a one-sided matchup that you really wouldn't think, do TODAK have a chance of winning? No, the question you need to be asking is where can they find bright spots in this series? And let's take a look at the damage shots. That's what I really want to pay attention to right now. That's what I want to see if Crown and if Skylo can find any sort of redemption from their performance.
Not bad. Yeah, not too bad, I would say. You know, they did fulfill their individual roles in terms of damage output. Though I would say that Shanks dealt more damage than Crown. That's kind of the thing that stands out. Yep. Yeah, I think right now it's TODAK. We have shifted away from how much signs of life can TODAK show us, and more towards how long can TODAK hold on against, you know, the onslaught of a team like Sem9, right? Like, can they continue to, you know, hang on to that threat when Sem9 keeps like beating down on them? So I think right now for TODAK, it's very tough because I think that we are looking at a team that has been struggling since the very beginning. They haven't had the best opener. Compare them to the team like Phantom6, who had a very tough schedule. They were able to come up with a convincing win against a team like Upcar. But for TODAK, they played against Pathseeker, and that didn't turn out well. So right now, game number 2, we're not looking for a win from TODAK. We're just looking for TODAK to at least give us some sort of semblance that they can hold on even against the toughest team. Can they take those initiatives? Can they deal with those macro plays coming in from 7-9? Can they manage themselves when they are put on the back foot?
Yeah, and I'm back. Let's hope TODAK can find a way to come back in this series as well. Those are some very great points you raised there. Can they come back in this series? Honestly, the answer is probably no. I just want to see adaptations from them. And it's so annoying because I feel like I've casted every TODAK game since like the first day. And this is the same thing. I've been saying the same narrative, the same points every single game. We need to see them change. We need to see them adapt in a positive manner. Like, I like that they're trying things out, but whatever they've been trying has not been working.
Yeah, and at least against a team like 7-9, we can still give them a bit of leeway, right? Yeah, you can use this opportunity to try things out, but when tomorrow and Sunday rolls around, you better be ready to take on teams like Upcar Esports, which they will be playing tomorrow, and they will be going up against Reach the Peak on Sunday. That's the crucial series for TODAK. Right now, they still have potentially just one more game to experiment.
Husky, guess
but
what?
After today,
Husky, guess what? I'm not casting tomorrow, right? That's my day off. But guess who's casting TODAK against Reach the Peak? I am. I'm here, baby. I'm here for every
you are
TODAK
an expert. You're a swordfish expert. Exotic
get me out.
Aquamarine life expert.
It's
okay. We can cut TODAK some slacks.
I hope so.
The draft is coming up for games.
Yeah.
We still have some chances, right? I mean, it's still week 2 almost. I'm pretty sure you have plenty of chances to keep your eyes on TODAK for the rest of the league.
Pain is all I feel. Well, let's see. Let's start from Champ Select. I feel like half the battle is generally lost by TODAK in Champ Select. So before we even get to the main thing, let's see how they draft. Let's see if they have any changes. Let's see if they have any backup plans prepared other than just first picking Jace and hoping it works.
Yeah, and hopefully they move away from Jace. Again, give Crown a champion that doesn't need too much mechanical execution, but can stay in lane. I think at this point, you can pick Garrett and I will be fine with it, right? They need to... I think after game 1, we're not looking at the solo laners to win their lane, but we're looking at the solo laners to at least play a decent laning phase, right? Don't get run over, don't get pushed out of lane, blow your flash 30 seconds in. That is a disaster for TODAK.
Yeah, it should not happen. It's frankly quite unacceptable when you pick picks that really need gold, that really need items to scale up in the game. And suddenly it makes a lot more sense why 7-9 banned away Darius, banned away Garen. They said, you know what, you play Jace, we don't care. We're just going to ban away these picks that make your life easier here in case you flex the Jace to mid lane. Suddenly, 7-9, they seem like the prophets here.
And right now, this is a bit of a suspense. I do wonder what is happening, on the draft side. I mean, for TODAK, they have... I think the expectations for a team like TODAK coming into WCS was that initially, no one expected TODAK to be here. They made it all the way. They qualified. And now it's time for them to show that they belong here. But so far, it has been a pretty tough journey. And we can't really blame them too much, right? 4 out of the 3 best of 3s they played were against the top 3 teams in the league. But to a certain extent, they have to show some sort of semblance of life. Some sort of proof that they can hold off the strongest team.
And when we had our discussion about this team as well, I didn't know much about TODAK. What you guys told me was it's a redemption story for them, right? They've tried so many times, and this is the first time they've made it into the big leagues. Well, congratulations, you're here with the big dogs now. You've played against 3 of them. It has not been fun, but you need to show us something. That's my problem, right? It's not that TODAK are losing every game. It's that in the games that they're losing, they're showing the wrong viewpoints about how they want to approach the game, and I feel like that needs to be brushed up on. Sure, experience, growth, double round robin, long season, but we need to see something start to change. Maybe today we can chalk it up to, okay, you're playing against 7-9. Whatever. Tomorrow, let's see how that goes down. Let me take a look at who they're playing against. Oh yeah, Reach the Peak is on Sunday, right?
Yeah, and I think for a team like Upcar, we talked about a bit as my friend is frozen in time right now. We will grab him back from the Matrix in a bit, but just to follow up on Omo's point regarding Upcar, I think right now Upcar, they were the only team. Welcome back. Upcar
you.
was the only team that took a game off of LFO thus far. But I do agree they do have some issues when it comes down to macro. Phantom6 exposed that weakness through and throughout during their best of 3 last week. And TODAK now, they face the same issue in terms of macro, but the only difference is that Upcar Esports has players that they can fall back to when they need it, whereas for TODAK, it seems like if the first 5 minutes don't go well, the game just completely goes down the gutter.
Yep, I completely agree with that as well, Husky. That's the thing. Key players, clutch players. Now, I wouldn't say Upcar have the best players, but they have players that can certainly turn it on when the clutch is required. That's definitely not something we've seen from TODAK at all, really. And we need to see you guys step up. Like, we talk about draft, we talk about gameplay approach, we talk about macro, team fight approach. We also need to see individual players step up. We need to see the micro improvements here from the side of TODAK. That's a great point. I completely agree.
Now we get the Fiora, the set ban. TODAK finds themselves on that blue side. They will get the first pick, and this is where we see if the Yuumi will make it through. Will Sam9 ban that Yuumi out? The thing about TODAK is that we don't want Crown to play someone like a Jace, someone that is mechanically complicated, right? Yuumi doesn't really fit that repertoire. So now Sam9, they ban a Yuumi, just playing safe. Let's see what TODAK will open up.
Like, you know it's a matchup that you've basically won for sure. Don't risk something like a Yuumi throwing your plans askew and then just disrupting the gameplay completely. So this is good ban here. You get rid of that. You get rid of the Gragas as well. That's something that I noticed Sam9 has been banning even on the blue side, not opting to prioritize the first pick Gragas like a lot of other teams have been. Something I actually completely agree with. I feel like that pick is a little bit overvalued here in the WCS. Nice picks coming out of Sam9. Morgana gets grabbed up by TODAK, but Sam9, they're saying, we're gonna teach you guys how to do it here.
Yeah, picking the same 2 champions that TODAK did in the first game. You have a black shield? Well, guess what? We will just beat you with physical damage. You know, good luck trying to deal with the shockwave from this Jace. Again, they're still flexible. We've seen Jace jungle, we've seen top Jace, we've seen mid Jace, and for Sam9, all these 3 players can play that Jace. Yeah,
for sure. Vaki used to be a solo laner as well, right? So we know for sure he can play that Jace. Now look at the picks coming in from TODAK here. I like this. You get a bit more initiative on the side of Newgate, who was one of the members trying to make something happen. You get this Garen pick coming in from Crown, and right away, Vita wants to show off his chops. No more Ziggs duty for me. I'm playing into a Morgana. I'm playing into a mage lane where I can free scale. Guess what I'm picking? Vayne. And the double down is Vayne is also great against Garen later on. So you're very happy with this Vayne pickup here. It's a good spot for the champion.
Yeah, Tank Shredder done for Sam9. We didn't get to focus too much on Vida in game 1, but frankly speaking, it's because everyone played so well that Vida didn't have to do too much. I love the Lee Sin pick, is what Newgate's comfortable with. They gave it away to Veki in game number 1, which was what, you know, kind of piqued my interest, right? But now they give him the Lee Sin. Garen picked up, they were listening to it. I hope it should be slightly easier for TODAK for the first few minutes.
It definitely should. It's a pretty standard draft so far from the side of TODAK, but this is already better than most of the things that we've seen from them. I don't really like the Diana ban, but that's fine, something I can understand. What I want to see right now is I want to see them ban for aggressive early game junglers here for Vaki. You know you're already going to get outscaled. That's that Vayne already. Get rid of something like a Fiora as well that will make your life doubly hard. Did Sam9 miss a ban? Sam9 missed the ban.
Yeah. And did you think that they missed the ban, or they didn't think that they needed the ban?
Honestly, they don't need it. I don't think it's really gonna hurt them in the long run. But this is interesting. Morgana trap. Wait a minute, what's going on here?
What?
Oh no, it's a Morgana mid, isn't it? Oh no.
Is it a Morgana mid, or is it a Corki
That's
mid?
That's even worse. I hope it's a Morgana mid. I don't like this. It's doomed. It's doomed, ladies and gentlemen. It's doomed.
We've seen Morgana Dragon Lane, but
yeah.
That time it was paired up with like an Alistar, it was paired up with like a Brand from Team Watermelon. Well, since you say it's Doom, I don't think I have any counter arguments for that. I'm trying really hard. There's a thunderstorm right now, in Malaysia. I think it's really setting up the atmosphere for what's about to come. Is it Doomsday for TODAK? We'll just have to find out. Jarvan and Darius. I mean, Sam9 look insanely tanky.
Yeah, honestly, Sam9, they have just completely bamboozled TODAK with the swap arounds, with the flex picks. I feel like TODAK, they have no answer for the draft right now. Vayne was already a great spot on 3 pick. TODAK, they tried to redeem the situation by saying maybe we can flex our Morgana around, maybe we put our Morgana mid and then we have a good situation there. The problem is the Jace got flexed to mid, so you hear me out here because it's a bit of a long one, it's a bit all over the place because they triple flex basically and they completely bamboozled TODAK. The Jace went to mid. That's a great match matchup into Morgana, and that's also a great matchup into Koki. So whoever you put that is gonna get destroyed by this Jace. You're gonna have perma prio. That means that your Lee Sin's power is immensely shut down. The Jarvan comboed with the Jace, I expect to see them just completely roaming the map. Veki and Chili should have a free time right now. This Darius matchup to Garen, what do I need to say about it that hasn't been said before, right? Darius has a great time there. He's extremely comfortable. And all the while, Vayne is scaling for free because whether he's against Koki or whether he's against Morgana, it's a free lane. He doesn't care. It's a free lane. 7-9, they've just won a draft.
They also have a Galio with them, right? So you can't really engage on them. It's a Morgana mid, just like you predicted. So at least compared to Corki being mid, there is some...
It's not great still.
Some benefit of doubts, right?
Yeah.
We can give to TODAK for that bot lane. I don't expect there to be too much kill potential from TODAK simply because we're dealing with a Galio support on the side of 7-9. But it's great to see Shanks back on Thresh. I think he is finally is given a chance to show that he can roll the initiative for his team. But it's going to be really tough, and we'll see how much he can do.
Okay, so two things that I do like from this TODAK draft. You put Shanks back on Aroma, like you mentioned, someone with the initiative. That's great. Crown is also on a Garen. He's not trying to make the game happen his way on a Jace pick this time. That's also great. Good adaptations from TODAK. I think they really had it all the way up until the finish line. The draft was almost there. It's just, I think maybe champion pool issues hit them at the end of the day. You're stuck between a Morgana, Koki, Flex. You don't know where to put it, and then that's a tough situation to be in. This time around, I would say it's better from TODAK because it's not so much them losing draft as it is just 7-9 winning the draft extremely hard. 7-9 just did very well though. It's not really entirely TODAK's fault.
Yep. 7-9 doing well is something that everyone has been saying.
Yeah.
No surprise right there, but now it's can TODAK do better than game 1? We have set the bar pretty low, and TODAK, I think they are well on their way to achieve it. The draft was almost decent until the end of it, but hey, no better than nothing. They force the flash out from RH early on. Flash, play, root, dark binding. They might get the first blood. They blow the exhaust. Just a couple of finishing touches would do. RH, no RH, you're not getting away. First blood for Crown.
Okay, right from the get-go, the moment Shanks is put on something that can roam, that can make plays, he's making it happen here. You blow 4 sums to get the kill. That's not a great situation, but you get the kill.
Meanwhile, Kuya would take some form of punishment from both Winter and Vita. It's pretty much expected, but yeah, this is the first blood. Very straightforward from the side of TODAK.
Yeah, very straightforward. You get the play, you get the Dark Binding down. Dark Binding level 1 does hurt Skylo a little bit in his laning phase because then he can't push. He's going to be perma pushed by this Jace, but it's fine. It's something he can deal with. Now he's level 2 as well, so that's okay. But like you see, right? Jace doesn't care about this matchup. Morgana has no proactive actions she can take against a champion like Jace. She can never trade him. He's tanky enough that he doesn't really care if he gets hit by a Dark Binding combo. You really need to combo Dark Binding into Lee Sin QQ. But that's never gonna happen because you don't have Flash to set up the Dark Binding, and Chili is an experienced enough player that he won't make a rookie mistake of getting hit by a Dark Binding in lane.
Vision War set up in the river as well. There's Newgate. Yeah, Newgate saw that. We'll clear that out. We see 7-9 securing the top Scuttle Crab. Newgate would do it on the bottom side. But I love what Shanks is doing, right? Putting himself in front, constantly threatening and engaged.
Yeah.
Sure, Winter is on the Galio, but Shanks just feels so much more comfortable on a pick like Thresh, and that's what we've been focusing on for the entirety of week 1. At least for Crown, that first blood on RH made his life in lane slightly easier.
Look at this.
It's going to be an invade from 7-9 over. Going for the dive. RH tanking some of the damage. They can use the Aegis from Jarvan and completely decimate Crown.
Very, very nice. And this is exactly what we talked about. You have a Jace into Morgana matchup. Morgana has no pressure on Jace. The map is his to take. That means that sure, you can't 1v1 solo kill Morgana because she's just so safe and she farms from such long range, but you know what Veki and Chili are gonna be doing. They're gonna be roaming the map. You give them a chance, they are gonna come and dive you. They are gonna come and kill you. I like the proactivity here from 7-9. Despite our head dropping early, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because he still has a good lane matchup.
You can see Shanks has a Merc Threats purchase. Next recall will be the Proto Belt. We've seen him do this a lot of times. And most of the times it does end up well for them. Crowd pushback, maxed hammer stacks on him. Newgate shows up, but I don't think you can fight RH right now. He just got the Noxian Guillotine.
See, I don't really like this Darius skin, but I do like the hammer rush stack effect. The sign that you have over the head, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's I think my favorite thus far is God King Darius.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah, 100%. It's for sure the best, and I probably would pick like Dunk Master afterwards.
Yes, exactly my thoughts.
Yeah.
So we're on the same page.
That's the most important thing. That's how we get the caster synergy down.
Yeah, we are nailing our wardrobe. We're nailing our skin preferences. We were there. I think we make a pretty good duo. It's safe to say that we can abandon our previous. No, I'm just kidding.
Granted, beast. But the most important duo that we need to see right now, Shanks and Newgate.
Oh, what an engage. Vita and Winter both flash away. Newgate a kick, but the barrier's up
He's
for
dead,
Vita.
he's
They still finish him off with the Rocket Barrage. The Death Senter's just out of range, but 7-9, they do lose the support.
Okay, unless I got trolled by Observer interface there, Kuya had one more rocket because his out bar was green. So I feel like one more rocket, he could have killed Vita. I don't know why he didn't try to go for it. I guess playing it a little bit safe there. But that was a great setup from Shanks. I love seeing this guy on proactive champions.
Troller Bell Online.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You know what that means? Shanks is about to roam around the map. Just in time for both objectives to spawn.
Yes.
Rift Herald up. Cloud Drake is also available. You can see Shanks is now going to move around, place down those visions, see where 7-9 is going, and wherever 7-9 is, he will be there. But for Newgate, he has been spotted, forced away from the Rift Herald pit.
Forced away, the Shock Blast chunking him up. This is going to be a Rift Herald setup. It looks like they want to take a 5-5 here. Vita's not going to come, so that's numbers advantage. Oh no.
Death Rush
What the-
catching out Kuya, and there's nothing he can do. The vision from 7-9 is perfect. Now without the Corki, TODAK, they don't have the man advantage. I don't know if they want to do this though. TODAK has the tendency to take bad fights, but they're going to go for it regardless. And here comes the engage. Smite comes up for Veki, takes the Rift Herald. A good soul shackle so the 3 members, but TODAK have run out of damage. They have exhausted all of their fuel. Skylar will be run down by Veki. Winter gets a good taunt. Shanks will take it, and they're trying to auto attack now Veki to get the kill, but at what cost? They have lost 2. Crowd flashes to safety. The Shock Blast from Chili barely finishing him off. He is set on fire, but barely stays alive.
Oh no, absolute disaster there from TODAK. I'm so let down because I thought they had a chance. Yet again, they falter at the finish line. Individual mistakes cost them dearly, and that was the problem right now. Kuya, he had package. We say Koki's weak early, but he's not weak when he has the package. Look at this, the replay doesn't even matter. Look at the dead body of Koki there. This whole situation happens because Koki face check, got chain CC, got popped. Illegal. That should never happen. That should never be allowed to happen. Package was not even used. Look at the health bar of 7-9. They're also low. Now imagine if you had a Koki in this fight. You invested resources to make it a 5v4. Vita didn't even rotate, and you lost the fight because of a face check. Just terrible. Just so sad to see.
Yeah. Actually be doing the job. Newgate has flash, Sonic going to connect, he's going to put down fighting. Now Newgate goes in, kicks Becky away and smites the Cloud Drake away. And now Shanks, he's going to pull belt backwards. Becky jumps on top of him with the Cataclysm to get a good buy onto Vita, and they were executed with the Demacia Justice. Newgate looking for the Sonic Wave, follows up onto Becky. TODAK finds 2 kills, and they want more. Winter isolated in the bottom lane. Nowhere for him to go. He's dead.
Nice play here from
Bravo.
Kraus. Good job.
Draw aggro.
Very good job.
Finish him off. 3 kills for TODAK.
Very good stuff there from TODAK. The team fight went exactly the way they needed it to go. I like that they played the fight a bit more restrained. Wait for a hook to hit. Wait for a duck binding to land, and we will play off that. Suddenly this game looks a lot more winnable for the side of TODAK. What?
Exhaust, putting RH back. You're playing a bit too up front.
Wait.
Chili wants some return kills. We'll finish
no
off
mana.
Shanks. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
And the lack of mana. Unlucky for Sky.
I thought Skylo could kill Chili there, but notice he had no mana in the end. That's a bit of heartbreaker. It was close though, and suddenly TODAK, they have the gold lead. Rift Herald in the pocket of Azuravaki, mid lane turret, 1 HP as well. Suddenly the fight looks so winnable. Look how restrained they play this. He kicks Becky away, gets the dragon. Shanks goes a little bit deep, but other than that, they pull back. They wait for Dark Binding, they wait for Hook. Very good job here. And Newgate, he smells the pop-off, he nails the Q. And he just goes in, cleans house, and TODAK. Suddenly the game looks winnable for them. Rift Herald was expended to get mid lane despite it being 1 hit. But I understand, right? Morgana wave clear extremely high, you want to play it safe. If he hooks Chili here...
Oh, Chili will be dead.
Blind
Shanks
ball.
probably just don't play right now. He can go for it. Play him back. The take out Steelcake. You just saved Chili.
Yeah.
And now TODAK has to back off. Winter finds 3 members in the back line. He's gonna pull about a wave crowd, joins in, and that's gonna be a good judgment. They do take off Winter. Crown trying to go for more. Newgate is already out. RH now going half, but he's dropping low. The guillotine comes through. Skylar will not bleed to death. Newgate comes in for the pickup. Vita goes down. RH shields himself with a decimate. Dark binding, good while the chili. They follow up with the Resident Strike. Newgate goes all the way for the pickup, and Sem9 lose 3.
I gotta tell you, Husky, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm loving this game. TODAK, they are making it competitive off the back of individual plays and a good, easy to execute team comp. What did we say? Ease of execution. Keep it simple. And suddenly the game looks so much more competitive.
Yeah, loving this new outlook from TODAK. Best performance they had so far. I would argue even better than what we saw against Pathseeker, right? At least, in this game they were up against Sem9, a team that almost makes zero mistake, and TODAK were able to find windows of opportunities. I mean, Newgate looks super comfortable on Lee Sin, exactly what we wanted him to play. Shanks on a playmaker like Thresh, doing God's work. Right now, Sem9, they cannot let their guard down. Crown is standing on top of the board, but TODAK, you know that they can take these fights. They are feeling really good about themselves.
And they should be. They've been playing extremely well. Their setup has been good. Look at the tanks just running it in. Oh no.
Wow, and the package cuts over Zora Becky, but Becky will trap 3 of them with the Cataclysm.
Oh, the kick!
Attack as much as he can. Oh, what a kick! Newgate sends them all flying! They take out RH, they take out Becky, they take out Chili, Vita tumbles away. TODAK with a huge team fight win.
Oh, I'm so happy right now, Husky. They're making it look competitive. They're making it look winnable. The hook land.
Oh,
Shanks!
Shanks goes all the way. Vita, you're not going anywhere. Shanks will make it expensive. Oh, TODAK with a new look.
God.
I mean, Leonard, we are in the new era right now.
Oh, yeah.
We say that they were on dry land.
Oh, yeah.
Now they have found their way back into the ocean and they are swimming freely.
Husky, it's TODAK's world and we are just living in it. They're making it work against Sem9. I've lost count of the number of times that Shanks has lived with a sliver of health. Kuya with a little bit of a misclick there. The Johnny's hit early on means that he wasn't able to secure the kill against Vita. And I'll be frank with you here, Vita has been dropping the ball a little bit. He's been getting hit by quite a lot of CC. The hooks, the dark bindings have been extremely punishing for him. And as a Vayne with high mobility, that's something you need to be on the lookout for. You need to be ready to play around. TODAK, second dragon against Sem9. Not something I thought I would say here today.
TODAK, they're not out just yet. We wanted to see signs of life. We're seeing more than that. We're seeing signs of potential victory for TODAK. Obviously against Sem9, there is always a chance for Sem9 to turn this around. They are no strangers to playing from behind. But to see TODAK in a lead and a pretty commanding one as well is definitely what we want to see from TODAK. Now it's less about them. If they are able to win this, they have made it pretty sweaty for Sem9.
Yeah, I definitely think it's still winnable for Sem9 because their veteran experience means they know how to win a game. And that's something which is so undervalued, knowing how to win a game. It sounds simple, right? How do you win a game? Destroy the macro, blah blah blah. Crown gets caught, it's fine, you blow the flash, you trade for tier 2 bot. Good macro here from TODAK, using the tank to soak up pressure. I feel like Sem9, they still have opportunities to win this game, but I would say the caveat is the tools to win now are no longer in your veteran's hands. Becky does not have the tools to win, Chili doesn't have the tools to win, maybe RH does if he gets a reset off. But the tools to win, they're in Vita's hand right now. The rookie, the guy who's warming it up, I think he has some PT experience, but not so much on Wild Rift. He's here to carry. He has to carry for Sem9. And thus far, he has not had the best game. He needs to make it work somehow.
Put in probably the most important position right now. Needing to carry the game, needing to skill into the late game, and having not the best start, like you pointed out.
Yep.
I think this is the best stage for him to prove himself,
100%.
but it's also the best stage for TODAK to do the same thing. We'll set up a Death Rush. They're
Very
expecting
nice.
someone to show up at RH.
Oh, very, very nice.
Division, a 4-man gang squad. Becky shows up, does get a good flag and drag, but RH, she's already forced back. Becky getting pulled back, restraint from TODAK, lovely discipline.
Okay, not quite getting the kill there, not quite finalizing it, but what's important, you blow the flash, you chase them away, you get tier 1. TODAK, they're playing their death ball comp extremely well. How does your comp function? A Garen in the front, you have a black suit to negate any potentially punishing engage here pressure from Winter. You have the Morgana and the Trash. Now these two are instrumental set pieces here. One piece of CC hits, the other well land as well, and you are just done for. The Corki, he's been quietly scaling up. Doesn't have the Bok yet, but he's not far off. Now Chili trying to exert pressure on the side lane. This is Sam9's best play right now. Until Vayne gets maybe another item, their best bet is to keep side laning, keep trading objectives, try to stay even in gold. TODAK, I think they know this, I think they identify this, which is why they're trying to keep the pressure on as a 5-man unit. Really well played so far from both of these teams.
And early on, Shanks actually tried to flash Flay RH.
Yes.
So that's going to be the flash away, out from this Thresh. RH has a Proto Belt that's going to come online right now. The lane vision from TODAK also giving them a good hints of where Sam9 are currently playing around. This is where the big money comes in. Baron Nashor, 30 minutes into the game.
Yep.
This is the furthest that we've progressed in the series.
Yes.
The last game ended in about 12 minutes, 15 seconds. TODAK, they are really taunting Sam9. They're teasing this potential Baron take, but they have gotten control around this area.
The thing is, right, this is now the hard part of the game to play out. How do you dance Baron against a team like Sam9? They're experienced, they know how to check it properly, they know when, where they can pick the fight, they have Shock Blast to check, they have Jarvan Flag to check, they have the tools. So TODAK, they need to be very disciplined about this. And honestly, I'm going to be real with you, I think the play here is not to start Baron. That's exactly where you throw a game for a less experienced team like TODAK. The way you win this game, stack dragons. That's your win condition right now. I want to point out Corki, Mirror Mana completed, Triforce completed. He's gonna start doing damage. He has the package. 10 seconds to dragon. This is TODAK's chance to win the game. Sam9, I think you flip Baron right now.
And it's an Inferno Drake. Exactly what TODAK needed for more damage output to put Kuya in the best place. This is his best performance so far. I mean, Kuya has been making a lot of rookie mistakes in week number 1. We saw him do very questionable hero plays that didn't pan out the way that TODAK wanted it to. But right now, I mean, yeah, whoever kept the team in check is doing a really good job, and I do love what we're seeing right now. Inferno Drake goes over to TODAK. Sam9 were not able to trade it back, and now TODAK, they are making very aggressive advancements into the jungle of Sam9.
Yeah, and TODAK, they need to take a step back, they need to take a breather. 2 timers we have taking right now. The Elder Dragon timer for TODAK, that's gonna come up in a couple minutes. That's a game-winning objective for them, especially since it's a mountain. Sam9, there's another timer ticking for them as well. The Beta Carry Clock. Once it hits 3 items, I think it's very possible for Vayne to just pop off and carry this game. The problem though, Vita, can he deliver on it? Now it comes down to your nerves.
Becky has the Gargoyle Stone play, so he will be able to soak up all the damage, but they did force Winter to use the hero's entrance. Huge expansion from the side of Sam9. Now TODAK will push that advantage. A good binding, but it's only onto Winter. TODAK again showing some sort of control on their engage. Just lovely performance. Sam9, they have no vision in the jungle.
They need to keep sieging this. I'm not exactly sure what they're calling to back off right now. Maybe they're calling to Baron. I don't know. Okay, right. They just completely leave all their pressure, alleviate all the pressure off the Sam9. They back away. I want to point out the gold lead right now. It's actually not growing very much for TODAK. It's about 3k. It's been about 3k for most of the game. They haven't found ways to blow the game open. And that's going to be a bit dangerous for them. Because this Vayne, she's gonna come online soon. She has the tank, she has the frontliner, she just needs to do some damage. Let RH get the resets, get the pop-off. Suddenly Sam9, I feel like it's still a very winnable game for them because TODAK, they haven't accelerated the pace of the game, and that's dangerous.
We're hitting pretty much a pit stop right now for TODAK. Again, they invade the jungle of Sam9, but Sam9 was able to sniff them out early on. TODAK will still at least try to steal the red buff away. There is a lantern. Newgate has to safeguard.
Not a good team fight.
Sentence,
yeah, this is not a good team fight for TODAK. They need to get out.
They expanded the spell shield of Chili, so that's great. Even more control of TODAK around this Baron pit.
Yeah.
Crown. Go back.
Oh.
Not a fight. They want to go for a Proto Belt. 2-man play.
Winter
only catching Shank. Now Crown is going to go over the Proto Belt. Good silence of the Winter. Cataclysm for Becky for the counter engage. Sam9 looking for some avenue, but realizes that he can't really take this fight. TODAK holding their ground against Sam9 right now.
Oh boy, that was a miscommunication, I think, from Sam9. A bit out of character for them. Becky goes in for the Cataclysm, but you don't have the heroic entrance. It was on cooldown, unable to follow up. Good news is, I think when Vita goes home, when he buys, I think that's his 3rd item. It really comes down to him. I genuinely feel like no one else can carry this game except for Vita and maybe RH. So a lot of pressure on him. Oh, he doesn't even have it yet. He doesn't even have the item yet. I think he'll have enough time before the Elder spawns though.
A decent exchange for 7-9 at the very least, right? Kuya had to use his flash to get away. So now you know the Corki doesn't have that flash.
Yeah.
A very instrumental item for him to get out from all of these dives. I mean, Veki has the flag and drag. Chili jumps on top of him with the To the Skies.
Yeah.
7-9, they're trying to at least find some sort of control, and they might catch Crown. I mean, they put them.
Thank you, boy.
He's just gonna go for it. I mean, Crown
Yeah.
feeling great about how things are right now. Safeguard, okay, Cataclysm, Becky, Hiraki enters is there, I don't know, they want to take this though, only Shanks and Connector, Winter pulls 2 back with a taunt, and now they're going for full engage, Winter dropping low, but it's going to be the execution comes out, GA being caught on the side of TODAK, and now look at Vita, he has to go through, but he's dropping low,
they lost.
Crown just spins them into the
They
grave.
lost.
TODAK are making it happen, 3 dead for 7-9, 45 seconds in the grave, TODAK. They're gonna siege down middle lane. They are going straight for the win. This series not over yet, Omo. I think we are looking at a game number 3 as TODAK finally find their first game win. A last-ditch attempt from 7-9. The Hail Mary to keep this game alive. They might still be able to hang on.
I'm sorry?
Double for Becky. Kuya overextended. Goes Stason, but he's gonna die. RH cuts them in half. This game is not over yet.
What? No way, they just walked into Darius, let him stack hemorrhage stacks, and just let him reset and clean up the fight. That was a bit curious. A bit of a miscommunication at the end as well. If you saw the members of TODAK, they were retreating, they were backing off, and Kuya, Valkyries forward. They were not on the same page, and they got punished for it. Now, Elder Mountain Dragon is alive, but look at the death timers. 20 seconds on Kuya, 20 seconds on Skylo and Shanks. They would not be able to get here in time. 7-9 starting this one off. It all comes down to Newgate. You've done all the work to get here. Can you steal this last objective?
TODAK has always faltered at the finishing line. They always trip over their own shoelaces. But this is it, Leonard. This is where we see if TODAK can complete the run. Elder Drake down to just 4,000 HP. Newgate gets vision. They're going in. Crown is there as well. There is a taunt from the side of 7-9. They secure the Elder Drake for themselves. The mountain. TP did came in for the side of TODAK, but they lost Crown. 7-9 have gotten that lifeline for themselves, and TODAK were not able to close the job.
No, 7-9 just won the game. They can get Baron right now. They can get Baron right now, and I think that's just game over. It comes down to a hero play from Kuya and Skylo, and I don't think you can do it because Vayne shreds Cocky. Spell Shield doesn't affect her, and look at this, it's ultimately Chili with a shock blast from the back line that secures the Mountain Dragon. Reset didn't come out from our hedge, but it doesn't matter because Baron is yours, Elder Mountain is yours. You've done all the heavy lifting to get here, TODAK, but you can't close it out, I think.
Yeah, we build up so much hype. It is at its maximum. We're about to reach the climax. I was excited. You were excited to see a game 3, but 7-9, they didn't want to give us that. And I think it's all on 7-9. I blame them for playing so well. We TODAK, and I think the one thing we can walk away from this game is that TODAK finally found their groove. They finally found what works for them. They gave 7-9 a heck of a game. Now this is the final stand. Can TODAK hold off 7-9?
I don't want to write them off just yet because they've had such a good performance, but I genuinely feel like yet again TODAK, they faltered at the finish line. This gives me deja vu of their Draven Rakan matchup. They nearly won that game too. I think it was against, my brain always falters at the finish line as well. It was against Pathseeker. Yeah, they nearly won that game as well, but ultimately team fighting errors. I cannot believe Becky and RH 2v5 to save the game, and now TODAK, all the tools taken away from them. Driver's seat is 7-9's gold. Well, I mean 1k advantage for TODAK, but what does it matter? Not even anymore. It's just even gold right now. We're going to the team fights even, and I think it's gonna be the Vita show. Can you kill him? Can you shut him down? If yes, TODAK, you can still win. If Vita goes untouched, it's over for you.
TODAK has been playing with a slight advantage the entire game, but right now is where they get put. This is probably the final test for them. Can they win an even fight against 7-9? In 7-9, they have the Baron buff, and all TODAK needs to do is to wait it out. But easier said than done. 7-9 are sieging from multiple fronts right now.
Yeah, this is a good job here from 7-9. When you give them the tools, when you give them the position in the driver's seat, you can bet they know how to close it out. Years of experience playing at the highest possible level. They're playing it slow. They're letting the cannon siege. They're letting the Baron siege. No need to throw away a game that we... What?
Okay, Crown forces the stage for Chili, but that still means his teammate all get trapped. Winter, Hiragi entrance is in. RH doesn't get the upper hand. That's important for TODAK. They get the pullback onto Winter. Shanks is going all in. This is it. Final stance for TODAK, but Shanks vaporizes under the hands of Chile, and I think 7-9 has found that win. We were so close, Leonard. We were so close to a game 3.
Unless...
Take away from Newgate. Becky on fire. RH dropping low. GA is still online. They popped the Hue, and it's gonna be fairly decent. I mean, 7-9, they were not able to end the game, and TODAK hold on.
Yeah, TODAK hold on, but for how much longer? 2 inhibitors cracked here for 7-9. Now, when they come back, Baron buff will be gone, but they will still have the Elder in the pocket. They're going for the TPs. They want more.
It's gonna be Crown forced away. He's gonna be playing in from Vita. TP's in. 17 seconds without the playmaker of TODAK. 7-9, they don't have the medium whip just yet. It's gonna crash pretty soon, and TODAK will have Shanks. But the Nexus is less than 50% health. 7-9 can brute force their way to victory if they want to. It comes down to how TODAK do it. They have done it once. It is time for the final stance. I know I've been repeating this phrase for a long time. And yet again, TODAK hold on.
Okay.
We still get to see more of them.
But Baron is up in 18 seconds, and then that begs the question, how are you going to face check into 7-9 team comp? We've talked about the pick potential that TODAK have. Well, 7-9, they've got team fight engage potential. This Jarvan Galio completely traps out your team here. Kuya does have flash, so a lot of the burden is going to come down to him in the next team fight. Baron buff is also important. Either team needs this one to end. And look at TODAK, they're playing it so safe, using spells to check the bushes. But 7-9 are not here just yet. They're gonna have to push mid wave. This is so intense. It really comes down to one setup, one Baron team fight. Who's gonna get the jump first?
Someone has to deal with the bottom whip as well.
Yeah,
Super minions are slowly piling into the base. 7-9, I think they will just wait it out. They will wait for the wave to crash. TODAK sends someone to defend, and 7-9 will get a very easy Baron. Even before that happens, we can see that TODAK, they've thought about it. Send Crown to clear the wave. He has the TP available, but TODAK, I don't think they can juggle these two at once. 7-9 are already teasing that Baron pit. Shanks does spot out.
Wait,
Death
why
Rush.
don't they just do it?
And now they go for it. Becky goes for the engage. Hero enters to follow up. Shanks will tank all of those damage. Winter follows up with the taunt, and they will finish off Winter. That's the playmaker for TODAK down. 7-9 might not even need the Baron at this point.
Husky,
4 versus 5.
Somewhere along the line, Shanks needed to change the genre. The Put-About just wasn't cutting it anymore. But still, I think they need the Baron to end, just because Morgana's wave clear is so strong. And now it's a 4v5. Do you want to face check here as TODAK? If you don't, Baron is gone. You lose the game. If you do, you lose team fight 4v5. You lose the game. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. What do you do?
It all comes up to Newgate, but Winter is ready. He is in position to delay the latest attempt. They catch Newgate. 7-9 instantly turns on TODAK. They don't even need the Baron at this point, but TODAK again playing this very dangerous tug
Look
of
at
war.
Vita's health. That's just from Tormented Soil. Just from walking over Tormented Soil.
The wave pushing in bot again. Someone has to go defend this. This time it's Skylow's turn. Skylow's turn to do so.
That base is actually gonna die, by the way.
Yeah, they're dreading the thin line right now. 3 versus 5 this Baron pit. Newgate needs to find a point of entry, but he can't do so. He is on the other side of the Baron pit. That Baron is gonna be gone. Trying to do it. Newgate comes in. They finish off Vita. That's a good start. 7-9 still not killing the Baron just yet. Newgate, can he find an opening in? He flashes forward, doesn't find a Baron Nashor. Becky is just a bit sharper on the smite button, but Newgate, he's not done just yet. GA finally popped. They will find RH isolated for the rest of his team. He has the Gargoyle Stoneplate enchantment. Newgate comes back to life. The base is under siege. Our observers are confused because there's so many things happening around the map. Newgate goes down for 50 seconds. RH survives. A three-man collapse. He is still alive. RH just does not die. Apprehend, pull Shank back. Finally goes down. Baron for 7-9. Not over yet.
Hero play.
Not done just yet.
Our head with the hero play. Yes, he died, but he did his job. What was his job? Stall for long enough for Vita to come back alive. That completely stopped the possibility of TODAK to just march down mid lane and try to end the game. The tankiness of our hedge was what saved the day. And at the end of the day, I mean, still no one in a clear superior position in this game. I'm confused as well. You said the observers were lost. I'm lost too. I don't know what's going on in this game. Everyone is 6 items more or less. We're gonna see the completed builds. I couldn't tell you who takes it. I think 7-9 takes it just because veteran team fighting experience, but honestly, this could just be TODAK's game as well. We saw how much damage Tormented Soil started doing to the squishies of Vita and Chile. That's another thing you have to look out for. He's at so much CDR that he has 2 soils down at once right now. Perma wave clear. Once Baron runs out, that's 7-9's time to push over again. So if TODAK don't make a mistake, they could honestly wait for a third Baron.
If I told you in week 1 that the longest game in the group stage is going to be TODAK against 7-9, you would laugh at me, right?
Yeah, I would not believe it at all.
Game.
Yeah, like it's just... I still don't believe it. I'm seeing it right now and I still don't believe it, Husky.
Yeah, I think Shanks feels a bit compelled. You wanted
Yes.
the Zhonya's, but he's going to stick with the Proto Belt, compelled to make some plays. Sem9, this is probably the 4 push into base. Shanks are completely missing the combo, and now Becky finds the engage. They come in with the hero
game,
lens,
hitting
and
the base.
Sem9, they will just go for the Nexus. This game is over. They don't need the team fight. They just need the Nexus. Sem9 closes it out against TODAK in a 2-0 series.
It's a heartbreaker for TODAK, man. That game, it should not have been that close. TODAK, they stacked 3 dragons. They nearly got the Elder. They were on the nexus of Sem9. But what did we say? Veteran experience pulls through in the end. The ability to hold on to the game. The heroes ultimately, I think, were RH and Azuraveki being the 2 tanky boys, lasting for long enough in the front line to keep your nexus alive. Just an insane game. 28 minutes, was that? 27 minutes, Husky?
26. I think 26-ish.
Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, longest game in the group stage so far. I don't think anyone could have seen this coming,
Yeah.
especially when the teams on the other end of the aisle are Sem9 and TODAK. But it's a pretty poetic whole, right? You get the 2 buddies, previously from KLH, RH and Veki, reunited after so long, and they were the heroes that the team needed. Same could be said for TODAK. They also had their own heroes. I think Newgate played a fantastic game compared to game 1. Shanks did amazing, but they just couldn't cross the finishing line. But hey, they've achieved the bare minimum, and I think this is a new look for TODAK moving into the rest of week 2.
That's the thing, right? When we talk about TODAK, I never expected them to win against a game against Sem9. I never even expected it to be close. What did we say we were looking out for here today? Give us a bright spot. Give us some signs of life within the team. And they definitely delivered on that this game. I'm extremely happy to see Newgate and Shanks, especially when you give them the tools to play make. They delivered. They nearly delivered you a game win against Sem9. I think they should be pleased with their performance in game 2. Game 1 was atrocious, frankly. But game 2, they need to look very closely at that game. They need to look very closely at the game they played against Pathseeker. How were these our closest games? What were the right factors? What were the wrong factors? And what do we need to do to keep getting closer and closer to that ever-elusive dub?
Yep, and TODAK so far have not found a single win. Sem9 keeps their clean slate. This is the scoreboard, but if I cover the team names, you would not believe it's going to be this. You would say that TODAK is probably LFO or Watermelon, but definitely not TODAK. This is a great game. I think Vida at the end of it didn't get to prove himself as much as he wanted to.
Not a great
The rest of the
performance,
team for Sem9 stepped up, but it really shows that TODAK were able to recompose during a very short break that we had after game 1 and come back stronger.
Yeah, at the end of the day, TODAK's team comp, they really just elect the damage to get through the front lines of Jarvan Darius. Corki, you look at that, 6 items still barely doing damage. I feel like this champion is just not in a great spot in the meta right now. Sure, package makes it so that you're one of the only crit marksmen that can function pre-3 items, but the problem is, once you get to the late game, you still do no damage. I'm just not fond of this pick. I feel like if you had any other marksman, maybe you could have won the game here, but still, Veki and RH, they were so tanky, and they could kill the tanks as well, because Darius stacks up his passive, goes ham. Vayne, true damage, goes ham. And if you look at the damage dealt, Vita 12k lowest in the game, definitely not happy with how he performed in that game. He needs to do better the next time he gets some playtime. But I'll be real with you here, I expect to see Sagi back in sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think it also comes down to what match Sem9 is playing, right? If they're playing against the big dogs, the rival between them and LFO, then we are definitely going to see Sagi. I do expect Vida to have more screen time, just not in the bigger games. But hey, you still won your series. I suppose that's something that he can pat himself on the back. I am particularly excited for the interview later on with Sem9. I am 99.99% sure we will get Veki, but I really want to get his thoughts on what happened in game 2, right? Were Sem9 experimenting, or TODAK just played almost a near perfect game?
Yeah, I mean, I think TODAK definitely improved, but also, like we said, the tools to succeed in that game were not really in the hands of the players that you know are gonna deliver, not really in the hands of the players who you know have steady grasp on how to play out the game. Yeah, we'll wait for the interview, we'll see Veki's thoughts on that one, but oh, there we go, it's ready, and it's Vita. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, we got a special guest.
Hi, Chili. Hi,
Hello.
Chili. Hi, Vita. How are you guys doing?
That's a tough game.
Sit forward a bit. Yeah, we were talking about it. So, right off the bat, I mean, I want to ask Vida first. I mean, this is your debut series, and it's against TODAK. regarded as probably the weakest team right now, and how do you feel about that?
I feel kind of amazing. It was my first game in WCS, but in the same time, I'm really nervous. And the second game, my win, I feel sorry for my team. And thanks, guys, for the carry. Sorry, guys.
Public apology accepted. I think the rest of the team are fine with it. But yeah, I mean, Chile, you said that game 2 was tough. Walk us through it. What happened in that game 2? Did you expect it to be so close that you guys almost dropped that game?
I think we feel that the game is pretty close since the early. Like, they got a cheese on RH and got a kill. And I feel like, myself on Jace is not really one of the most proficient champion that I play with. So I guess like, but overall, I think I'm just like playing a lot of the game. There's not much worry into it. Like, even if you lose this game against TODAK, we can just play the next game properly. But I feel like it's a pretty intense game.
Yeah, I love that mindset, and I love the you mentioned, like, it's an intense game, it's a close game. I want to ask you something about team dynamics specifically, right? So, especially for you, Chile, normally when you play on teams, like, you would be the veteran, you would be the leader on this team. How does it feel now, coming to a team with, like, other players who are just as experienced as you, and, like, how's that dynamic change for you?
I think I've talked about this in other interviews as well, but I guess with teammates like RH and Wacky, they are veterans from all the way from Cal Hunters. So I feel like it's actually like it's actually the best team that I've been with, like best teammates that I have been throughout my career in esports. So it feels pretty good, and people who are like Wacky, they're very motivated to really be the best. So it's very great to have teammates like them.
And I want to direct this to Vida because you are the star right now. We talked a bit about your debut. You said that you were nervous. Your team pulled through for you, and I think at the end of the day, there is a huge learning curve, along the way. But I want to get your thoughts on, like, how has it been playing with Semnai? You also have experience back on League of Legends PC, and right now you're in Wild Rift. You're finally getting a chance to show what you're capable of, alongside these very experienced players. How has that been for you so far?
It has been amazing. I got to learn from like the best team in the Malaysia, and yeah, there are a lot of things I can learn, and I feel I have a huge improvement. But it's kind of my bad when they ask me, "Are you confident to pick this?" But I don't play much win, and I just say I can put it through. But in the end, I didn't do that well. So yeah. It's very happy to be in
How do you guys pull each other back up? Like, how do you guys pull each other back up? Like,
I think throughout the game, we are just like, it's okay, we can still win this game. And then, like, at the moment that we actually thought we lost, but then, we suddenly kill them in our base, and then that's like Elder Dragon. Then it's like, we're coming back.
All right, nice. One final question from me, just a bit of a fun one. Are we gonna see you guys as C champs? Are we gonna see you guys on the regional stage?
Yep, definitely.
Nice.
gotta get the affirmation. But of course, we're not gonna let you guys go just yet. I think you guys deserve the spotlight. What we are going to do is to take a look at the MVP. Who do you think is gonna be?
I think for game 1, it should be myself, but for game 2, it's like maybe Wacky. Wacky did pretty well in game 2, I think.
Right, let's see if production agrees with you. They're gonna sort that out. Okay, if you had to choose a combined MVP, because it's game 1 and game 2, right? So production are still sorting it out, so you have a bit more time to think about this.
What do you think? Could it be Vita?
Yeah, I want to hear from Vita.
You can say yourself.
I think I will get the MVP for the worst performance.
Hey, don't say that.
God. That's a bit unfair for yourself, but we do have the MVP on the screen. It's Veki, so Chile, you called it right. Veki played amazing in the game too. We don't see him play like tank junglers as much as the carries like Kha'Zix and Lee Sin, but he did deliver for the team, and at the end of the day, him and RH were the hero that held the base for you guys, right? I have one question, and I want to direct it to both of you guys. Tomorrow is the series that everyone has been waiting for. Sem9 against Looking for Orc. It's going to be the second best of 3 of the day. We have been waiting for this for as long as we've seen the teams that will participate in WCS MYSG. Now I want to hear it from you yourself. I know Becky has a lot of fighting words. We've heard a lot of that. I want to hear it from you. are there any fighting words you have for looking for Orc? I'm pretty sure they're watching right now.
I feel like LFO is definitely like the second best team or the first best team. I mean, we'll find out tomorrow. So yeah,
What about you, Vita?
We'll take that one.
All right. Do you have anything, Vita?
Yeah.
He looks in.
Anything you want to say to the fans?
Thank you guys for Sam9. Support for Sam9. So Sam9 fighting.
Let's
Right,
go,
Sam-
Sam9 fighting. Alright, thank you to Chili, thank you to
Lovely.
Vita for the interview. I love Vita, that guy's so cute.
Yeah, bit of a some stage jitter, some nervousness.
Yeah,
He's
for
been
sure.
here before, but I think for Wild Rift, this is definitely a whole new environment. But hey, he's in good hands. He has all the
Yes.
veterans with him. Tomorrow, again, we said that we probably would see Sagi back in the fray just because it's LFO. But Vita, I'm looking forward to see what else he has to show. You know, considering that Sam9 has such a huge reputation to uphold, it is totally fine that he doesn't play the big games. But when he gets his time to shine, I think that's where we get to see how good he actually is.
Yeah, and with that in mind, we have a big matchup coming tomorrow. That's kind of what we were all teasing this entire time. LFO against Sam9. That will be second match of the day tomorrow. Should start around 2:30 or so, Singapore, Malaysia time. So look out for that one. But for today, we've still got some bangers coming your way. Upcar Esports against Reach the Peak. That's one of my personal stand-ups for the day. Neither one of these teams contesting for the top spot. But I think both of these teams really need to show that they are playoff contention material here.
Yeah, 6 out of these 8 teams will make it to playoffs, right? So
Yeah.
there's actually a lot of slots. Reach the Peak looking for the first series win, but we will hold that off for now because we will go for a short break and we will come back for the second best of 3, Upcar Esports against Reach the Peak.
I'm undisputed. Let's throw down. words are fighting words.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes, Lord. I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Here we go now.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Champions Series Southeast Asia for Malaysia and Singapore. My name is Husky alongside Omo. We are about to go into series number 2, and both contenders are teams who want to reach the very top. One is Upcar Esports and one is Reach the Peak.
Yeah, true. Both of them have up in their names, right? Like up or reach the peak. All right, kind of a lame pun, but we gotta get things started out on the right note here. Now, this matchup to me has a lot of stakes because both of these teams, they're trying to set themselves apart from the pack. They want to get above all the teams struggling in the middle. They want to set themselves apart. And for Reach the Peak, it's a little bit harder than that because they haven't even found their first win yet. But as a team, they seem to have much loftier goals than just fighting for the middle of the pack. And I feel like they could do it. They just have a lot to brush up on. So let's see if their matchup against Upcar is going to be the first one that they could possibly win. And honestly, in my books, it's a winnable matchup for both sides.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think Reach the Peak has a lot of avenues that they could explore against Upcar Esports, right? We've seen Upcar Esports really fall down, getting beaten down by teams like Phantom6. They were games where Upcar Esports were struggling a bit. They are simultaneously the only team that was able to draw blood against LFO, and also the only team that kind of lost in terms of those macro plays. So it's a very wide sample size, very wide variation to look at for Upcar Esports, and I think that's something that Reach the Peak can actually exploit in this series and take a win out of Upcar.
Yeah, the thing when you look at Upcar's roster is they have players who can step up in clutch situations. When it comes to these clutch team fights, we talk a lot about Coffee and his ability to pop off in a champion like Vayne, but that pick's been perma-banned away from him, right? Like Shinsekai says, if you have a one trick, if you have one champion that you put thousands of hours into, I can just click one button, ban it away, and then what do you play? So far for Coffee, that has been Caitlyn, something else that he's been defaulting to, which I personally am not fond of because Caitlyn, she's so execution reliant. You have to play your macro close to perfect. The burden of execution is constantly on you, so it's going to be a tough one to look out for. Now, Reach the Peak, what's there to say about this team, right? We need to see them pop off.
Yeah, we're looking at, Guard. He did say that the team hasn't been unlocked yet. He came in, wanting to prove that this team is on the right track to reach the very top. And it's week 2, we can still ride on that narrative. But I guess Upcar, I think it would be a good baseline to look at where Reach the Peak are right now, because Upcar Esports is the team that kind of is closest to them in terms of what they are lacking and what they are good at. Reach the Peak has very aggressive maneuvers, but they tend to overextend and over-execute, which led them to getting punished. And with that being said, we're going to take a look, I believe, at Upcar Esports before the series start. Welcome Beyond into the support role. Previously, I believe it's Zafirov, but today it will be Beyond. Kind of a newer face on the big stage. Alongside him, we have Zizune, Arashi, Ravens, and Coffee. These guys don't need no introduction. Pretty experienced player, and Beyond now has pretty wide shoes to fill. And I think
it's going to be hard to see what this roster of Upcar Esports can pull out on the big stage here. We'll need to see how they perform, especially Beyond. We talk a lot about how Coffee is one of the individual big performers of the squad. Now, laning alongside him, that means that Beyond also needs to deliver to make sure that his laning partner, his marksman, can have a good showing here on the big stage. And that also means if you're playing Caitlyn comps, your marksman support duo has to be on the ball, has to be on points.
Yeah, that's what we did see from Zafiro, right? He kind of plays a similar role as to Shanks. Good playmaking potential, but when you are with Coffee, there's a lot more responsibility to make that as perfect as possible. But let's take a look at the opponents of Upcar Esports. It is none other than Reach the Peak. A team with players from absolutely multiple backgrounds. They have players from China, they have Malaysia players, the Singapore players, a variation, a melting pot of skills and experience. We have Guard, we have Shelby, we have Sea Blue, we have Yue Yue, and we have Guilty Crown. So another variation of Reach the Peak for the series.
Yeah, and this multinationalism might be part of the problem. Why this team has had problems gelling. They don't look in sync. They don't look on the same page. And hopefully, like we said before, maybe this iteration of RTP is what it takes to solve that problem, to crack that code. How do we play together? So far, though, we've seen this roster perform together once before, and it also was not pretty. I would say individually, God in the Baron lane left much to be desired from me personally. I look at his support play, I think he was on point, on the ball, but seeing him in the Baron lane, he got solo killed a bunch of times when he was playing up against, who's that guy? I always forget player names. I'm so bad with names. That guy, that guy. Do you know who I'm talking about? The guy from Pathseeker.
Emotion.
That's the one. Yeah, he
That's
got
the
solo
guy.
killed a bunch of times. It was rough to watch.
I mean, he's up against a guy who claims that he is better than Tipper, right? So
True.
I would say it's a good reflection of the result. But I think other than that, we now see Sea Blue in the middle lane. A bit of a, I would say, a pretty drastic role swap, right? Maybe
Yes.
not for Sea Blue because it's still a solo lane, but for Guard, there's a lot to that he has to prove. But I would say that there is some rooms for benefit of doubts because he's going up against Dizune, one of the more pacifist Baron laners.
Yes.
So he should have more wiggle room to work with. Let's take a look at the predictions of all of our casters today. We do have me and you, of course, and we have also Grandin and Pondo coming up. And
Man,
well,
you
three of us think that
guys.
Upcar can win this.
Oh,
you are
you
on
guys.
some reach the peak copium right now.
Copium right now. Yeah, I mean, I know what happened here. You guys look at the scoreline and you guys see Reach the Peak. Okay, 0-3. I'm gonna bet against them. Now, I'm here to tell you why Reach the Peak can win this matchup today. The last time we saw this iteration in action, like we said, they were playing against Pathseeker. A large part of why they lost was a Baron lane gap, to be perfectly honest. God was toyed with by Emotion. I don't think that's gonna happen here today. I think going up against a player like Zisune, you say pacifist, I'll use a different word. I'll say weak. I think he's in the bottom half of Baron laners here, so I think God's gonna have a lot of an easier time in the Baron lane, and I want to see the mid jungle. We've been talking about this for weeks. I want to see Sea Blue and Deathly finally pop off. I think with a week of practice that they had since the last time we saw this iteration in action, keep in mind they played that iteration without much practice as well. They swapped that between Saturday to Sunday. Now they've had a full week to practice. I think Reach the Peak, they have what it takes to come here today and show that they have finally found a winning roster.
Yeah, and there are certain instances where we saw CLB and players like Cebu really gel together, right? They are both players that like to fight, individually aggressive, and when they come together, they actually make wonders. And now with Cebu in the mid lane and Shelby in the jungle, that's what we're going to look at for these two teams. Mid lane for Upcar is Ravens, pretty unique mid laner, right? The only guy that plays Fizz so far, proficient
His name's
with
not
Assassin.
unique though.
His name is not unique.
Yeah, his name is not unique.
Has an S. Only has an extra S. But he does play proficient, Assassin champions. Let's see what the draft has to say about these two teams.
Let's see indeed. RTP against UCE. One of my big matches of the week because it's a battle of the middle of the pack teams, right? And there's a lot that they really need to prove here today. Right off the bat, UCE, they're going to be targeting CLB champion for we're not going to let you carry the game. We're not going to let... Wait. There's a roster swap here that we didn't actually expect. It's not T-Blue.
It's definitely...
Yeah, it's definitely playing mid lane. Okay, so this is a brand new roster. It's a brand new 5-man unit. We've seen all of these players play individually before, but we have never seen the players play in this setup, in this iteration.
I guess they're using, the early stages to find which is the best combination, right? They're mixing and matching roles. I mean, some of these players can play multiple roles. Guard can play 3, Deathly can play 2 alongside Sea Blue. So I guess it's acceptable. I mean, they are looking for their first series win, but when they still have the chance, I think might as well give it a go. Olaf taken out, a lot of respect to CLB. We've seen him on Sinjao. Ultra aggressive, even against the likes of Sem9. But for RTP, they pay some respects to Raven, and of course the Vayne ban has to be selected.
Yeah, you spend your entire time training, playing hours and hours on the Vayne, a click of a button, it's gone away. I went to look for a reference right now. I went to see which are the Chinese players on the side of RTP because I always get confused about it. C-Blue and CLB are the two Chinese players. So definitely, I believe, unless I'm wrong here yet again, is actually a local player. So CLB will be the only Chinese player here. They're going more for and I do believe in the first couple of days as well, we saw CLB and Definitely play together mid-jungle. They didn't look too bad. I was even confused. I thought Definitely was a Chinese player. But turns out, you know, he's local. He's just not that bad. And he's playing together with CLB. We'll see what the two of them can do. Right off the bat, first pick, set for UCE.
Okay, and we see the Corki first pick for RTP. Tenbo also did play for RTP in one of the matches, right? I think on day 2 of week number 1. That was pretty interesting as well. Unfortunately, I think there are a lot left to be desired from the likes of Tenmo. We won't be seeing him for game number 1. Galio, very popular today, picked up by CLB for RTP.
Yeah, and Koki also very popular today, which is something I personally am not fond of. Why are you guys not playing Vayne? Why are you guys not playing Varus, Ziggs, Morgana?
Yeah.
None of these picks have been banned, and you're telling me Koki is better? Well, I just don't believe that. That's fake news.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen too much Varus, right? And
yes,
I don't think we have. I think Varus was like banned like 9-10 times and only picked once, which to me is a bit of a blasphemy because I am a huge Varus advocate.
Yeah,
he's so good. We see Diana pick for Ravens, no surprise right there, and we get the Darius in. That's probably gonna go over to Zizune.
Yeah, I've been talking to Thomas James over from the NNA side quite a bit, and we keep talking about Varus, how broken this champion is, how he probably has the best laning phase of all Dragon laners right now, and teams just completely neglect that. So that's a bit curious to me. What's also curious to me is the fact that they draft this Diana pickup into a Galio. I feel like that's traditionally not a good team fighting setup. Galio does so well to answer the way Diana wants to play team fights. The AoE magic shield to counter out the Moonfall, and just the lockdown, the chain CC on a melee Diana that has to dash into your face. Now what I do like, this Jace pickup into Darius. If you play it well, if you space him well, Darius should never be able to reach you without using flash, without using Proto Bell. So God, he has a good setup to pop off here today. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a Jace top or maybe a Jace mid for Definitely. If it is a Jace top for God, I want to see him perform.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on guard right now. We see Fiora taken out, Kha'Zix and Lee Sin also eliminated. A lot of jungle bans, you know, from both teams, and I think it's understandable, right? I think both teams really respect their respective junglers. Shelby and Arashi, they play a slightly different wavelength. Arashi not as aggressive as Shelby, but a bit more calculated. That's why the Lee Sin is so comfortable for him. UCE actually didn't have a ban for the last ban.
Oh yeah.
And now Irelia shows up on RTP side.
What's going on today? Just the missed bans coming in. Irelia showing up. This is a bit interesting to me. What I would expect is likely going to be an Irelia mid against Diana and then a Jace top against Darius. This Irelia Jace matchup, it's not unwinnable for Irelia, but it's a lot harder to play. You make a mistake, Darius can punish you. I think you would much rather have Jace, and that's the problem, right? UCE, they show their solo laners so early on in RTP. They get double counter pick here on red side. All for what? Also, Coffee can get this Lucian pickup. Yes, it's a good matchup against Corki, and if you pair that with a set as well, I think you can really dumpster this Corki Galio lane. But let's see what the final pick's gonna be here. Yeah, there we go. Set support. Yeah, it's gonna be a set support Riven jungle, I believe.
Love these. I think we haven't seen Arashi on the Riven jungle, slightly different from his usual characteristic. Yeah. This is going to be interesting coming from Upcar, you know, having a lot to prove. It's the first time we see Coffee on a champion like Lucian as well. Doesn't have the range luxury that of a Caitlyn, but can be more aggressive mid-game onwards. So excited to see what UCE brings to the table. And RTP, they draw out the Graves. Nice. We're going to have an interesting jungle matchup.
Yeah, Dragon Lane picks aside, I think that the picks overall, the draft overall in this game, it's not bad. Both teams, it makes sense, the picks that they go for. It's sensible picks, despite the fact that they overlook all the completely broken Dragon Laners right now. Ziggs, Varus, Morgana, all dodging the draft completely. Gragas also getting out of the draft, something we don't really expect to see. But why I think this draft is so exciting, both of these teams have thrown down the gauntlet skill checks in basically every single matchup. Graves against Riven is going to be very exciting to see as well, and I'm hyped to see who performs, who has the mechanics to show off here today.
Yeah, and I think it really fits into the repertoire of Shelby as well. He likes to fight, he sees Arashi on the Riven, he has the Graves, he's going to be able to scale towards the late game and provide that damage output for his team. Though I do think that the Irelia against Diana would be very interesting as well. we talked about how there is the exhaust to really negate Diana's damage. There's the stasis, there's the taunt, and the crowd control. But Irelia on her own can also stand up to those bursts, right? You press one button, Defiant Dance, suddenly percentage damage reduction, completely ignoring what Diana has to bring to the table.
Yeah, but speaking about what exhaust counters, it actually counters Irelia quite a bit as well. A champion that once she dashes into your back line has no real way to get out. Exhaust going to be a highly important spell to look out for this game. But other than that, yeah, just look out for every single lane. We're going to see a bit of a bloodbath here. Lucian set, I want to see them pop off. A lot of pressure on Coffee and newcomer Beyond to see what they're really made out of. They have the tools to dumpster their lane. I want to see them do it.
Yeah. And I think in week number 1, you also re-emphasize that the set can be played in 4 out of the 5 roles, and one of it is support. But we haven't really seen set support because most of the MYSG players like to play him as more of a core, right? Put him in the top lane, he dumpsters everyone. Now we finally see him appear in the support lane. Just walk us through what he can do in that role.
Yeah, so the main thing, right, I think he has a really good matchup against short-range champions. Galio, Koki, they're both short-range champions. If he gets the E-pool on you, he pressures you so hard. And what Seth is also great at doing is he's great at negating engages. If you don't one-shot him and you engage on him, you know what's coming, the giant Haymaker shield. And to put it very succinctly, when I spoke to Rich about this, I said, you picked Seth support. Is that actually a good pick, or are you just styling on kids? And his answer was very simple. If you're good, it's good. So let's see if Beyond is good.
That's one way to justify everything, right? If you're good at something, it looks good.
True.
Yeah, you can play
really
Set Dragon laner, he's going to be good. You know, we've seen Brand Dragon laner from Scarlet Petal. That's an interesting one. This is probably one of the games where all the more meta picks, all the S tier picks kind of fell through without getting touched at all. And I think it also shows like the team's personality, right? It's more about RTP than about UCE, because RTP, they came in as a very unique melting pot of players. They've been playing their own game. They don't play by the rules of any other teams. Despite them losing all of their previous series, they still stuck to the rules. They've been mixing and matching their player lineup, and this is another iteration that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, this is an exciting one for sure. RTP, will they finally be able to find a dub here? You have champions that can pop off in every single rule, except the bot lane. I think the bot lane picks are just not really good, right? Like Koki, Galio, I don't think it's the best. Every other role looks good though. I want to see your solo lanes pop off. I want to see you guys use Jace's pressure to really let the Graves run amok in the jungle. You have double counter pick on solo lanes. I want to see you guys use that. And even though Koki's not a great champion, he doesn't really need much help. He lets Galio have space to roam. I want to see RTP pick up the first win here today. I want to be the only caster that predicted right.
And I think all of us want to see RTP take on UCE. So let's take a look at Upcar Esports against Reach the Peak. I love it. We see Coffee miming him driving up a hill. I don't know if you remember this, but the previous logo for Upcar before they updated it was actually a car flipping in the middle of the hill, and then like a person falling out. That was
love to see it.
That's pretty memey logo. Obviously they changed it, but hey.
Wait, this is interesting. Did you notice the little lane swap we have going on?
Yeah.
Ravens is playing the Diana into Jace matchup.
So we get a Darius into Irelia. I think this does change things a bit, right? We didn't prep for this matchup, and definitely in Zizune, they're going at it. Definitely has max hemorrhage stacks, first blood, Blaze Surge, flashes to safety.
Well then, that's not exactly what you wanted when you picked this matchup, right? And that's what I talked about as well. This matchup is tough for Irelia. If you misplay, if you misstep, Darius can punish you. But why is it easier in the mid lane than the Baron? Oh, okay, solo kills across the bot here. Another 2v2 kill from Coffee and Beyond. If you're good, it's good. They kill both the Koki and the Galio.
Yeah, well, we're off to a great start. Just bloodshed, 3 kills 1 minute in.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the junglers, they're just doing their thing, and Shelby not even involved in any of these engages so far. We did see Arashi trying to show up in the mid lane to see if Deftly would be a bit greedy, but definitely very disciplined. The fact that he solo kills Zizune kind of makes things even more interesting, right? Because he was focusing on Zizune against Guard. How is Guard going to perform against a more pacifist Baron laner? That has gone out of the window.
Yeah, that's gone completely out of the window, and I want to touch a little bit upon why I don't like this Darius swap to mid as well. If you think about this Darius Irelia matchup, why does Darius win it in the Baron lane? Why? Because it's a long lane, he gets time to stack, he gets time to run you down the lane. Irelia actually wins short trades in this matchup. The problem is, if you can't extend the trade, if you can't chase down your opponent, then Irelia's just gonna kill you. But he might die right here.
Definitely tries to go for the outplay, but the damage from Upcar is just sufficient. Irelia has no chance.
Do you think he had to dash back in? I think he actually got out. I think he actually got out.
Right. Yeah, that actually makes sense, right? He threw the Vanguard's age out. I think that maybe in his mind, there were some sort of control from the start of UCE. Just trying to buy time. The Vanguard wasn't nearby though, so that's unlucky. UCE showing up bot lane, Arashi trying to be active, guilty. Crown does get a double taunt. Is the exhaust onto Arashi? 4 members of Upcar show up. They do finish off the Galio.
Nice, great stuff here from the side of UCE. They use the early jungle pressure to go for a mid-gang, get the tempo from that, go from a dive bot lane, using the Sand Lucian to the max of its capabilities. And so far, great start from Coffee and Beyond.
That is what we want to see, like, can Beyond really live up to the standards that Zavira has set for Upcar in the support role? Can he keep Coffee, or at least give Coffee the lead to carry the rest of the game? It's still early to say, but getting 2 kills on the Lucian early on, having a decent goal advantage over the Corki is a good start.
Definitely a good start. You need a little bit of gold to keep pressuring this matchup. And Coffee, he's gonna have a very good... Oh, nice, forcing the flash. Coffee is gonna have a very good time as well once he has some items. The short range of the Corki is very easily punished by this Lucian right now. So UCE, they've kind of recovered from Zisune getting solo killed early. And right now, I would say they're off to a good spot.
And while UC are continuing to play proactively, they go for the lane swap. Coffee and Beyond now in the mid lane. Let's talk a bit about Guard against Raven. So far, Guard has a slight lead over the Diana.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be in full control. You swap the Diana to this lane, the only thing she really does is farm the wave with Q, not get bullied by Jace. You swap her here not to win the lane, but to not lose the lane, and so that your Baron laner, your Darius, has a better laning phase. We'll talk a bit more about that, but we're going to see a bit of a skirmish here.
Pull back, JLB gets brought back to the team by the showstopper. Hero senses is therefore guilty. A good justice punch into a taunt. That's a haymaker we talked about. But RTP, they just used the package from Yue. They split the battle lines of UC and Upcar Esports, forced to retreat. A good 2-man knockout from Arashi, but he gets exhausted. Still staying alive. The Valor and the Triumph keeps him in the fight. RTP lose 3.
RTP lose 3, and UCE, they come up on top of that. A lot of the plays, a lot of the pressure in that team fight, it came down to Beyond finding a good engage on CLB. CLB was basically just not in this fight. He couldn't contribute anything. A bit of his misstep in his positioning. Didn't get to auto a single time. Nice package to try to find redemption for Yue, but not enough damage at the end of the day. Zisune as well as Arashi playing on the edge extremely well, getting the healing, getting the triumph down. Barely surviving the fights. UCE 7-3 right now. The goal lead's not huge, but fight is gonna start once again.
No big ultimates for RTP. I don't know if they want to go for this contest, but UCE feels feeling pretty comfortable taking this rift out of the way and reach the peak. They just cannot find any exchange.
Yeah. And this is what I always talk about. If you can't contest the objective, if you're late to the objective, stop trying to force a contest that's never gonna work. Go and trade objectives instead. Go and get Dragon. Go and push bot lane. Do anything else, because right now, the way it stands, you've wasted time, you've wasted map investments, you've wasted player investments to get absolutely nothing while your opponents, they walk away with a Baron buff.
Well, play of the Rune King online for Deathly. RTP, they do function when they have all those big ultimates available. We're looking primarily at the Vanguard's Age and the hero's entrance. It did look well, but again, sometimes it's just the most minuscule of health that makes the biggest difference. Now the lane swap will finally commence for RTP as well. They put Yue and Guilty in the mid lane, but UCE, they have found themselves a slightly Solari Charge Blade purchased by Coffee.
He's gonna be doing big damage. He has got another BF sword as well, maybe going for the Eye Edge there, second item. I'm not sure if that's the play. What else could he go for? Essence Reaver?
That could be an option. I think Essence Reaver probably, right? Yeah,
we'll see what he goes for. Maybe something like a Bloodthirster even, although that's a bit more unlikely. Definitely going to be contributing a lot more than Yue's Coffee right now, who has a Black Cleaver. All he's looking to do is shred the armor for his team.
They did chunk Zizune down to 60%, but not a big deal. He just stands in front. He has Proto Belt, Black Cleaver, decent stats for him. I mean, the RTP kind of forced to gather around this middle lane, but you see they are putting some pressure on this mid tier one as well. Rift Herald drop, now you see has an option.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of an ARAM situation go down, but the Rift Herald is in favor of UCE. The problem though is they're getting poked out. They're only going to use this Rift Herald for pressure. They're not going to try to commit to the tower. They're using it to make space on the map while they start the dragon, but they don't even start the dragon, so I don't know.
I think the Rift Herald actually charged into the tier 1 when the game knocked it back, and now we get a fight in the middle lane. Beyond has been obliterated. Exhausted Raven, but the Moonfall comes up afterwards. Raven with good patience. Collateral damage insufficient from TLB. Zizune survives, and now Arashi goes in. Let's get the key strike stun, but definitely huge Vanguard in. Tries to go for the reset. Blaze Surge is there. The Flawless Duet doesn't stun Coffee, but it's enough for RTP.
It's enough for RTP. They save the turret, barely a sliver of health left. They get the team fight, and you know what? I think they're gonna get the dragon as well. Husky, you've got Yuya basing. He's got the package. Dragon is still available. They get to shove the wave. They get to go for dragon, and I think they'll be happy with how this game plays out. Now, I know people are always very critical about Black Cleaver Corki. They say it's a pretty useless pick. I kind of agree, but the point is, if your Graves has these items, Essence Reaver going to Solari, gonna be playing full crit, try to one-shot someone, and you're relegated to a more supportive role with Black Cleaver Corki, then it makes a little bit more sense. Then I can see it kind of working. And honestly, the double poke with Corki, Jay's Graves even, it's working out very well for RTP. But God gets caught, oh boy.
No chance for him to get out. You see, it's an easy kill. Meanwhile, RTP, they want to work on the dragon, but they do run into Arashi in the river. No, Zizune actually in the river with the Decimate stacks, heals himself back up, completely cleaves the Graves in half, and definitely also dropping low, but not able to finish the job. And Zizune finally goes down, but he made it really costly.
He made it really costly indeed, and very likely they're gonna get the dragon as well. It's a good... Wait, you know, I keep saying that, Husky, but every time I say that, they just walk away from the dragon. I thought Arashi could just come in, start this one off for his team, but yeah, neither one of these teams touching the dragon so far. 9 minutes in game, you're playing it carefully, you're playing it cautiously.
Good 3-man taunt, no damage to follow up though. Forced to back off. They want to defend the structure, not able to get the job done. This is probably the longest the first dragon has ever survived on Summoner's Rift.
100%. It should not be alive this long. You guys need to be killing the dragon. Like, I know you're not playing Elden Ring here. It should be a lot easier to kill the big dragon. But they're gonna trade. They're gonna opt for a trade at the end of the day. RTP, they don't want to take the 5-5. Probably a wise call right now, given how strong the members of UCE are. But that's gonna be another Rift Herald and the Ocean Dragon traded back and forth here. UCE, they want to try to tempo this game. I want to see where they use this.
Keeping my eyes on Shelby to see if he would be greedy and not smite, and thankfully he did. You know, the Wind Slash was out from Arashi. Back to a more passive state for both teams. I mean, RTP, they did lose the mid and top tier 1, so UCE would have more control in the jungle. But they did have a very deep war in the Rift buff of RTP.
Yeah, let's look at the setup right now. It looks like they're going to move the play down here towards bottom lane. You have the Rift Herald in the pockets of Coffee. He picked up the Gluttonous Greaves actually. I would have liked to see him go black up Ninja Tabis. I think that would be great for him here. But there we go. Herald gets popped. Dive going to come in. Let's see if it works out.
They see Beyond. Guilty was able to stop that.
Yeah.
Commitment from the Rift Herald though. Can they knock him back? Rift Herald's gonna get
They've kind of squandered both Rift Heralds though, that's the thing. They weren't able to get a full turret off the Rift Herald, they just get the charge. That's because setup is poor, and that's my criticism of UCE so far, right? That's even though they've taken a game from LFO, I'm not really impressed by this team. I feel like macro-wise, they're a little bit lost. They're not exactly sure how to make plays happen, how to set up for these plays, and we're seeing it in action right now. This is a game where they should have full control over RTP, but somehow it's still competitive.
This is closer than it should be. Oh, Jesse jumps over the wall with the blast cone, runs into 3 members of UCE, and despite his best effort, they will just slam dunk him. Beyond finds an easy kill.
Yep, that just happened. I don't know what to tell you.
What was he doing there? I know you want to ask this question, right? What was he doing there?
I feel like there's no reasonable answer, so we'll just let Sleeping Dogs lie.
It's okay. Well, I want to say it's okay because he did well, but now it's getting a bit too dicey. You know, he has died 3 times.
He definitely needs to perform. That's the thing. A lot of pressure is on him to be able to perform.
So the lead that definitely has gotten for himself early on, completely nullified with the with the past 3 deaths. We haven't seen CLB pop up just yet, and Guard, he's gonna run into an ambush. They grab him back with a face breaker, and another ambush comes through. They even expanded the hero's entrance from RTP. UCE now has a huge window.
Huge window, they're gonna translate the play topside. This is good for them. I like how aggressive they're willing to be, and I like how once they get kills, they're willing to do things like this. Commit to the play. That's good.
And they will continue to set up a death run.
Oh man, why is Zisune there, man? How? He keeps doing this, by the way. This is a recurring trend for him. He always gets caught on the weak side of the map, and he constantly gets punished for it. Sure, RTP are not going to get much, but keep in mind, you don't need to do anything to Zisune there. All you really need to do is clear the waves, sit under your turret, and make it hard for them to dive you. That's it. That's your job done.
Yeah, and I think this is also something that is very apparent. That only to UCE, you know, Zizune is used to being left on an island, kind of like Emotion, but the difference being that Emotion is sometimes a bit more aware. Guard getting caught again. Well, flash on from Judy. Again, no follow-up from RTP. It's just there to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, God has been getting caught quite a bit as well as the rest of the members. We saw definitely Blastcone to his death. We saw Guilty get caught once or twice. RTP, they're making too many individual mistakes. And it feels like every time I vote for them, I regret it. I end up regretting it.
I think that's the problem. We have found the source of the issue.
Yeah,
what if we all
I'm just
vote against them? What if we all vote against them? Then they will be compelled to prove something, right? And then maybe that's
They
when
only have one person left voting for them. It's me. I'm the only one on Copium, and still not enough for them to prove something. It's sad.
The universe works in mysterious ways.
It does. It's really now. Second dragon off the game. Looks like UCE in full control. What is that?
Okay.
What is that?
UCE tries to force an engage. There's a smoke screen
They're all dead, by the way.
Arashi. Just good 3 points. Well, not 3 points, right? But good broken blaze.
Yeah.
That's enough. I mean, they have definitely split pushing. I guess that's what RTP was trying to achieve. Buy space for Deathly, but they will inevitably give up the Inferno Drake. And I think Share LB was also caught in the mid lane. That's going to be Beyond on the killing spree. Now Guard is in no man's land. They will just run him down. Share LB burns to death. Rampage for Beyond, and they kill off Guard as well. And RTP, what's going on?
This team is just too disjointed. They're split pushing. They've got members dead, and they still try to engage. They still try to force plays. The criticism that we always have about RTP is they're disjointed. They're individually lost sometimes. They don't know where they're going, what they're doing, and we're seeing that in full effect here again.
There can only be one team at the top of the mountain. I think right now is Upcar, right? And reach the peak, they didn't specify the means that they're gonna get to the top.
Yeah.
Upcar, very clear. They're gonna go out with a car, and they're making great progress right now. We are looking at a close to 10,000 goal lead for UCE, almost 50 minutes in.
Look, I don't want to be grotesque here. I don't want to be gruesome here, but reach the peak. They're one of those Everest hikers that don't make it, and they get left along the side of the trails right now. It's depressing to watch. They're honestly lost. I'll be real with you, it was a winnable game. There were times where I think if they executed a little bit better, if they stopped getting caught, it was a winnable game. But props to UCE, and especially props to Beyond, doing a very good job at finding the picks this game. Oh, Guilty gets caught again.
He's dead. The body block from Zune is great. He forced the flash, but he's still gonna die. Beyond comes in from the side. Showstopper, face breaker, Guard goes golden in front of his tier 3 while his teammate dies, and Guard will also die. To the skies, but I think the more appropriate term is to the ground. And okay, Beyond the wall push, LB not looking too hot. And the way Poppy, he goes in with the color. He really wants blood, and he finds it. Definitely now gets a chance to reset the blaze search. Zizune is playing guard duty, and Coffee picks up that kill. That's game. You see, they've gotten game 1 in a very convincing manner, but man, RTP, they dropped the ball hard.
They fumbled really hard right there. And I think I kind of lost track of the amount of times that we ended up saying RTP gets caught, God gets caught, Guilty gets caught. They just get caught the whole game. Props to Upcar for setting up and looking for death bushes. But man, the individual slip-ups coming in from RTP, it's kind of letting me down.
You know the game is truly over when the camera cuts back to us before the Nexus blows up. Production is like, yeah, this game is done and dusted. Yeah. RTP not able to get game 1. It's a pretty interesting start, right? They got up to on a good note. I mean, definitely showed off solo kill Zizune. Yeah. He was kind of demonstrating that, okay, Upcar has this weakness, but it quickly faded away into the shadows.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still critical about Upcar because I think against better teams, we will still see their mistakes get punished, but still, their bright spots are looking good. Coffee and Beyond especially had a great game 1. We talked about how they need to pressure their lane. They definitely did so. We're going to go for a short break, and when we come back for game 2, let's see if they can keep up their performance.
Here we go now.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment.
Well, Upcar Esports has proved to us that having technology is better when it comes to climbing tall mountains, as they took Game 1 against Reach the Peak. This is the WCS MYSG. I'm Husky alongside Omo. We are here to talk everyone through what happened in Game 1 as we also prepare for Game 2 at the same time. So let's rewind a bit. We haven't looked at the stats just yet, but I think it's safe to say that Reach the Peak really kind of fell apart like 8 minutes in.
Yeah, we talked about Beyond coming in. I think he had a good, solid performance. We didn't see the first 2v2 kills from Beyond and Coffee, but I much prefer this side of Coffee, seeing him be aggressive on that Lucian. I like it a lot more than seeing him try to siege for 30 minutes of Caitlyn, for like 15 minutes of Caitlyn, and it never working out. I like this side of Upcar a lot more than what we've seen from them before. That said though, I still don't really like the individual macro mistakes that they make. Zisune still getting caught out on weak side of the map a little bit too much, but still some improvements that we've seen from them. I'm happy about that. And of course RTP, well, what is there to say for them? I was the only caster to vote for them to win here today in Game 1. If Game 1 proves anything, it's not a good start.
But it's not over yet. We still have the series to close out. Before we go into all of that, we do have the trivia for you guys. And I know everyone out there, you guys love the trivia questions. And the question that we have is, who is the champion Tryndamere married to in League of Legends lore? Is it Akali? Is it Braum? Is it Ashe? Or is it Katarina? If you guys are big lore fans, you would know the answer.
I'm just shipping Tryndamere and Braum right now. I mean, I don't really know.
I think Tryndamere and Braum would make a good couple.
Yeah,
that's the answer.
That's it? Tryndamere and Braum? We're going for that.
Braum.
That's what the panelists, the casters, we're locking in Tryndamere and Braum. See you after the break for the answer.
Just quick tip. I mean, I'm a nice guy. Quick tip out there. It is not Braum. That's it. I've narrowed down the choices. We have 3 more. You guys have to pick. I'm pretty sure it's a very it's common knowledge, right? We have like almost a decade of League of Legends. People who have followed the lore knows who Tryndamere is married to.
Yeah,
my tongue almost slipped actually.
It was a big thing for a while, wasn't it? Like the whole Tryndamere wife thing. I don't know. I don't follow the law, and like I saw a tweet about it once. It's like people who play competitive games for the law are like the people that read the personal stories before the recipes. You know how you always look at recipes for like cooking menus and shit online, and people always tell their personal stories like, oh, when I was 12 years old, my grandmother made me this soup. No one cares. The same thing for law in competitive games, in my books at least.
In competitive, yes, but you know, as a casual player, I would say that to some degree we are super invested in the stories, right? That's what makes League of Legends in general so interesting. But this is the post-game screen. Yeah, definitely has the best numbers, but even then, I mean, it just came crashing down. Definitely had a good opening. It was really making life hard for Zizune, but the rest of the team just did not step up the game.
Did not step up the game at all. That's exactly the problem here. RTP definitely had some good moments. He got the solo kill, but I think his individual mistakes also cost the team a little bit much. Guard and Guilty, I would say they were the 2 worst performers for me that game. Why? Because they were constantly getting caught. After a point, you just need to realize like where we can be and where we can't be on the map. And God, especially as the captain, as the support, he did so much work on the map. Seeing him like this in the Baron lane, it's not a pleasant sight. I think it's much worse iteration of the team than when we had God on support. Now, CLB as well. I think this guy took so many resources on the map and he still wasn't able to deliver that Herald fight, getting caught. Just the whole team seems to be having a systemic collapse and individual members making too many mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw like Guilty going for very questionable engages. Like it's kind of this save your buddy syndrome. Like, oh, my teammate's in danger, I gotta save him, and he dies, and then his team tries to save him, and his team dies. It's a cascading effect. But maybe Game 2 will be a bit different. You know, I'm still doing it. I'm still optimistic for your sake as well.
Please, my predictions.
That RTP can win this. Vayne ban out, no surprise. We still get the Jax ban. I think the ban should be pretty even.
Probably a Yumi from red side, you know. Actually, Husky, you know what? I think the only 2 predictions I got wrong, or maybe like 2 out of 3 predictions that I got wrong, have been betting on RTP. So this team has been screwing my predictions big time.
And for those who don't know, we actually have some internal competition for predictions. Now I said it, you know, I just made it up 5 seconds ago, but it's on. It is on. I think I had 1 wrong prediction so far, so I'm on the right track. It's okay. It's okay to predict a different team. Sometimes upsets happen, and that's what we like to see, right? Upsets, dark horses.
Yeah. I mean, I deserved it for betting for RTP against M9, but RTP against UCE, I thought they had a better shot here. Apparently, that's not the case. Yo, hold on a second though. Yuumi is available, Husky. First Yuumi open of the day.
Nah, there we go. Finally. We actually saw Guard play
Nice.
Yuumi in the support role. Sure, they lost that game, but you said it yourself, right? Guard play a great support. Now he's in the top lane. It can give him the Yuumi and he can still perform the same with more resources. I want to see how that turns out. For UCE, Olaf.
Nice. Olaf and Lulu, you're going down to the basics. You're going down here to show me the raid boss Olaf carry performance on Marashi. We'll see if it works out for him. I like the idea also of Enchanter versus Enchanter here, what we could possibly see. And I do believe what was played earlier today in the the Masters region as well, is the Lulu Baron lane. So that's something we could look out for. Hold on a second. Why are you just showing your flex like right now? Why don't you just like hold the Yuumi flex? I don't know. Questionable things are happening today.
Yeah, the party surprise has been ruined. Hey, it might be a Darius mid. Well, we see the Caitlyn. Okay, I don't know. You want to take it away
Coffee's
from...
pick against him.
Yeah, I mean, Coffee can just pick Lucian, right? Sure, gets outranged by Caitlyn, but Lucian just does so much more. That's the Galio over. I think I was looking at RTP and wondering if they would pick Galio and try to flex it for Guilty, but right now, with Galio taken by UCE, it feels like we are looking at a downward trajectory for RTP's draft.
Downward trajectory for RTP's draft. I mean, yeah, that's kind of true as well, right? But if you look at, I'm just scratching my head right now because it makes no sense to me. The logic I could see is we have Caitlyn, Yuumi, we want to attack bottom lane, but you realize that Caitlyn, Yuumi is not a strong pairing. Caitlyn wants a strong support pairing. Like, what is the rationale here? Your Darius is clearly just functioning as your perma weak side tank. So how are you going to try to attack this lane? You realize if they pick up like an Ashe, like a Varus, that still entirely shuts down your Caitlyn pickup here. I don't think that's something UC will go for. I don't think that's something Coffee will play. But there are still options. You could still do... Set is banned away, right? You could still do Lucian, Galio and try to all-in them at level 2. There are still options for UCE. RTP's draft, I feel, does not give them many win conditions. This is nice as well. Tristana, Galio. Is this our first Tristana?
It is. It is our first Tristana pick. And of course, it has to be Coffee. He has been bringing out those unique Dragon Lane picks. Other than his Caitlyn and Tristana, I think we saw Jinx, but that was on, I think, Sem 9, if I'm not mistaken. The Varus was banned out. Tryndamere pick. I actually wanted to touch on this, right? I believe Tryndamere was picked in WCK. And like, there's a reason that Tryndamere is decent in the middle lane. Short lane, he gets buffed up by Yuumi. He basically just cleaves everyone in half. Brand for RTP as well. This is shaping up to be interesting.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you here. I don't know what's going on. Tryndamere jungle for CLB, I guess. But if you're doing that, I guess you have Tryndamere Yuumi. The brand mid blind pick? Like, I don't really know what's going on here. I couldn't tell you what's going on here.
Support, right? Like, Darius mid?
It can't be. Oh, maybe. But then blind picking a Darius mid is also just as bad. I have no idea what's going on. Akshan into Darius. I do like this.
Our second Akshan pick. I actually don't remember. I think the first Akshan was by Pathseeker when they played against Upcar, and that was game 1. They won that one. So we see Upcar taking a page out of Pathseeker's book. When we were doing like prep before WCS starts, we were talking about how Akshan isn't really the most preferred pick. So what do you think of this?
I think it's just a niche pick. I think there are situations where he's good. My problem with Akshan is that he's too execution reliant. And we've talked about that. I'll be frank. Some of these teams, you should not be playing execution reliant champions. You should not be playing execution reliant comps. And Akshan is basically the epitome of that. In a way, he functions pretty similarly to Jace in how he wants to play his laning phase out. And Zisune on Akshan, I believe, it's gonna be interesting because Zisune is a player that I think makes a lot of mistakes in and out of laning phase. We'll see if this happens to him yet again today. We'll see once the roles get sorted out. I'm not gonna make any predictions because we might see some crazy things go down this game. I don't know where this brand is going. I think it's gonna be mid lane. We'll have to wait and see.
Do you think it's a bit too crazy to consider a Darius support?
Yeah, definitely. It has to be at most a Darius mid yet again. That's the peak of the craziness.
That's like the line, right? We draw the line there.
Yeah. We draw the line here. I don't know if the teams do. I don't know if they agree with us. We'll have to wait to see for that one. But yeah, just a very curious draft, which is weird to me because after game 1 draft, I talked about how I kind of liked the draft. I thought both teams drafted really well. And in this game 2, it just went all out the window. It just went to shit.
Yeah, we saw Tryndamere. I think that's most likely going to be in the jungle, right? No way around that.
Should be,
I think LB has really shown that this is the style he likes to play. Graves, Tryndamere, I believe Xin Zhao has the most success, even though it was a loss, which is pretty surprising, right? I thought that they would consider the Xin Zhao again, but apparently not. LB just wants to be the big boss, just like the name suggests.
Yeah, definitely the big boss. And for those of you who missed it,
mid.
hold on. What is this? What's going on right now? Caitlyn mid! Man, they are just trolling us right now. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is so weird. This is so weird. I guess it's good in a way because you dodged the matchup, which I think is pretty bad. Tristana, Lulu, I think really have a good time against Caitlyn, Yuumi. So you dodged the matchup, sure, that's good. But what's bad is that now you're stuck playing Caitlyn mid. Now you're Caitlyn mid. What are you gonna do?
Olaf will just run you down at level 5, you know?
Yeah.
Olaf, Galio. Dude, what? Okay, now I want to look at the Dragon Lane. Like, what does the Dragon Lane bring to the table? We got a brand Yuumi into a Tristana Lulu.
Brand Yuumi to Tristana Lulu. I mean, all you're trying to do is survive this lane. When we talk about mages, generally their function is very simple. Survive the lane, wave clear, let your support roam, which is pretty good this game, right? Because your Yuumi gets to ride on a Tryndamere. Now, what's less good is Tryndamere has much less power in the early game than something like an Olaf, than something like a Jax. This champion needs items. You probably want at least 2 items before you start team fighting. So what's your Yuumi gonna do during that time? Maybe what we could see is a double mid. We could see a Caitlyn Yuumi mid. That's a possibility.
Yeah, that actually, it could be a thing, right? Because I think Brand is self-sufficient enough, but we're not going to see that, at least as, you know, the players go to their respective lanes. Early ward for Yue just to see if there's any sort of, response from UCE. Then they will do the same. Nothing out of the ordinary, I would say. I think for definitely against Ravens, if we put Arashi aside, then it's okay, right? You have the range to deal with the Galio, but once Arashi gets the Ragnarok, this is where it gets scary for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, for sure. You will do okay in the 1v1. You will be able to poke him out. You will be able to farm. But when we talk about scaling, honestly, Caitlyn is not the best scaling pick. She has a really weak period in the mid lane where she needs to pick up crit items, and she's really useless during that time. She's okay late game. She's great early game. But the problem is, if you're not pressuring with her early game, once you get to a mid game, she's going to be so weak. Look at the damage that Ravens is dealing. This is another reason why Caitlyn is a marksman, why you play her in a long lane. It's the same rationale as when we talked about Darius and Irelia earlier on today. Length of lane matters. Contrary to what people say, size does matter. If you're a Caitlyn, and you're here trying to poke him, you're trying to chunk his tower, it's a short lane. He's just gonna run you down. He's gonna jump on you with his jungler. You have nowhere to go. It's a tough situation. You can't poke, you can't hit tower. There's no clear win condition to me.
Yeah, I mean, Ravens has Aftershock, probably has bone plating, so you're not going to do damage to him, right? And definitely actually went for the Conqueror instead of Fleet Footwork. So those pokes, they will stack up. Arashi here, he has already shown himself under that ward. Definitely should be fine, but Ravens just go for the engage. Flash, taunt, just the strike, definitely will respond. Good barrier and flash, but that's a lot out of the Caitlyn. The undertow, Arashi! Oh, Arashi! Reckless sweep for first blood, but gives his life away. He really wanted that kill.
He goes for a bit of a YOLO play there. He does get taken down, but I think you take those plays. What's CLB gonna do to trade? He gets 1 Scuttlecrab. He's a Tryndamere. What can he do?
That's how you exert dominance, right? You're like, yeah, you have no sums, let me just dive you. Well, taunt, there is the Yuumi on top of JLB. He is poorly mobbed by the Whimsy. Good spike to get the health back. As definitely finally returns to lane, but UC have gotten control of the Scuttle Crab. It actually got stolen away, I believe, by Yue. Pyroclasm. Well, not really Pyroclasm, but his skills, the E is bouncing around. They actually pick up Ravens.
Yeah, a bit of an odd play there from UCE. They lose Ravens, nearly dropping on their end as well, right? But the healing from the Yuumi, the AoE damage from the Brand. And honestly, I'll be real here, the saving grace of this team composition for me is this Brand pickup. It's not going to be a big carry. It's not going to be a hyper carry. But when we talk about weaker teams, ease of execution is a big thing. Brand is an extremely easy champion to team fight with. Plus, he does great in the short range carries. Olaf is a short range carry. Galio is a short range carry. Even Akshan, whose range is short range. Tristana, until she scales up, until she gets the range in later levels, she's also relatively short range. You get a team fight 4 minutes into the game, you get a nice Pyroclasm down, you could win the game for your team. You could win the team fight. Right there and then.
Brand probably has one of the more complicated skill names. I keep forgetting what the E is. It's conflagration. Like, who... Like, what does that even mean? What does conflagration mean?
Setting something on fire, I think. I think configuration is like setting something on fire. but I don't know
Nine.
any of his other
Good.
skill names. I know Pyroclasm, and now I know Conflagration. That's it.
Instead of
Look
playing
at this.
low now, another punish. I mean, definitely he's gonna get run down. Good 90
Oh.
caliber net.
No, that
Come up
never
with this
works.
there.
Unless he flashes right now. Okay, but nah, I thought he would try to do something cheeky, like try to flash to ban the bullet, but nope, not gonna be the case. I want to point out another interesting fact here. Zisune has what's this rune called? Phase Rush. It just got buffed this patch. It's a little bit better.
What?
What am I watching, man?
What? What? What is...
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
that's...
Yep.
Well, you wanted something flashy, that's it. He flashed, he dove the turret, definitely got barrier up in time, and then that's what we got.
Can I complain to production for making me watch these games? Like, these games today, man, what a... Let me take a deep breath. Go on, Husky.
It's okay, it's okay. We You wanted to say something about Phase Rush, right? It was
Yeah.
buffed in a recent patch.
It got buffed. It's a shorter cooldown now, but I don't think it's a rune that Akshan brings. You can take Fleet Footwork, you can take Conqueror. I don't believe Press the Attack exists in this game, and that's the best rune on Akshan. So failing that, I think you really just take Press the Conqueror or Fleet Footwork. I don't think you need Fleet Footwork in a lane against a Darius. So Conqueror, more damage, more life steal, I think it's completely fine for you. I don't think you need Phase Rush. If he had a little bit more damage, he would have gotten the kill onto Deathly twice there as well, so it's a bit unfortunate. Wait, what's going on? Okay, they lane swapped up. UC gave up the objective. I like this call, it's a good play. They get the first turret anyway because Tristana is so good at pushing down these turrets.
Early, what does he's doing? Arashi just trying to kill the Rip Arrow, but the Rip Arrow will take the objective regardless. Decent exchange for R2P, they now back off. All the while, Deathly was just farming mid lane, keeping up the economy, finally getting the IE for himself.
Getting the IE for himself, but if you look at the Tristana with IE, you look at the Caitlyn with IE, and you ask me which one's going to have more impact, it's very clearly going to be the Tristana. She does so much more at this point in the game. Her spells do a lot more. She doesn't have a reliance on crit like Caitlyn does. And if you look at the rest of the team comp, Navori Quick Blades here picked up for CLB, that's great, but I think you still need at least one more item before you start being a real threat in team fights. He's still pretty useless right now. You have a Caitlyn that needs more items, you have a Tryndamere that needs more items. And now your Caitlyn might just die. Will just die.
Recalls under a ward, does have a flash. CLB shows up, but that's a Ragnarok, can't slow him down. CLB.
You don't win this, CLB.
Go for it. Arashi, CLB does have the Undying Will. Actually, the ace in the hole. Could have blocked the bullet, but Ravens didn't think of that. I mean, CLB didn't even have to use his ultimate. Now with Guilty coming in, he's going to top him back up.
My problem with that play was that Ravens just ran. He just needed to stay and try to be a beefy boy. I think he had no cooldowns, sure, but proc your passive, do something, block the ace in the hole. I think Arashi could win that.
Yeah, he just left him out to dry.
He just ran off, yeah.
CLB didn't even have to use the ultimate, right? Like if it was any other matchup, then sure. CLB, you know he can stay alive for like an extra 5 seconds to cheat death, but man, this is one of those few times where you play a tank player, but you're so used to playing like assassin, like Diana. You see the enemy running at you, and just like I'm out. I'm dipping out of this.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he just played a little bit too safe there. But what's this? Gets caught yet again.
4 members of UCE show up, kill him off, take the tier 1.
Yeah, this is a good job. You're using the Akshan well, you're pushing the turrets, you're getting the dives, you're chunking out the Darius. It's a good matchup. He's playing it relatively okay. He has found timings to roam, now he's pressuring this lane. And on the other side of the map, it's just trying to be the CLB show. Now, I'm gonna be real with you here. I think part of the reason why RTP as a team are struggling so much is how resource intensive CLB play. He's gonna get caught.
Does have the ultimate, now final chapter is out, Ragnarok pop, exhaust on Arashi. Didn't really want CLB dead, but CLB has the Undying Will, so you have to be careful. Arashi tries to run into CLB, now pops the ultimate, forcing the flash from CLB, from Arashi. Guilty will just top it back out with the Zoomies. Now, they also found the Zune, he's set on Blaze, and
wrong
what was that? I mean, it's called Heroic Swing, but you don't have to do that. They will counter-engage onto Guard, who proto-belts to safety, but man, Zizune, you gotta calm down.
Yeah, Zizune has got to calm down. He's been making individual mistakes. This is not the first time we've seen it happen. The dive against Caitlyn in the mid lane was rather egregious as well. He needs to calm down. On the side of RTP though, I would say I've seen the silver lining at the end of the tunnel for them here. Whatever you want to call it, the light at the end of the tunnel, I guess. CLB with his Yumi riding on him, I kind of criticize how resource intensive he likes to play. But this time around, they might have drafted something that he could genuinely carry on. The Graves was not it, the Lee Sin wasn't it, the Jax wasn't it. Finally, you all in on the hyper carry. Tryndamere might be it.
Yeah, in last game, he quick draws into a fight, gets blown up. Now he can spin into a fight, and you can't burst him, right? As long as he has his ultimate online, he will stay alive, and he will bring at least one guy down with him. You see, trying to wrestle control around the Dragon Pit, and they should be able to do so. Abraham,
he's dead. Why are you not hitting him?
They are not committing to that, and Coffee gets out. Force of redemption from beyond.
Oh, my eyes, man. Why do you hook him and just not auto-attack him? I don't understand.
Could have been a kill. I mean, Yuzune...
At least burn a splash.
Oh no, not again, Yuzune. You can't keep doing that. Pops the face rush. Based out the final chapter. This is pretty fragmented. Definitely just coming in to join the fight. They now try to dance around this Dragon Pit. Obviously, the UCE in the pit. Ravens moving forward, getting a good spawn, but that's only on CLB. Good apprehend. Beyond that, now CLB in the backline, exhausted, but he was spinning slash. Good justice punch from Raven. CLB, his undying rage is going to run out, but he still stays alive. Meanwhile, Guard executes Arashi, tries to go for Jizune, but the damage is not enough. RTB have already lost 3 guys. CLB might be the fall. Raven, good flash on CLB, going for the hit. Kills out Raven, turns on Jizune, but Jizune kills him, and that's going to revive Raven. Raven comes back to life, and Guilty has nowhere to go. They will forcibly kidnap this cat and send her back to the fountain. UCE with an ace.
So I've got good news and bad news for you here, Husky. Which one do you want to hear first?
I want to hear the bad news.
Alright, the bad news is this Tryndamere is starting to get online. You saw that he was very nearly starting to kill people. I think with one more item, that teamfight looks completely different, and maybe CLB pops off. Now let's look at the replay right now. Look how close he gets to taking down Coffee. Look how close he gets to taking down Beyond. And honestly, he nearly takes down Raven as well. The brand damage so high in the backline, the Pyroclasm bouncing around, and then Tryndamere almost was able to clean up. Look at him just chop Raven this down. That's the bad news. Why is that the bad news? Because this might go to a game 3. But the good news is, I think that RTP are playing their macro just as bad as they always have, so I think it's still going to be a 2-0, thankfully for us.
Yeah, you have a point. I mean, at least in that teamfight, Ravens did his job well, right? He was putting his body, he was blocking those spinning slash. I mean, if the last one that CLB tried to use onto Coffee was not blocked by, I think, the Justice Punch, Coffee would have very well been destroyed. I mean, CLB is running Ghost as well, so you are not running away from him with the rocket jump. He will chase you down with the zoomies. RTP, they still have a good chance in this game. Sure, it was a team fight loss, it was an ace for UCE, but as long as CLB is alive, I think RTP stands a chance.
Yes, definitely. And the good news is he has the Yumi on him. We talked about the boss, we talked about how she was going to be perma-banned of first pick. She finally gets first picked, and if her first game here is a loss, I'm not going to forgive you, RTP. This champion is broken. Don't give Riot any reason to not nerf her.
But if they lose with her, Riot will probably buff her again. They're like, yeah, I don't think
no
the win
way.
is good enough.
Surely they won't. I think the best we can ask for is the best, or rather the worst we can ask for is they won't nerf her. But if they buff her again, I have nothing to say.
Final chapter range increase, you know, by like 3 units.
Please.
Now you cover a whole lane, like like a whole river. Well, not whole river, but one part of the river.
Man, as a Yumi aficionado myself, I would like that, but I don't like watching it, man. Like, it was fun for a while, for like 1 week, and then she got buffed, and I think she's just way too strong. I think CLB is gonna go home and get a Bok here, right? So that's gonna be a nice little power spike for him. 3 items that finally arrived.
You see, looking to siege the bot lane, and that's where, you know, Guard and Yue also arrived. He had decent wave play with the brand. Pillar of Flame just completely decimates the wave. The conflagration also allows him to kind of spread out the damage, so Coffee, he's just going to town with the charge. Taking that tower down very low, and CLB, he's just trying to run Jizune down, but Jizune has the heroic swing. So we're looking at 2 different events. CLB being brought down low, does have the Undying Rage, and finally forced to pop it as Guilty just constantly keeping him alive. There is the Proto Belt. CLB not able to run away as Arashi will finally finish the job.
Man.
And Guilty will also go down.
What a disaster here. CLB and Guilty both go down. Just as Baron Nash spawns. Now UCE 10,000 gold up. No jungler to be seen. It's gonna be a free Baron. We already saw what Tristana was doing to the turrets without the Baron. Now with the Baron, I think they're just gonna wreck the base here.
Kind of all the people to chase down. Jizune is probably the most annoying one, right? He can swing away. You know, he has face rush. Like he's gonna proc the face rush and get away. Your mocking shout won't slow him down by much. They tried. I mean, yeah, sure, we say he's really made a lot of individual mistakes, but in that scenario, it is highly unlikely that he will be brought down. So I think RTP bit off way more than they could chew.
Yeah, and a good usage of the heroic entrance as well to come in and chase them away, or I think they could have committed to the dive, because like we said, right, he still had the Tryndamere ultimate available. They could have tried to dive even harder, but forced away by Raven's ultimate. And I want to point out his build path, by the way, has the Righteous Glory, that's fine. He's going for full tank here. He's just trying to nullify the Tryndamere pick completely. Oh my god, Husky, I'm gonna throw up. He bought second item GA Caitlyn.
Well, I guess that's damage down the drain. I mean, we talk about CLB being a hyper carry, and that is, well, partially coming true. The bottom inhibitor turret is gone. Yeah, UCE going for the C. Oh my god, I don't think you want to do that. CLB just runs in, uses the ult, now has to stand behind the turret to block this up with the shot, but in the process of doing so, that turret is going to drop. Now UCE finds themselves 2 open lanes, and I think they have enough fuel to go for the third one.
Yeah, they definitely can. The Baron buff's still gonna last a little bit longer. You have Akshan to permanently pressure the side lanes, like we already said. He's so hard to kill. And look at the range right now. This Lulu Tristana combo is just wrecking the members of our team.
Oh no, the
it's over.
Explosive charge. Blew out the GA. I mean, what else can we say? There's nothing left. There's nothing left in this game.
Yeah,
What's
nothing left.
decent for RTP? And I'm sorry, my condolences to your predictions, but UCE, they grabbed the series. It's still 2-0.
No, I deserve it. I completely deserve this for having faith in RTP after the last time that they burned me.
Well, you know what they say, if you play with fire, you have to be careful because you might get burned. And they play Brand, and I think they scorched themselves. But we actually didn't see the impact of the Brand. We didn't see the impact of... Definitely not the Caitlyn. It's CLB and CLB alone, but it was a short-lived highlight reel.
Yeah, what I do like about Brand is that his impact can sometimes be a little bit negligible. He just does so much damage, but you don't really notice the fact that he's doing damage. It's not flashy. It's just like a Pyroclasm bounce. You don't really pay attention to it. And then, oh, they're half health. Cool. I feel like part of the reason why the Dragon fight CLB nearly was able to clean up was because of the Brand damage, but ultimately it was too little too late. They needed a mid laner that could stabilize the game state so Tryndamere could scale. Caitlyn is the opposite of that. Caitlyn's a champion you need to play around, and mid lane Caitlyn, like, I don't even want to get started on that because what's the point? We're never going to see it again. Yuumi, first game played, first game lost here. And RTP, they joined TODAK, still no wins. Still no wins, yeah.
At least TODAK got close, and it was against Seven, right? So I think that's like the silver lining for TODAK. With that being said, I think it calls for another Yuumi buff. Please buff the Zoomies. We need like 100 more base heal. That should help with the hyper carries. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. This one is weird or interesting, however you look at it. Very weird. I honestly thought that we were gonna get like a Tryndamere mid, but then I realized no one could go jungle, so that's out of the window.
Yeah, it's just such a weird draft here from RTP. It feels like they've just thrown the book out the window and say, alright, whatever we think we can do to get a win, just play it. Just play whatever you're confident on. On the side of UCE, I like that we're seeing improvement from them. I think this iteration with Beyond looks a lot better. His set was very good in game 1. His Lulu, I mean, you're playing an Enchanter, right? How much can you really contribute? But I still think he did a decent job. Coffee looks better playing with Beyond as well. Overall, I think this team looks much better than the form of UCE I think we've seen in the last couple of weeks. With that in mind though, part of the reason might also be that they're playing against RTP. Maybe that's why they look better. Zisune actually, with the face rush, doing highest damage in the game.
Yeah, which is pretty surprising, right? Even got to proc his passive to revive Ravens. I mean, that revive was a bit inconsequential, but it's nice to see that the Upcar passive gets used. I would say, I feel like RTP's draft is like the incarnation of do whatever makes you happy. I feel like that might be the case. But
it did not spark joy for us. That's what's up.
I'm pretty sure it did not spark joy for them as well because they lost the game.
Yeah, true. That's true. A rough 2-0 here for RTP. It looks very likely that we're going to come down to the match of the week being day 6, last match, match 4, Reach the Peak against TODAK to see which of these teams get their first win. Tomorrow, Reach the Peak play against Phantom6. Gonna be a tough call for them. TODAK, they're playing against Upcar. maybe that's a match they have a chance in because Upcar looked a lot better today. I think it's going to be hard for them. TODAK, they also looked better in Game 2. We'll see. Maybe that match is competitive. But I think we're really setting up to see Reach the Peak and TODAK. Last game of Week 2. Who's going to get their first win?
Yeah, I mean, for Reach the Peak, for TODAK, I think TODAK probably has a better chance of winning a game tomorrow. Maybe not the series, but maybe drawing a game off Upcar, right? We still see Upcar slipping up in terms of macro. Today was cleaner, but Zizune gave a lot of us jump scares from time to time. This guy is living life on the edge, too literally. So hope that gets polished. We do have an interview though, and it is going to be with the mid laner of Upcar Esports. Let us bring Raven up onto the broadcast. Hello, Ravens. It's good to see you again. We actually can't hear you, Ravens. Hello, you there?
Testing, mic check. Are we good? Some technical issues. We'll give him a little bit of time to sort that one out. Nope, still cannot hear you, sadly. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna try to fix that. While Ravens gets his setup fixed, we're gonna look back at us for a while. I mean, what else is there really to say about that game?
Nothing. I think Upcar looked great. Though
They
it's
look
not,
better.
Yeah, they look better. I think great isn't the right word. They look better against a team like Reach the Peak. You said that it's a kind of a skill check, right, for both teams. Like where does Upcar stand after losing against Phantom6, and where does RTP stand? I think we've got a pretty definitive answer. Upcar Esports still a bit more solid in terms of lanes, in terms of decision making against Reach the Peak. A bit of a contrast when compared to when they went up against Phantom6, but maybe Phantom6 were just better in the macro regard.
I think that's the case. I think Phantom6 definitely look better than their scoreline says, really. And I want to tease the rest of the day a little bit here because we still got some banger matches coming. Even though Husky and I won't be here later on, we'll have Grandin back in action. I think we'll have Aaron Pondo for his first game as well. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see those two casters bring you guys some exciting matches. Now, Pathseeker against Phantom6. Both of these teams trying to set themselves above the pack, trying to join Watermelon in like the A tier of the league. And finally, we'll see LFO against Watermelon, two top Singaporean teams duking it out. I think it's an exciting day. I think we've got some better games coming up for sure. We won't be having the interview. That's a bit sad. We don't get to hear from Upcar, but it's fine. What are your thoughts for the day, Husky?
I think we are off to a great day. We wanted to see the narrative play out in a more defined manner. We wanted to see where the teams stand, especially in the middle of the pack. And I think we just got our first answer, right, for Upcar and Reach the Peak. You said that, LFO and Team Watermelon, that's going to be the best series. But hey, do not forget, we had Game 2 between TODAK and Sam9. That, I would say, arguably, is probably one of the best games we have seen thus far. And, between two very unlikely teams. But Ravens is going to be our MVP. I actually had some questions for him. Last time I spoke to him was during fall season last year. Hopefully we get the chance down the road with Upcar pick some more wins.
I actually have not spoken to anyone from Upcar yet. So I think maybe it's fated not to be.
This is what happens when you vote RTP. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, I deserve it. It's my fault.
It's okay.
I genuinely deserve it. Like, my predictions just...
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We will have more chances down the road, right?
Yeah.
There's some more games coming out. So, Rivers being the MVP, I think the KP didn't really tell the whole story because he played two completely different champions. Game 1, he was on Diana. Game 2, he was on Galio. Other than the one Galio mishap that cost Arashi his life, but he played a pretty decent Galio.
Yeah, he definitely did his job. I think he was very present on the map, doing exactly what he needed to do. I think the standout of the series for me was definitely Coffee, as well as Beyond, who's coming in fresh. They look a lot better, and I want to see what this bot lane can do against some of the other better bot lanes here. I think if you look at the identity of the team Upcar, we said from the start it's Coffee's team primarily, but I think the players around him are starting to step up. Arashi and Ravens definitely looked a lot better today. Zizune showed a new dimension with Akshan doing highest damage in the game as well. And overall, I'm very pleased with Beyond's addition to the team.
Yeah, I think that really sums up Upcar's performance. And of course, with that out of the way, I think we have like probably a minute. So Pathseeker against Phantom6, LFO against Team Watermelon. I think PSK against P6 is another skill check to see where P6 stands. They beat Upcar convincingly. Now is the time to prove that is actually not a fluke. It's actually a consistent performance. Whereas for LFO against Watermelon, it's two best Singaporean teams. Can LFO maintain the reputation of being the team to stand up against Sem9, or maybe Watermelon can give them a good fight?
Yeah, keep in mind, Watermelon, we talk about them being the third best team here. When they played against Sem9, granted they were playing with a sub, they got demolished. Now, let's see if LFO can repeat that kind of performance. I know math doesn't always work this way. Just because Team A beats Team B and Team B beats Team C doesn't mean Team A is going to beat Team C. But I think it's a good benchmark. It's a good measuring stick for us to judge LFO by, because this is another team I think of decent caliber here in the form of Watermelon.
Yeah, and what I do love about the narrative that we have building so far, and we have so many times to continue flourishing the story, is that it's like a Rubik's Cube, right? We are still trying to figure out where the colors match. Like, is TODAK green? Is Sem9 red? Is Watermelon... Well, Watermelon is red, but is Watermelon green? Like, something like that. I don't know where I'm going with this, but you get the idea. I think since the upcoming series is Pathseeker against Phantom6, other than the skill check, I am very excited to see how the Baron lane is going to play out. Emotion, self-proclaimed best Baron laner against Yoshi, that's going to be a lot of pressure for Pathseeker. But enough from us, we got to save a little bit of the content for the upcoming casters. We will sign off, but when we come back, it will be Grandin and Aaron Pondo to bring you guys the rest of the action for WCS. So stay tuned, we'll see you guys in a bit.
and me, we got this.
I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. Here we go now.
Welcome in, and thanks for waiting as we join back into the WCS MYSG. I'm Brandon. With me here is Aaron. I'm not quite sure what Pondo is. What does Pondo mean? Because I had a friend tell me in Tagalog that means funds, and I'm not quite sure if that's accurate, but it sounds about right. Is that what you're trying to go for?
No language in particular, really. Like it started off as Panda because like animals are cute. Panda's like the latest in trend, and I went to Hyperplay. Yeah, and then there was like a manager on the stage. Her name was Panda, and then there was another guy next to me. His name was Panda, and like, so like yeah, I had to call myself Pondo because creator it was getting a bit too crowded in the Panda space, so I had to dip somewhere else.
So you switch one vowel from the A. No, Pondo. So you switch both A's out for O's instead of just going for the one.
Look, you're calling me out on my creative lack of creativity, and it's starting to hurt me because I know for a fact that was one vowel, just one, and it hurts.
Okay. Fair enough. Hey, we actually have the Wild World trivia. It actually got harder.
right? So which the champion that Trinity is married to in League of Legends lore is apparently Ashe. It actually got tougher, I'd say, but it's like it's all Freljord, right? So we got it has to be like all Freljord. You know, it's like we gotta have like a Nivea, you know, maybe Udyr. I feel like that's the what we need to bump up the difficulty a little bit. I feel like Ashe it's just too easy to guess, you know.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not getting more regions. Like I was expecting something out of Arcade, maybe Piltover, Zon, really play into like some of that new popularity we got for those two regions. And like but like when I look at this trivia, I can't tell what's hard and what's not because I've been playing this game since 2012. How long has this game been out? 10 years? It's been forever.
Years.
Yeah, it's been forever. So I don't know what's hard. I don't know what's easy anymore.
Yeah, for all you guys that have been waiting forever for things to keep going on the way, we have our first team video. It's Pathseeker. Our friends over from Pathseeker, we have Emotion, LXY, Kevin, Swift, and Evolution. Pretty interesting team. They had a bit of a shaky start with their first loss against Upcar Esports. Upcar Esports have been looking pretty decent, I think, with their past couple of wins. But with Pathseeker, they managed to bounce back quite well, taking 2 more wins for themselves. Now is their chance to really distinguish themselves from the crowd. I'm looking to see if they can maintain that top 4 position because I really want to see Pathseeker. In my mind, it's like Pathseeker and Watermelon are really fighting for those top 4 spots alongside the like of Phantom6 and Upcar Esports.
Yeah, they've been doing some really good plays recently, and like not to mention when you said Kevin and Swift at the same time, I thought you were talking about Taylor Swift's like long lost brother. But yeah, they have a pretty interesting lineup. I can't wait to see what they do in the upcoming matches.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at their opponents that we're playing against them in the upcoming match. It's Phantom6. On the Phantom6 side, we have Yoshi, NYX, Haki, Momo, and Eggy. They've managed to recover themselves after their first 2 matches against the toughest in the competition, LFO and Sam9 respectively. They managed to beat Upcar Esports in a convincing 2-0. Now we're looking to see if they can keep that one going, and I think that if it's not this match, surely it must be the next match with LFO and Watermelon, but either of these 2 matches surely have to be our match of the day.
Indeed, they've got some pretty strong lineups, and they haven't dropped a lot of games, especially against some of the teams they expected to be stronger. So, like, I think this is one of the more promising teams. I know we talked a lot about them before, but like once the upcoming matches come, we'll get to see if they can really test their mettle up against like the harder teams, harder matches coming up soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the things that we really have to focus on because between both these 2 rosters, there's no doubt that they have some pretty decent macro. But I think that the main thing that's been kind of lurking in our minds is the fact that how well do they stack up individually. Let's take a look at our head-to-head matchup. Emotion versus Yoshi, 2 players that have been at the forefront of our discussions, at the front of our minds, thinking about the impact that needs to be made for these 2 teams. It's quite an important one, I think, here for them to actually try to win out their individual lanes because they face off against some of the best in slot, and there's really only one slot going into the regional competition.
Indeed, and like you saw the stats just now. It's a bit interesting because like there's higher kill participation on like I think it was Yoshi, but like the damage numbers on the left side they're just way higher. So I'm actually quite interested to see how that works out. Are they just winning a lot more in lane, or are they just winning against specific like matchups? Because like usually if you'd see higher damage rates and you expect like higher kill participation, right? So like it's interesting to me. I wonder how that works out.
Yeah, there are a couple of factors that go into play for all these stats. I think one of the big ones is because Yoshi has kind of come in and replaced their previous Baron laner who was really quite pivotal, right? So now we see a lot more emphasis in the jungle. Previously, it was up in the Baron lane. The Baron lane did an amazing job. Now Yoshi coming in to fill those big shoes has been having a difficult time against some incredibly difficult opponents, but I think he's managed to find a little bit of his tempo now. He's been playing more tanky style, bruiser style champions. We even see occasionally a role swap between like Eggy and Yoshi and the rest of Phantom6, depending on what situations they need the best. I actually went for Pathseeker here. I see that the 2 of you guys, Husky Husky, and you, Aaron, have gone for Phantom6.
Yeah, Phantom6 has shown some, they've had strong gameplay. Pathseeker seems a lot more flexible, so I can see why they're your favorite. I can see why they would have more interesting plays to look at. But like Phantom6 has been on such a roll lately. It's hard not to put them on your roster, or hard not to put them high up on your predictions. So I can't wait to see where this goes.
So I just want to confirm with you, on a roll meaning like the one win, right?
Let's just say on a roll. I don't mean Team Watermelon on a roll.
That win was a hot streak though. They showed us a really good one up against Upcar Esports. I don't think Upcar played bad necessarily, but Phantom6, they were previously regional champions. They have a lot of pedigree on their own regard. They definitely did have I would say a big change with like replacing some of their players, and that might affect some of the team synergy. But apart from that, they are still a really strong team that is largely in play. Coming into with this roster, still a lot of it I think is going to come down to how well Hockey is able to kind of negotiate and manage the mid lane going forward.
Yeah, it's something that seems even more impressive in retrospect, looking at how impressive Upcar has been for the last few matches. So it's like, you kind of see them win one match, you're just like, okay, that's probably not very impressive. But then you see the team that they won against, it was Upcar, and Upcar has been like absolutely stomping it in like their last couple of matches. So then it becomes more impressive, like retrospectively, looking forward, looking backwards,
Yeah, so much to be seen here for how Phantom6 is going to perform. In fact, I think that with the way that the day has been shaping up, we've been seeing a lot of Corki coming into play, which has been surprising. I know that Omo has felt that way. Husky has also mentioned that he's been enjoying some of that Akshan being played. We saw Caitlyn mid being played. There's so much variance really being in these matches so far. I was actually on a streamer's Twitch stream just now. I was on Leroy's stream talking to his Leroy squad, his Illa squad, and they were talking to me about like, how they kind of view like the meta moving forward. I kind of agree with a lot of the points they brought up, because some of the few things that we've seen the most are how well you're able to play a lot of these flex picks. Stuff like the set has to be banned, otherwise you give that through, and then you can flex in so many different roles, and you just can't decide what kind of matchup you want to try and play for.
Yeah, indeed. It's like you've seen a lot more shift towards ADCs, right? You're seeing a lot more focus on hyper carries, sort of things at scale, which is surprising. You're expecting a kind of like a shorter game like Wild Rift to have more of a focus on the sort of strong individual laners, but we'll be seeing a lot more like team-based plays focus around singular picks, like strong picks such as Tristana, the Caitlyn mid, and like Yuumi been really strong in the meta as well. So quite surprising to me, especially.
The craziest thing that when I saw that Yuumi buff, I actually messaged Omo right away. I said, Omo, look at this buff. And one of the things that really caught my attention was the increase in like the base HP damage. Like the base HP damage does so well in like single lane Yuumi. It's just surprising to me that they went to that extent when they wanted to buff the Yuumi. I mean, you buffed the heals, okay, sure, fine, by all means. Maybe she wasn't healing enough. They buffed her passive, okay, I kind of get it. They buffed the one thing that didn't need to be buffed. They buffed her her percent health damage against her opponents.
Yeah, it just makes her a complete terror, and I see what you mean. Like, her win rate has been low. Like, you and I can both say her win rate has been low. But that's the sort of thing that you see in, like, solo play, individual play. In pro play, with that sort of base HP damage scaling, the amount of stats that they gave to her in that buff, she's a lot more difficult to deal with, especially when you're a lot more coordinated. You can sort of tell your ADC where to go. You sort of have one mind track sort of ideal,
Absolutely. And while we've been having a discussion about Yuumi, because you can see how passionate we are about this cat, picks and bans have been going on right in front of us, and we have to quickly go through this because otherwise we're not going to have time to break this one down. P6 have already banned out the Set, the Sana, the Jax, and the Akali. Pathseeker have banned out the Olaf, the Gragas, the Garen, and the Kaisa, and now we're looking at the picks. First pickups make sense to me. Pathseeker prioritized that Camille. It has been basically 100% in every single game. Is it a pickup banned? Zed Omo is a big favorite of this pickup. He just feels it's too strong. It can do decent tank strat. I think the main reason why you want to try and pick this one up, especially, is because you've already seen the Fiora, and Fiora can look to split push, or should be looking to split push, and so you want to be able to have something that can deal with that effectively and also deal with tanks. I think Zed fits that role perfectly.
Indeed. I'm still wondering if we're gonna get that Yuumi top that we talked about in the call before, because we have talked about how, like, if Fiora went to the top lane, for example, or like Darius went to the top lane, if you had a Yuumi top, you're just kind of like throwing out those little flying attacks from the back line, then like it could potentially be a lot stronger than you expect, especially if you had something like a Tristana or Vayne that you can sort of latch onto later in the team fight. So like, it'd be interesting if that came out.
We also see the Darius and Diana coming through. A really strong team fighting composition from P6. I think Diana should be going into the hands of Hockey, and he's a really good player on this, but I was perhaps hoping that he might have gone for the Morgana instead. I felt like his Morgana had an incredible performance in his previous match, was able to roam down, was able to impact the game so much there. On Pathseeker's side, I think this is a natural response. Once you see that Diana picked up and the Morgana's open, you just kind of have to go for it in that second phase. They also banned away the Kai'Sa Lulu, which is interesting to me. You know, you want to take away some of those options, but it opens up the hyper carry option for PSK.
That's the Vayne pickup, and Vayne still gives me PTSD to this day. Like, I'm surprised she doesn't get banned, but I suppose she is the less of the two evils depending on what you decide to go with. I'm surprised they went for Ziggs on that side over there, because maybe they're kind of worried about the split push, but we do see the Lucian getting picked out by Eggy over there. Could potentially be, you know, Lucian is quite strong against Vayne, so I think that is a pretty targeted Vayne pick, so we'll see how that works out in the actual match.
I think the Lucian here does decently well with the Galio because you're going to be able to initiate, but I think it depends because with the Rakan, so Rakan Galio is a pretty bad matchup for the Rakan. Well, I wouldn't say bad matchup. I think there are some worse matchups like the Alistar, like that is genuinely a pretty bad matchup. But if you have like the Rakan to the Galio, it's still decent because you can kind of dash back, you can try and reset, and you can still look to try and play out the rest of the matchup. But the main issue that I think we're going to see with the Rakan Vayne going into like the Lucian Galio is how short range the Vayne is going to feel, because once you see like the Galio jumping in, diving onto you, and then you have like the rest of the team looking to get you from the back, you have the Fiora, and they can try and set up for a dive. It's going to depend so much on Hockey, I think, to be able to try and cut vision, cut movements around the map, because if that Zed's roaming around, if that Fiora's roaming around, you have so many problems with a relatively short-limbed kind of lane down the bottom side.
Yeah, indeed. If they want to play it around, the Zet's gonna have to try and get away from that little wall that you have in between the, like you said, the gargoyle, the Galio getting in between them, trying to keep them away from all the squishy targets such as the Lucian. But the Galio having all that CC and having a Darius in that comp as well is gonna be able to allow Lucian to get in while the CC is coming out, where everyone's getting pulled. Diana's going in with the ult to sort of drag in everyone into some sort of big mass, like a group there. So like it's perfect for Lucian. Lucian just needs to hang back. He can dash in, get as many auto attacks off as he wants, throw in a bunch of light rays and a bunch of ultimates. So that's a playground for him, but only if you can get the CC off, only if you can get in between every single character on the opposite team.
I'm not like 100% sure on how this one goes, but I think you can do decent amount of damage with like the culling into like the Vayne tumble in the invis, right? So like a number of spells, like you can't usually like auto attack while she's invisible, so at least having this additional damage to the culling I think could help a little bit. I don't think that's like the main reason you want to play for it. I think the main reason you want to play for it is just because Lucian offers so much lane presence. You're able to shove in the lanes really well, especially because I think the first thing that they showed was... Well, no, actually, they showed the Morgana before that already. So I think just wanted to try and maintain some lane pressure, because if you see like the Morgana coming in, there's a good chance that they're going to be able to shove you in and stuff like that. So might have been trying to play for that just in case we saw lane stall or something changed. Like we see right now, Emotion's going to pick up the Vayne. They're going to bring that over to the Baron lane. We have, once again, it's going to be a marksman in the Baron lane, and Yoshi's going to have to deal with that all on his first self.
That is not the matchup that I would like to be in. So I sympathize with Yoshi here. You do your best, Yoshi, because going up against Vayne as a Darius it sucks. For anyone who plays a lot of top lane against a Vayne top would know that. But I can see why that switch came out. It's a good choice considering the Vayne versus Lucian matchup.
I mean, Omo talked about how with stuff like Darius, why do you play it? How does it work? You have a short lane. He wants to run you down. You can't run down a champion that has a condemn that's going to push you away, and B, a spell that literally gives you a gap closer or a gap increaser, I suppose. So he's going to be able to kite the Darius pretty well. Yoshi's already was going to have a difficult time anyway. I think when we saw the Camille, there were already some expectations there, but now it just makes things even more difficult. And anyway, we have a quick little video for you guys as we take a look at our matchup. It's the third series of the day. Let's take a look at that one.
Okay. We're about to start the match here. I do think. Hello?
Yeah, here we have it. The start of PSK up against Phantom6, and It's a good one for all of us here. I think Phantom6 and P6 are probably one of the most difficult matches to kind of predict. You know, we're kind of split down the middle here. I think half of us had P6, half of us had Pathseeker. I know you're on the side of Phantom6. I'd love to hear your reason why.
Just kind of looking at the way that it works out, Phantom6 does kind of, they have shown a lot of strong plays, and I think they have pretty good macro from what I've seen. But in terms of what actually is going to come down, honestly, I wouldn't. It's going to be hard to tell. But we're going to see the Galio going to get the CC out here, going to try and chase it down. Rocket going to get away with barely a sliver of health left, and Vayne somehow going to get the honey fruit to try and even that out. But that's quite the win there for the Momo and Eggy matchup over at the top lane, I believe.
Yeah, so they've just decided that none of this matters, nothing matters in this world at all. You know, they're going to bring us on a journey. They're going to go up to the top side. They're going to have the Rakan roaming. And this is a bit problematic if Emotion has to deal in a 2v1 match. I don't think the Vayne does very well at that at all, and it's very susceptible to a dive. We actually see Nick start with a 3-camp clear on the top side and go play for the Scuttle Crab. Same thing being done by Alex. Oh my goodness, both these players playing with the 3-letter names. Love it. And trying to play against each other on a mirror matchup. We might see parallel jungling, in fact, if they end up getting that information. We actually don't see many early wards to give them inclination this is happening, except for the Tribush ward. So that's basically all the information you have to work off of. It could be a gank, it could be counter jungling. You kind of really don't know if you're PSK or P6 right now.
Yeah, indeed. Emotion's kind of going to be struggling here because the Galio and Lucy matchup is not the sort of thing you can afford to be doing at that particular point in time. It looks like going to be trying to get down into Yoshi, going to be get so much down into Lix. I think that's how you pronounce his name, Lixie. Yoshi going to get out with barely a sliver of his health left. And it looks like Emotion going to get dived on. They saw him, he was gone, and that was Rakan going over to the bot side, so not enough help for Emotion there on the top lane. Going to get taken out, and that's quite the pickup they need. To stop Vayne from scaling.
Immediately a strong start for P6. They get 2 kills that are quite pivotal, honestly. You talk about up in the top side, they get that first kill to take down Emotion. Well, not the first kill, actually in the mid lane. That continues. Pathseeker looking to try and respond by taking out Haki, but that Baron is going to keep him alive. And they managed to take down Emotion, which is great. We talked about how the Vayne was going to have a tough time in a 2v1 matchup. Then they bring in third. It just makes things so much more simple for them. And then down towards the bot side, they take down Evolution. This is despite them being the ones to go on the aggressive end. Actually goes over to 2 carries or 2 players that could really do quite well with that gold. Nyx and Yoshi are looking to really stack up there.
Yeah, not quite sure what the rationale there was for sending Evolution down to where Swift was at the time, because like Emotion, it's the timing. You already know that there are a lot of people going to be missing. Galio's going to catch Emotion out there. Emotion going to have to flash away, but that's quite a chunky bit of health and the flash down. And Momo and Eggy are going to be able to play so aggressively now that they know that one of her options is gone because now she doesn't have the flash available. Sorry, that's for Evolution, not Emotion. My bad.
Yeah, fair enough. And they're actually going to look to send 4 people to the top side and take down this turret quickly. And this even before the first Rift Herald spawns. PSK really have to try and respond here. It's really not ideal. The whole reason you even play for the Rift Herald is for that first turret secured and to open up the map. If P6 can just get it for free anyway, really no reason to have to even fight for Rift Herald.
Indeed, but it looks like they're gonna try and have like more people sort of padding the top there to potentially react against anything if anything does happen. But it looks like everyone's gonna try and go back to get some of those like early game items from the gold that they picked up. But it looks like they might try to pick it up now. In fact,
they want to try and get a quick reset before coming back to fight for these 2 objectives. Like we mentioned earlier, P6 really don't have the forces. They already got so much work done on that Baron side turret. They really just want to deny it away from PSK. If possible, catch somebody out.
Oh, and just as we're talking about it, there it goes. Diana gonna get Emotion, gonna get taken out as well. Evolution, both down, and that's a Rift Herald, and that does not look good for Pathseeker right now at all. 4 kills on the P6 side, and that's about a 3k gold difference.
Yeah, P6, 4 kills on the board, and you look at Pathseeker, what did he get out of that exchange? They get Rift Herald! They steal away the Rift Herald, but is it really worth it? Especially when you look at Momo right now, making quick work of that topside turret. I mean, just gonna go down by itself. I think Kevin's gonna have to solo kill him to make it worthwhile, you know?
Yeah, Rift Herald is something that really gonna get you like that early game gold, but it's kind of risky for you to push out that far anyway, and you're not gonna be able to play for a lot more of the objectives, and they're just getting turrets the traditional way. Evolution gonna try and get in there with his ulti. Nick's gonna get taken super low, but it doesn't look like they might have enough. Good smite coming down, gonna get the kill down, and now it's gonna be Haki standing in the middle of that poison puddle over there, and now it's solo and Haki. Is it gonna be enough for Emotion and Kevin to do this? So much else coming out from Darius, but no, that's going to be the finisher, and P6 is going to lose out on that team fight despite Pathseeker being behind.
Look at what happens. Yoshi gets destroyed by the... He gets destroyed by the exhaust. Just wasn't able to play the game anymore. Look at how that starts out, right? Evolution goes in for a nice engage. Good response from Eggy, I think, to go for the taunt back. And then Alex Y has been doing such a great job with both these two smite steals on the double objectives. I think it might have given them the extra stance to maybe win this fight. I'm not sure here. They actually get the reset, and then now it's a situation where it's like Haki, he doesn't want to go into the fight because he doesn't want to give the Vayne a chance to kind of use him as like a springboard to use his Q on, to keep resetting, and to really take on the Darius. So he has to walk away, but he walks into Kevin off by the side anyway. There's really no winning there. P6 just kind of take a little bit of a loss with that exchange. It's been unfortunate they've lost both these two objectives, but they do get some decent tempo. Now it's up to them to make sure that this one counts.
Indeed. I'm actually really impressed by the team fighting potential here from Pathseeker, because P6 been playing the macro a little bit better. They've been getting to the objectives correctly. They should have been doing everything in their power to get all of these secured, but Pathseeker's been jumping in really decisively. Good ultimates there, good like positioning, and good like exhaust targeting. So like they've been coming out on top for these team fights, which is surprising to me.
I think one of the biggest factors here has just been the fact that Pathseeker have decided to itemize specifically for itemize, build past everything specifically for fights, and we see a fight happening by the jungle now.
Poor Yoshi gonna get taken out there by Evolution again. Gonna be killed by that puddle over there, and now the rest of them are up for grabs. Evolution gonna get taken down. Fiora with the LT proc. That's a lot of healing coming out. Alexek gonna get taken out. Emotion doing his best to try and salvage things around. Kevin here coming in with the ultimate's gonna try and make them back off, but that's gonna be a 2-4-3 team fight.
I think that PSK here definitely didn't like that exchange. Felt like they could have had a little bit more. A big part of that is how well Haki has been able to kind of do damage on some of the main priority targets. This Diana has been a bit of a problem to deal with. Quite the common matchup. When you see the Zed played out, you kind of grab the Diana and vice versa. Both sides really happy to grab those, and does really well with the combos that they're trying to get done. Try to bring the Galio in, try and really execute on those. And now PSK to get to use this Rift Tower into the mid side. The quick resets from Pathseeker from P6 mean that they actually don't get to respawn in time.
Rifgar gonna get some juicy go down there towards the mid lane. Looks like we talked about before, Haki has so much potential. Gonna come in there, is gonna hook. Alexek's gonna try and get out of that. Here comes the culling, but nothing's really gonna come out of it except for a wounded Alexek's gonna recall home to get some items.
I think P6 now would really like the Rift Child. I think it helps them a lot in trying to take down this mid lane turret. Previously, I felt like they had enough pressure. They could have just gone for it organically. But now that the gold gap has been slowly closing with P6 being able to catch up, I think there's a really good chance that Pathseeker will be able to try and contest this. Will be able to prevent the mid lane turret from going down. So I think P6 made the right call by forcing this. But
oh, gonna be Evolution jumping in there. Gonna be the rest of them trying to get out of that. Fiora's ultimate is gonna go proc, but here comes the Galio out trying to get him out of here. Alexek is gonna get caught in there. Haki is gonna be so low right now. Emotion's doing his best to try and do as much damage as possible. Wait, yeah, that's Emotion. And they're gonna back away from the Rift Road on both sides, licking both their wounds, taking too much hits for either side.
Two people die on the side of Pathseeker. P6, no one dies, but they still have to reset. Now we have the Infernal Drake coming up. I think Pathseeker get a little bit compensated in the mid lane by taking down this turret. Finally, they had to use the Rift Hell before anyway, so now it only just starts to make sense. Take a look at how this fight starts out. Evolution goes in really early on. You actually get a good amount of damage out from LXY. I'm curious how LXY dies. Okay, he actually jumps into the back to try and give the Galio a good opportunity to dive in. But a really good response out from the back line. Momo dodging away from so much of the damage, dodging away from the Hex Automate, and pulling LXY so far away. And they will take that fight for themselves. PSK now are going to trade that Dragon away. They're going to go up to the top side and try and use this Rift Herald to really do some damage to P6 structures.
Indeed, Haki doing so well. They're just zoning a lot of the carries away, especially Emotion. Emotion has to respect Haki so much during these team fights, because if Haki gets onto him, like, then that's it. He's gone. He took so much damage during a lot of other team fights, and now he has to respect that. And I can see how these team fights are working out in favor of Pathseeker, but like the Haki could become a problem for Emotion down the line.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Haki's already a problem. You look at the past couple of team fights for Pathseeker and why they lost, why Emotion died so early on, because Haki was able to hit his Moonfall. And at the edge at that, I mean, those are some pretty crazy ultimates, full channeled at the very last second with just enough damage, I think. And so because of that, look at what Emotion has had to buy. It's had to go for the wit's end to try and deal with a lot of the magic damage. Look at what P6 have. They have a Darius, they have a Fiora, they have a Lucian. But what do you go for first? You go for the wit's end. That's how much of a problem Haki has been for Emotion. Emotion recognizes that he's probably going to be split pushing anyway, and that Diana might be someone that goes over to respond to him. So they just want to have that option to deal with that. Haki's caught out by the bot side. They actually get a pretty good kill back here, but they have to worry about Kevin.
Oh man. Tower dives on both sides there. Haki gonna get caught out by the ultimate and angle just right for Emotion to like condemn him towards that turret. That's one unfortunate way to die. Just something to be face palming about. But Kevin gonna get counter killed there on the other side, and both sides gonna be pushing up right now. But P6 recognizes that the threat is real coming out from an Emotion's vein out of anything, so they're gonna recall and try to deal with this threat.
They are going to try and deal with this one, but I think Pathseeker a little bit behind. They weren't able to get that extra turret. I mean, all in all, things are pretty much even, but on Pathseeker's side versus P6 side, it's a little bit imbalanced. We actually see a bit of a scuffle by the river.
It looks like Emotion might have been going in too deep, but they might be able to turn this into an opportunity. Here comes the Galio out to try and push them away, but it looks like Eggy's quite safe now. The exhaust going to come down to Haki. Haki's going to have to back off right now, and now the team's going to disengage, and that's going to be another poke, but not necessarily like a full commit.
Yeah, Kevin was actually running over. You saw him ping that he wanted to go for the fight. I think PSK made the right decision to not take that, especially since they already expanded a couple of their more useful spells, especially in the form of Evolution. Without Evolutions engaged, it's difficult to lock them down. Of course, they do manage to trade away for Eggy's ultimate, so that's quite nice. But then you think about fighting in that tiny space, you don't really want to deal with Haki, Nyx, Yoshi in a tight corridor where they can run you down. You want to be able to kite them, you want to be able to heal with them. We actually see, yeah, so it's a bit imbalanced because on the side of PSK, they lose all the turrets on the top side minus the inhibitor, so they don't have a lot of space towards the Baron, and makes things a lot simpler for P6. They get to push through, they get to set up vision, they get to know when PSK are rotating over, whereas on PSK's side, they've opened up P6's map, right? So they've had this initial line to try and infiltrate, and they have some level of safety going back to the mid lane, but it's still going to be quite risky. It's still going to be rather difficult for them to try and get in, but they at least have this open line, so P6 want to play towards this top end, I think, get more control on the Baron. PSK want to try and play more reactively and also have that line of vision so they know when the movements are coming through from P6.
Yeah, it's been fight after fight after fight. Evolution's been jumping in like a man possessed, shouting Leroy Jenkins to try to get these team fights started. So I'm quite surprised because with the way that the team is set up on P6, they've been able to do a much more reactionary sort of team fight, especially when Haki comes in and Eggy using his ultimate. So it's pretty sweaty. It's pretty monka, as the kids would say on Twitch nowadays.
Yeah, definitely pretty monka. I might even go as far as say it's monka W. You know. Dragon's coming up pretty soon now. PSK, I think, have a good amount of vision around the Baron. I think they definitely need that because, like we mentioned earlier, P6 have a pretty good time if they want to try and go for the Baron. PSK side, however, they need to try and respond to this. They don't want to give away free objectives. It just helps P6 scale even more. Now, we're only looking at a small gold deficit, but the itemization from P6 and where the gold is on just makes it a lot easier for P6 to try and play for. Emotion's still very squishy and easy to take down.
Yeah, Emotion's still going to be the key player here. The sooner he dies, the faster P6 will win, and they know this, which is why he's been building on the wit's end, like you said, to get away from Haki. Haki literally having a giant cross target on Emotion right now. Emotion just running for the hills.
Yeah, really has to be safe. Watch out for any potential gankers or anyone trying to look for an engage. It's not as reliable as Evolutions, but it's still quite devastating to get caught by that. So Dragon's going to spawn up now. PSK trying to set up base camp right by the side of the brush. This eye brush going to give them the advantage if they want to try and get the jump onto P6, but it's been difficult for them to follow up with Evolution. Oftentimes we see LX1 and Evolution get taken down as they try to engage. Now Dragon started up. I don't think PSK knows.
Oh, here comes that engage. They needed that so bad, but it had to be reactionary instead of starting it off, and that's already a lot more kills on the Pathseeker side. No, here, sorry, taking out the opposite side, and now Yoshi's gonna get taken down, Evolution gonna get taken down, and that's a lot of kills over to P6, and LXX gonna get away with barely a sliver of his health left, and it opens up so many things for Phantom6 right now.
And it's only Alex Y that survives, but it is still a smite. And you know, when you're playing against any team, especially a team that is good, you can't go for the Baron while the enemy jungler is still alive. You don't want to run that risk for that coin toss if you don't have to. As you take a look at the replay, Emotion actually managed to cut away quite well. I think he actually had the Black Shield on him to start. Eggy barely survives right before his ultimate channels up. So if that didn't channel, it's very likely we could have seen Swift survive. We could have seen Alex Y lose a lot less health and barely misses out the chance to take down Yoshi before Alex Y gets hit by the Noxian Guillotine as well. So many spells went off right before Emotion could finish off his intended target, and I think that was the difference maker. Emotion just isn't at the point that they want to be. Like Omo said, if we see one more item, and I keep referencing back to Omo, what's going on, man? Maybe I just want to caster the guy. I don't know. But if we had seen one more item in motion, could very well work. But it's not the point that they wanted to be at. It's not the place they wanted to be at. Now they start for the dragon, but the Baron's being started up as well.
I was wondering if you and Omo had a really good time the other night, because like you've been clearly had Omo on the brain, but yeah.
One of the same mind, you're right.
I see the Baron fight's going to be coming up. They're going to be playing for keeps, so they're going to try to zone them out, but recognizing the Pathseeker does kind of have a stronger initiation potentially, they decide to back off and maybe make more space and start doing some lane management. Here comes Kevin onto Momo, going to get the Zhonya's, however. That's Zed's biggest weakness. That's going to be a lot more Zhonya's coming out. Momo culling, gonna get the Kevin.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, that's just, when you get a Fed Lucian, you can't even deal with it with a Zed. Even though Zed is supposed to be the terror of ADCs, it's just gonna be a lot more difficult when it's supposed to happen.
They trade Hockey for Kevin, but it's not worth it. Not when P6 is right at your base. They've opened up this map. They've taken 2 inhibitors now in the mid lane, in the Baron lane. Makes things so much easier for them. Look at what happens. PSK have spent so long just trying to make their way up into the mid lane in the turret. In that meantime, P6 have been able to chase down Kevin and set up control towards the Baron again. This is what P6 have been playing for. This is the objective they've been looking to try and pick up. And now looking to pick up Momo, but it's a really forced engage.
Oh man, they really want to get Momo there, because that would be the difference to getting that Baron out here. But now they're about to lose a lot more of that. LSI is gonna get gonna get the Zhonya's barely sliver of health there. Yoshi barely surviving with a sliver of health. Emotion doing his best to try and keep him up, but missing those kills is quite big for either team. But does that give enough space for Pathseeker to potentially get this Baron equalize a little bit more?
This is a Baron call, but NXY is still alive. LXY has Smite, but it doesn't equalize things. This is a very difficult position to play from. Kevin's going to try and teleport in. I think he has to immediately go over the wall and try and zone out NYX. There's no chance that he can stay here as they go in. They steal the Baron!
Oh no, that's gonna get taken out there. That's not good. No, that's not the sort of thing that Pathseeker wanted to see. They needed that gold really desperately in order to get back into the game, potentially, you know, deal with the threat that is Haki and, you know, Momo. But like, it looks like they're gonna get taken out. They're gonna get that Baron stolen by a very well-timed jump. They didn't really quite zone him out well enough.
If you call for the Baron for the coin toss, you have to zone out your opponents at the back end. You have to recognize that you might have to make that sacrifice. Someone needs to die to make sure that you get that Baron. Instead, they just watch in the Baron pit as NXY dives in, hits that Hero's Smite, says, you stole my reptile, you stole my dragon, but guess what? I can do exactly the same. I'm taking your Baron, and this is and should be the final nail in the coffin for P6, because now they get to walk in with the Baron power minions, escort them down, dive them in between turrets.
Oh, this is going to be quite the uphill battle for Pathseeker now. Gonna get Haki, gonna get the ultimate full charge. The tower's gonna go down with not much of a fight. Emotion gonna get taken out. That's 4 daps, and like you said, that's probably gonna be end game for Phantom6 right about now.
Probably should be, has to be P6's endgame. They've win this one out. A good call in there, and Emotion just wasn't able to hit the point they wanted to get to, but that gives them their win, and P6 is getting closer and closer to reviving their scoreline. They had a tough time before, and now against the other teams that we expected to be in the top half of the group stage, they are putting on a masterful performance, showing us a macro and understanding far exceeding, I think, Pathseekers.
Yeah, like I said, I believed in Phantom6. I've seen their matches. I've seen some of their slicker stuff. So, like, I did think that they had the upper hand, but like, I didn't think that it would turn out quite the way it did. Pathseekers had some really good team fights on the early game. Evolution was just so, what's the word? Like, he was decisive. Yeah, he was decisive when he did the jump in, and you thought that it was going to swing in their favor. But Phantom6 just played the better macro around on things.
I feel like that's what they were looking to try and get done, right? They really wanted the initiation. They really wanted to be able to try and jump in and get Evolution to set up the fight for them so they could start things off. But I think that the draft coming through for P6 just seems much more cohesive and conducive for that idea. And I think with that being said, we actually come to the end of that first match, but we have more action for you guys. Can Pathseeker pull back, or Phantom6 find a second win in the group stages? We'll be back right after this short break.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
A really good set coming through from Phantom6 to be able to pull away that win. And we're looking to see if Phantom6 can continue that trend to end things off in day number 4, 2-2. I'm Granted, with me here is Pondo. We now find out that it's Panda with the vowels changed, and it's like a little Wordle game, right? So I get to play between Panda, and then like you get baited. So like, okay, I got the P, the N, and the D. They're all green, but I need to find the next letters. What are the next letters?
Well, I don't know. You're gonna have to set up the Wordle to maybe try to get 6 out of 6 guesses. But like, okay, what about your name? Well, how did you come up with Grandin? Is it something like, you know, did you add on to the word grand?
That's my name.
Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
You know what that means? So that means that my name is just as cool as your gamer tag, right? So I get to play with Granted, you get to play Pondo. It's just as cool. I've seen a couple. I've actually seen a couple of people that use Granted as like the actual like IGN. It's like far and few in between. It's always so crazy. Every time I want to like find something, and they end up having that name.
Yeah,
we actually get our score from the last game where P6 managed to take that one away 24-12, but actually a much closer game than we thought.
Yeah, like we're probably expecting something a little bit more one-sided, especially considering some of the earlier matches that we watched. But you can see the score here is actually surprisingly like equal on both sides. Emotion here could have been popping off really fast if it weren't for like that mid game towards the end game there. And Mobile getting 20k. That's quite the advantage over like Pathseeker right there.
Yeah, I think having that amount of economy, I think a lot of that came towards the end of the game as well, right? So it's not like exactly representative of like how the game went out. I think Momo, for the most part, was still relatively in line with a lot of his opponents. Emotion actually did a lot for how relatively low economy he got, right? He still got a lot of the money on his team, don't get me wrong, but relatively low economy, sure. Momo does manage to come back and do a lot more than Emotion towards the end of that. We saw how well he was able to deal with stuff like with people like Kevin, who even with the death mount, we saw the Hourglass just hold out, buy some time, jumps back in, and then takes him down to culling. You know, you love to see it. ADCs taking on the oppressors. Assassins shall oppress us no longer. They fight back against the whip and chain. So good on Momo, I suppose, for being able to take down Kevin there, and a good look for P6 overall.
Well, it's not often that you see the Zeds running, kicking, and screaming from the ADC. That was pretty interesting to watch, but just goes to show how far ahead Momo was in terms of like the grand scheme of things, in terms of the amount of gold that they were earning. So like that was well deserved. I think you're really gonna see that. You better savor that moment while it lasts, because it's not something that happens all that often.
No, I think one of the things that really allowed all that to happen was the way that the picks and ban phases kind of went through. And we kind of missed a little bit of that at the start. But I'm hoping that with this one, we'll be able to catch more of that and be able to break down more of it as it happens through. Because some of the things that were really interesting with the fact that they actually prioritized going for their last couple of picks, like stuff like the Diana, as opposed to trying to go for the Morgana, and then actually help set them up more for the composition that they were already trying to play for with the Galio, with the Fiora. Those things were intentional decisions that they made, whereas the Morgana would have been the stronger pick overall, I think, but being able to fit better into the composition just did so well for them. I think one of the main things that's going to have to come into play now, I think Swift is going to have to receive a little bit more attention. It's going to get a little bit more peel. A lot of the time, Evolution was sent flying into the front line of Phantom6, and then that just leaves the back line unattended to. They were left without really many options, and so there was that bit of a disconnect. I think that's what they have to be worried about with their next picks and bans.
Yeah, like the I don't know if you noticed, but there's a term in the FGC that we call the neutral, which is kind of like overlapping zones and where you should be positioning yourself depending on the type of character that you're playing. So like if you're a long range character, you want to stay away. If you're like one of those up and close personal types, you want to get in really close. So if you look at the neutral for like Phantom6, they had a lot more like close engagers such as Galio, the type of people you don't want to be around. You had the Haki, you had like Darius. So your neutral with them is to stay all the way back over here. But like if you were to, for like the team comp on like Pathseeker side, you can see it's a Morgana. You can see like it's Emotion and a Vayne. You can see like there's Evolution, who's supposed to be the one who goes in there into the enemy team. So like their entire stick was to stay away at all times, and they had to be like this far. The zone had to be here, and they were like too close most of the time, especially when they didn't have that much vision. They were in the brush, and like the thing is, if you're in the brush towards a team comp that is like, you know, what we saw with Phantom6, then they're just gonna pile onto you, and we've already seen that like at the Dragon Rush, we've seen that at the Baron Rush, we've seen that at the Rift Herald. So like it's you're not positioning right for like what your team comp is trying to do, which is kind of sad, really. Yeah.
It's a pick off counter composition. You have stuff like the Zed that should be split pushing, that should be doing work in other lanes. Instead, if you're always trying to group together, and we've seen a lot of these fights, you know, Kevin's kind of late because, you know, there's that communication. Yes, the Zed wants to be in that side lane, but if you know that a fight is upcoming, you kind of have to be there. You know, you lose so much damage just being a man down. The response of Phantom6 is just always a little bit faster. I think that has been the key difference maker, and I'm looking forward to see if Pathseeker can try and refine that for that next one, because if you want to go for like a pick composition, you can't really go for full-on team fights. We see what happens with Alex Y. Alex Y just gets popped. You know, there's really no counterplay to damage, sheer output of damage, unless you go try to go for the Hourglass, and even then, you know, how much good does it really do for you? You're still going to die the second you come out of it. So hopefully with this one, we're going to see more in line. If they want to go for a pick composition, have to try and isolate and take down these opponents, because Phantom6, if you're going to play a team fight comp against them, they know very well how to do that.
They know the exactly sort of the team card that's going to be making you sweat whenever you see them barreling down towards you with multiple different sizes. So like, yeah, very, very much so. And like you said, I'm going to quote you on that, by the way. The best counter is just a lot of damage. The more damage you can output, there's really not much you can do to counter really big damage numbers.
Specifically true damage, which is why people have been trying to play Vayne, alright? Specifically true damage wins you games. If you can get as much true damage out as possible, you will probably win the game. And we actually see true percent health damage on the Vayne, which is why I think P6 might want to ban that one away, because I think it did have a pretty decent performance, even though ultimately it faltered in the face of the Lucian. I think PSK can make that adaptation to ban away the Lucian if they still want to try and go for the Vayne comp.
Lucian will definitely be strong, but it's definitely gonna, you know, be based on like the team card that they pick. So I don't know if they're gonna go for the Lucian over some of the other like more problematic picks. Like we're always gonna see we see a lot of Jaxes, which is surprising because he did get that nerf, but Jax has always remained strong no matter like even in the League PC version. So it's not a surprise to me that he's getting banned so often. Senna, I'm quite sad that we're not seeing any Senna, but I suppose it's understandable why she's getting banned away that often, especially, you know, on the P6 side right about now.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that the Senna is being banned, because I didn't really think that with the way that the meta has been kind of shaping up now, with a lot of damage, faster-ish gains, that the Senna was going to be able to scale up, because they're still looking at 20-ish minimum for the Senna to really find efficiency. But if they're willing to play for a Vayne, I guess it makes sense they would be willing to play for a Senna, and that might be a combination that has been played by PSK, because I know that they were one of the first teams to really try and pioneer that Nasus Senna pickup in the Southeast Asian region. I think Swift played that a couple of games on his end. I can't recall if Evolution did, but with that Nasus Senna, you were just looking to try and invalidate the opponent ADC, and then just hope that your Senna can do more work. But with all that being said, picks and bans, the bans have come through, the picks have started, and the Camille slips through. So naturally, first pick coming up for P6.
Camille, like, it seems like Camille's going to get picked, like you said, 100%. Whoever gets the picking first is always going to be the one that's ahead. Haven't had the chance to see Set so far, but I can understand why he's been banned away. Olaf has had a few games, but every time he's been picked in like any other game, he seems to be doing a lot for their team. It's just damage, chasing, and potentially just getting to the backline without much way to stop him, especially with his ultimate, which is just kind of immune to all CC.
Yeah, it's so difficult to deal with, and which is why it's become such a big pick, and it also forces the enemy team to have to take away the Galio, because otherwise you get the Camille Galio combo, which is so powerful, and that can put a bit of a wrench in the works for the other team, you know, because they might want to go for a specific composition, they might want to try and play for split push, or they might want to try and play for pick comps, you know, whatever it is. By taking that one away, or they might want to play for a high pick carry, and taking that one away, making them take the Galio, kind of delays that progress, and might even force them to change comps entirely, because generally you still want to have something like that Lulu, that Yumi, and if you pick up the Galio as a support, then suddenly you reduce a lot of the power that the marksman might otherwise have. So P6 doing a good job of kind of forcing them onto that Galio, and now they get to go for the Kai'Sa, and they get to go for the Rakan.
That's gonna be an interesting initiation comp, especially with the Rakan and the Camille. I quite like that combination. Jace gonna get picked up again. We've seen quite a few Jaces, which is surprising because we did talk about this like in some of our analyst desk talks or some of our caster talks, and like Jace wasn't one of the ones that we expected to see so much, but we've seen him in a lot of games so far. I quite like that Lee Sin pickup. He's gonna be pretty good for like getting picks off, especially on Kaisa, because Kaisa doesn't necessarily have any way to go invisible the same way. Wait, no, she does. What am I talking about? But yeah, she can go invisible, but at least it's still going to be really good for pickups regardless.
Yeah, it gives them a lot more aggression, and because you already see the Kazakhs and the Jax banned out, there are a lot of the good options are kind of being removed. There are a few that can do decently, but because they especially want to package together with the Galio and don't want something like the Xin Zhao that could accidentally knock them out of the Galio's ultimate range, you generally want to pick up that Lee Sin. And you were talking earlier about that Jace. I think the Jace has actually been a really popular pick when it first got released and was being played. A lot of the teams were screaming with it 100%. It offers a lot of flexibility because you can play in multiple roles. Generally, I think you still want to bring into the mid lane because it does so well in short lanes, but it can go into multiple lanes. It has a lot of lane power, a lot of lane presence. You have generally pretty tanky base stats, so you can do well against stuff like the Zed, against stuff like the Diana, and even against some other side lane matchups. You know, if you go up against stuff like Darius or Garen later on in the game, you can still do decently, albeit maybe have a difficult time winning. But it's a decent matchup overall. So even as we see now, the Zed final counter pick likely against that Jace, it's still an okay matchup for Kevin if he wants to try and pilot the Jace.
Yeah, indeed. It's having the Zed, it's going to be a good pickup against the Jace, and I see what you say. Jace is strong because like he can clear waves really fast. He can be a good initiator. He's also got good poke. He's got he's got good mana sustain as well. He's got like ways to speed up his team, and like he's just flexible, like he said. I've even seen Jace in the jungle with some success before. I haven't seen it. Have you seen a Jace in jungle for pro play? I don't know if we have.
I think Vendetta might play that one.
But well, I'd like to see more of that because that would be a lot more interesting to see more pocket picks or like off meta picks. But like yeah, I think they should pick what they're best at, so I guess we'll just see what they're usually good at.
Yeah, I mean with Watermelon, with Vendetta, he's willing to play anything. They're willing to play Master East funnel composition, so like a Jace is really not that crazy. I think they're really willing to do anything and everything to try and win out their matches. The same could be said maybe for Pathseeker. We'll have to see. Only time will really tell for us. We're looking to go into game pretty quickly, and for Pathseeker, this is their chance to pull the win back against P6, equalize the score, and try and bring this to a best of 3, a full game series, and maybe jump up a little bit higher in the standings. Whereas Pathseeker, well, they're 1-2 now. They could equalize themselves with Pathseeker. Phantom6 could look to equalize themselves with Pathseeker by going 2-2 together. Will be quite nice, especially after the rough start they had.
Yeah, if Pathseeker adjusts themselves a little bit more, it looks a little bit more at how they can utilize their composition better, potentially play the macro around a little bit more, protect their hyper carry a little bit better, then we'll probably see some better team fights, and I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see them start stepping up to the plate, because I think they have the potential, even though I've been talking about P6 a lot and a lot of like different calls and strategies.
Yeah, we love to see the potential from Pathseeker. I think PSK, you look at their bot side, when you're running that Varus Galio, you have a lot of utility. I think the double assassin combo that they're trying to play for looks really strong. The Akali versus Darius matchup, we've seen this a million times at this point. Akali can have a pretty good time against the Darius, depending on how well you're able to play that one out. Of course, you can still get copper spells, but the main thing is because the Camille is able to lock onto the Akali, you have to be a bit wary of these ganks and these dives, because once you get locked in a spot, it becomes very easy for Darius to take you out. So a couple of risky things that they have to watch out for. I think Emotion this time not in that vein, but still on a pretty big hyper carry, has to be aware of how they play it out. We've seen LFO, we've seen Tipper single-handedly carry his game almost on the likes of the Akali, on the likes of the Riven. Let's see if he can do the same here.
All right, Pathseekers versus Phantom6. Let's see if Pathseekers gets back after that first loss against Phantom6 and see if they have what it takes in order to get back, because they have the potential, they have the team fight capability. They just need some slight adjustments. I will be seeing it here in game 2.
And one of the first things that immediately catches my eye is this bot side little invade. They do a little bit of a skirmish, and we'll just get them a little bit of damage at the start of this game. It's not going to be too impactful. They're just going to stay in lane and try and sustain back up. They should be relatively safe because junglers on both sides, I don't quite see NXY being able to find that much impact in the bot side, if Evolution's going to be able to defend this. Oh, actually it goes for the recall, so this does change the bot side matchup because it increases the risk from Swift a little bit, but also accelerates the pace that he gets his ultimate, which is definitely going to be nice. Change is dependent on how fast Evolution gets back to lane. Okay, so just a little bit more EXP could actually turn out to be the difference maker because those timings are so tight. It's such a tempo game Wild Rift is that if you mess up the timing a little bit and you try and dive a level 5 Varus and you get caught by the chain of corruption, it can change the tide of the fight entirely.
Yeah, that level advantage for Aggie is gonna make or break quite a bit of that game, especially since Evolution is playing the Galio, and Galio just really enjoys that level 2 early game. So it's quite unfortunate that he had to back so fast after that initial skirmish there. So that's quite the big pickup for Phantom6 right now.
Let's see if Phantom6 can actually convert this into more. I think both sides, very interestingly, are doing the 3 camp clear on one side of the map and then going straight for the Skull Crab. This is pretty conventional, but I was expecting a little bit more aggression from LXY perhaps. But then again, knowing it's going up against a Camille, it is still quite risky. The fights are pretty dead even, and since you don't have that much pressure up in the top side, you know, you could run the risk of Yoshi rotating. That might be enough of a reason to not make that push. Look at what's happening. PSK are calling for them to check the blue buff so they can take this one away. Knowing that blue buff is still available, I think Hockey does get a little bit of information back on this pickup, so it might just be a 3 buff start.
We thought that Hockey was gonna go and check into that brush there, just gonna put down a nice safe ward to make sure that he knows if Lee Sin is gonna be pushing towards the mid, but Lee Sin LXY is just gonna be heading back to use that gold to spend on his newfound items such as a longsword.
Yeah, just a couple of quick early pickups. I do like the Oblivion Orb from Emotion early on, but it is a little bit more risky for sure. You know, you're going to be taking a bit more damage, but you're playing for the barrier anyway. Just trying to time out against a lot of these exchanges. And the most important thing is to just not take really long trades against Yoshi. So something for PSK to watch out for. I'm looking for the jungle pathing right now because Eggy's in the mid side. That's why it's a little bit far away. I'm not sure he's gonna be able to catch that in time. Yeah, he's even walking down, so now PSK have full information. They can just dive mid.
It's gonna be quite the problem there for Kevin. Gonna get the first blue blood down onto Phantom6. He wasn't quite in the right space at the right time. LXY wanted to get something going, but there wasn't even a bot lane for him to gank at that particular moment in time.
Yeah, you don't know what the enemy bot lane is. You kind of have to assume that they're roaming. You can't just go down to the bot side and hope that they're walking back to lane, right? We saw exactly what happened. P6, they both used Iggy's W and NYX's ultimate, so the two of them are able to lock down Kevin really well. I talked about how he's relatively tanky, can have a good matchup against the Zed. It doesn't matter if you get both the spells off. Now bot side engaged, and they get the first kill back on the Momo. The trade back, a little bit more execute damage from LXY will finish off the bot lane duo, and NXY will run with his tail tucked between his legs.
That chain of corruption really getting so much out of it, getting 2 roots in fact, enough for them to pick up those 2 kills, and that's going to be quite a amount of gold going towards that bot lane where they need it the most, because Swift's going to be doing quite the amount of work there as the team fights come out. So great pickup there from Pathseeker for the bot lane, Dragon lane actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna go a step further and say they were absolutely critical. Kevin, he flashes into the pit, but there's nowhere else to go, buddy. You're just gonna die in there. Now he has no flash. The reptile started up, was too ambitious to try and walk in there to get vision by himself before the team was ready. Now they're gonna look to try and fight this one out. Watch out for Yoshi's ultimate. It's a big one. To get the first taunt off, a little bit more damage. The kick misses the chance for a big engage as they trade back. Emotion gets to dive into the back line, looking for Momo, but Yoshi's in his way, and he needs to finish once first. Misses out the chance for the second charge of perfect execution. The flash back in to get the crowd control, the layer back in onto Hockey, but he narrowly gets away. The Blight unable to finish him off.
Swift doing absolutely incredible amount of damage there with the amount of items that he's picked up. There's a Phage, there's like, you know, a Kindle Gem, but like he's just absolutely decimating that backline. Hockey could barely do any damage to him, and he, you know, the rest of the team was there to sort of back him up.
Now to get a start onto this Rift Tower. Kevin has respawned, but he's walked back into the Rift Pit, and he has to deal with Yoshi once again. There are too many there to deal with. LXY tries to dash back in time, but he loses out the chance for the pickup. Kevin might finish off this solo kill, but he runs out of damage just in the nick of time. The rest of his team is going to arrive and provide backup.
Kevin trying to make up for the mistake that he made just now, trying to do good by his team, but gonna get caught out a little bit, but the rest of the team comes just in time to, you know, cut them off from the chase. And Kevin gets away with like nary a bit of health left, and now we're going to be able to get Dragon out of this due to the timing of the rest of the team not being there.
Walk up the steal.
Oh! Not quite the steal they're looking for right there. Gonna get the pickup onto Evolution. They're gonna kick him away. Momo still wants to get something out of this. Kevin's already 0-2. He's not gonna be able to do much, especially with the items that he has right now. And they're just gonna back away peacefully right now, even though Egg is really low. And aiming for that Dragon Tower as it's super low, and the rest of the team is there. Might as well take it anyway.
Yeah, and they don't have to even have to commit repel that. The engage coming through from Emotion.
Maybe stayed a little bit too far there. They really want to get that turret, but it's going to be Emotion getting taken out instead of the other side. Yoshi also going to be dying. Kevin's super low right now, trying to do as much as he can before he gets taken out. Going to be flash out, and now there's no more tools left for them. Hockey's going to try and walk up saying, "You want some of this, bro?" Not quite enough just yet. There's going to be 2 down on the side of Pathseeker.
I don't know. I think this is a test if you're a pessimist or if you're an optimist. Because Eggy used his grand entrance, and we see Emotion dash into it with his second charge. Right? Okay, so just right about here. Okay, jumps in. Emotion, there's the second charge, and he dashes into it, gets interrupted, so he doesn't get the finish and go through the damage. So Eggy survives. Momo is still very healthy and still able to take on Evolution. I'm not sure if that's a glass half empty or a glass half full kind of situation. I don't know who to call out.
I'd say the glass is completely overflowed there with a bunch of different things that you couldn't make heads or tails of. But like for Emotion was like half dash, like you said, got caught midway, just knocked him in the air without being able to. I don't even think he managed to get that damage proc off because the dash didn't quite cross the enemy over there.
Yeah, it didn't. Exactly that. And now they get the dive for top side. Emotion just doesn't have anything to keep him alive. He needs that hourglass early on, but he didn't expect he was going to be the victim of a lot of these top side ganks. A lot of the pressure from P6. Now looking for their second turret of the game. There's a good chance to find it, but Eggy might get taken down.
Oh man, what we saw against Hockey the last game against the tower when he got caught by the... Oh, gonna be so much damage going down there. That's gonna be unstoppable. Kevin gonna get taken out. Now the rest of the team could be in trouble, but they're gonna try and bring it back now. Sif has so much damage, but Evolution gonna get caught out there by Yoshi as he tries to get the CC down, and that's not quite what Pathseeker was looking for in that particular fight right just now.
They saved the turret, but at kind of what cost? You know, they don't really find that much more for the effort. It all starts off with jumping onto Emotion, right? Emotion, I'm not sure if he had the shuriken toss. I'm not sure it would have saved him anyway. He really just needs that hourglass to buy him some time and to get that Rift Herald. And then Emotion dies in the mid lane. It just isn't the look you were hoping for. That's not what you want to see from Pathseeker. We needed to see Emotion pop off. That was one of the major win conditions to be able to pull back in this game.
It's just not where they're going to want to be, like you said. And there's something poetic about seeing the exact same play being used against an enemy, like right in the tower, getting caught out by the Camille ultimate and not being able to escape, even though the tower is right there giving you like backup shots. So there's something poetic about seeing the exact same play, but both on opposite teams.
Look at what's happened now. So Kevin's gone for pretty much the standard build with the Jace. He's gone for the Black Cleavers, serrated Duck, and also gone for the Steel Caps, but he hasn't completed an active item to play for. So you see what happens. All of them just have to rush those active items, whatever it is. Something is better than nothing because you need as many tools as you can find to get you out of these situations. Eggy has so much reliable engaging crowd control. Nyx has so much reliable engaging crowd control. And now Reptile spawns Inferno coming up in 30 seconds.
Oh, the 1-5 score is not something you want to see on the Jace especially. You want him to be up there with the greats. You want him to be doing the poke damage, getting as much as he can. Evolution going to be going in. There's a Galio 3-man taunt, and that's going to be Swift taking out the chance of corruption. There's so much target-rich environment right now. Hockey doing his best to try and keep him out of sight, out of mind, but Emotion's going to be getting up there, and Year's going to try and get Hockey, going to be flashing over. Emotion going to get a counter kill? No, not quite just yet. Going to get the dash down, and that's why going to get that secure kill down onto the Hockey, and then suddenly turn around from Pathseeker, just what they needed. Momo's not going to let it go without a fight, however. Kevin there to try and back him up, but does he have enough? He's like 1-5. Does he have the damage? Is it going to be the tower dive? No, it doesn't look like he can, though, but it looks like the rest of the team's going to try to back him up, and that's going to be a secured kill onto Momo, and that's finally that last target taken out from on the P6 side.
Emotion cuts off the escape path and they take down Momo. Finally, that's a pickup they definitely won't be complaining about. They actually get a really good fight there, and PSK, I mean, the goal is in their favor. They've managed to be ahead and go despite a lot of these fights not going their way. If you ask me where that's coming from, off the top of my head, you know, you just have to look back towards Emotion. Emotion really is going to be the thing that is able to provide the additional damage, that X factor, if you will, to be able to help them win out a lot of these fights. When you look back towards P6, they still have a really strong combo, but they're late to this dragon. So now I think PSK get a good chance to pick this one up. I think NXY is going to look for the steal, but PSK have a really good chance of securing this for themselves as well.
Oh, is it gonna be? Oh, gonna get the stolen. What's up with these games and all the stolen objectives? Not quite what they were looking for. Pathseeker really wanted that Inferno. They really needed the damage, but now they're gonna be trying to get this tower in retaliation. They have the Rift Herald up and gonna be trying to push it as hard as they can to try and tell P6, I don't really like what you just did. Here's my retaliation.
Look, I can forgive a lot of things, right? I can make a lot of things sound good, but that was unforgivable. They already got the taunt off. I'm gonna hold that as mid lane, get CC engaged.
Oh man, just gonna be so much damage coming out. Haki gonna get taken out there by Emotion. Emotion doing as much as he can. Gonna get taken out by the Darius ultimate. Now Momo's been marked by the Sonic Dash, a Sonic Wave, I believe. And Swift doing his absolute level-headed best to do as much damage before running away and saying, "We got your turret. Goodbye."
Yeah, mid lane fight is reasonable. It's not the best to lose Emotion. I think they could have been okay with losing anybody else, but yeah, losing Emotion is definitely the most heavy-handed blow they could have had. But there was no excuse there. They got the taunt. Look at what happens. Evolution gets the taunt off. Just kick the guy out of the pit. You have kick, right? Just use the kick. It comes off cooldown. It is a resource to be used. That's why this cooldown. If it was a one-off and you never get it again, fine. There might be some reason why you want to hold on to it. Just kick the guy out. He was already taunted. I just have to keep that in mind. I just have to reiterate that. That was a real tilter for me, and I think PSK are going to feel the repercussions for that for a long time coming, because the scaling on the side P6 is nothing to scoff at. 3,000 gold behind. Now the unspoken gold advantage that P6 have managed to find for themselves through this Inferno Drake are going to close that distance.
Indeed, the scaling is, you get an Inferno onto it like, oh god, but look, Haki is going to be so close to the edge of death, but he's got so many tools to get out of it. And now PSK is going to be running for their lives. It looks like they're going to try and engage her. Nick's going to be doing it so much with his ultimate. Yoshi going to be dashing in with that particular set of boots. The rest of them running for their lives. Pathseeker doesn't want to be in there right now. Zhonya's, here comes the CC, here comes Kevin to try and level it back right now. So many kills coming out. Swift, Evolution, gone. LXY, just Emotion to try and get those counter kills right now. Emotion?
No, wait, Emotion?
Oh no, that makes you emotional, dude. It makes you emotional. And that's gonna be an ace. Oh, what is going on right now, Grandin?
A full-on ace for P6, but PSK Emotion dashes back in, and I have to respect something, okay? It might not be the best call. I mean, it doesn't come for a little while. So initially the fight starts off, great re-engage back from Eggy, manages to tag on LXY. LXY has gone for the Hourglass finally, the Chain of Corruption misses, so it's not ideal. But look at what happens. Swift gets tagged up and gets caught. At this point, you could run away, but they say, we have to go back. Evolution dives back into danger. So does Kevin, albeit a little bit late, to make sure that the AD carry gets a fighting chance. And Varus might go down, they might get aced, but the fight was a lot closer because of it. And Emotion almost gets the chance to pop off, almost gets the chance to find those kills.
Oh no, looks like things are looking quite dangerous. Swift there, almost gonna die, doesn't quite die just yet. Here comes the Galio out to try and back him out. And Nick's gonna try and ultimate him there by the tower to keep him away from a lot more of the action, but it doesn't look like anyone's gonna take it out at this particular point in time. Kevin doesn't quite have the damage to be able to poke him down the same way that a really fed Jace does.
They do manage to hold on there, barely. But P6, while all of that was happening, gets some decent vision around the Baron. I think they get closer to first dibs. I think he's hard on both sides to try and pick up the Baron now. The Emotion. He sees the chance for the solo kill, he wants it.
Emotion, why? You're just playing with mine right now. Everyone seems to have a vengeance against Haki. They've been trying to get him and pick him off now for the longest time, despite him being underneath the turret, despite him having so many tools to escape, shadow clones all over the place, but they seem to want to get him no matter what. I don't know what Haki did to him and like Haki did to them, but they seem to have some sort of like a vengeance, like a signed slip of assassination towards this guy.
PSK weren't able to get much in that time while Emotion was getting chased down. The Emotion was a little bit pushed too far forward. The rest of the team, the recalls, and even if you see the chance for the solo kill, you have to be
Where with that, you have to keep that in mind now. Both sides dancing around the dragon. They're dancing, they're doing the tango, playing in for the river. PSK have a slight advantage being on the red side. They have slightly better control for this, but we've seen what Nyx does. The guy steals objectives. It's not easy. You can't really play for the coin toss. It's so difficult to play for.
This has been so tough for them to get wards over to like the spot that they needed to be because so much vision control. Here comes the timing. Eggy's going to try and get in there with the rocket and ulti. Is that going to be enough? It's going to be Chain of Corruptions. There's going to be damage coming out from Swift. Swift still quite safe. Going to be the Galio out to try and protect him still for as long as he can. Zarya's going to come out next. Eggy's going to do his best to try and hover around to provide backup if he can. But it's going to be Pathseeker not quite getting any kills just yet. I thought that there were deaths on the P6 side. Doesn't look like it quite turned out that way, but they did manage to zone so much damage. Kevin, what are you doing?
Kevin! He walks back in. There was no reason to do that. He just wanted to get a little bit more damage, just looking for a kill somewhere. But because of that, he's opening up the dragon for P6. And potentially even more if they're able to reset quickly enough off of that Evolution. He's gonna look for that taunt because Emotion is jumping back in now, looking for this fight once again as Evolution flashes over the wall. Emotion comes over on his head as well. The piercing arrow will do great work through the backlines, through the HP bus of P6. But Haki comes back in and meets Emotion by the side. Will finish off the Akali as they come back. Zed is able to finish that job done, but PSK get a little bit in compensation, but P6 pull ahead finally in this game.
Oh man, Haki finally getting the revenge that he was looking for out of so many times that they tried to pick him off. And Emotion, they're so close to getting the janitorial cleanup crew and getting all of them at the same time, but Haki was already there, lying in wait with the Shadows clones and gets the revenge kill. And now Emotion is going to slightly sob in the corner because he wanted more gold, he wanted to get carried a little bit more. But he does still have the most gold in the game, so I say he isn't quite out of the game just yet.
Sure, he's not out of the game yet, but it's getting close. You want to have a bit of a gap. You want to have a bit of a lead over your Nyx counterparts because once you start getting those tight positions, you're not going to have the ability to outplay a 2v1. If the opponent comes slightly late, mistimes it, you know, generally when you have that advantage, you are able to do that. As a Akali, sure, you have some of that in your kit organically, but you shouldn't rely on that so much. You had such a good lead. You needed to keep that tempo going. Now that you've lost that, look at what's happened. We see Kevin having to play really far back. Even as the rest of his team's pushed up, they have no vision around their sides. So at any point they get collapsed on, their mid lane card is the last thing that's holding them together. Look at that, they just jump onto Kevin.
Kevin gonna use the Giants to get bait out. It's gonna be Galio coming with the ultimate. Is it gonna be enough to try and take their revenge? Nyx is gonna be pushing himself. Daisy is gonna get knocked up. Here we go. Kevin's not gonna be able to provide enough backup for them to do anything. Emotion having his own little fiasco there on the top Pinata fight, and that's gonna be taken out there by the duo of Eggy and Momo. LXY is not going to let this go without a fight, however, knows that a lot of their ability is down. Going to use Dragon Rage, try to knock him out. But both knocks him straight into the bloom, and he's going to just knock himself back over the wall.
He gets blast planted back, but the main thing that really got me was the Song of Wave and the second charge, the Resonating Strike as he was dashing in. Eggy intercepts that. So he misses the chance to get the damage, this charge of damage onto Bobo and try and finish that one off. Now LXY looking for a chance to steal it away from himself. He misses the chance to get into the pit. He flashes in, but it's too late. The Baron's already gone over. LXY's been caught out. They take down Eggy, but it's not a worthwhile exchange. And P6 is starting to run away now. A lot of damage onto Momo, looking for the snipe to finish that one off, but he lost vision on P6. They're hunting in dark waters, and they have no vision to work off of. PSK are trying to scrape back at anything they can find at the bottom of the barrel, but P6 pull up ahead.
Oh, you can't beat Nyx in what we call a smite game because Nyx, I think, has been uncontested so far. Even for steals, for timings, they've been doing so well in terms of being able to secure these objectives away, and I don't think the vision was there for them to make those plays. But like they've been taking risk after risk, and it hasn't been paying off for Pathseeker for most of these fights. The gold was pretty equal, but it's swung heavily in P6's favor now, and that's 2 dragons, 4 towers. It's not quite the scoreboard that you wanted to see moving forward for PSK.
I think the moral of the story of this match and this series as a whole, as we say that Momo's actually been caught out. Emotion, I think, he gets to finish this one off. Goes over the LXY instead, gets the Lee Sin, deserves it for the efforts that he's been making. But I think the moral of the story of the series is that P6 and PSK much closer matchup than we had initially expected, despite the fact that P6 looks to be the 3rd best team potentially in the region right now. We've seen a good performance from them. Now PSK have had a tough fight against them. We see LXY dive into the Baron pit to try and finish off a kill. Haki's being caught out of position, but Eggy is going to come in, maybe to his rescue, but it looks difficult.
There's that Lee syndrome. You got the Sonic Wave off. You got to dash after it. Eggy's going to be in a dangerous spot. Quite turn around the PSK right there, because the rest of P6 were trying to get back into that jungle after that particular kill, but Nick saw the opportunity, saw that she had the wave push out. Was going to go pushing up with the Baron now, and that's going to be 2 stacks of that inhibitor turret, and he's going to back away after taking as much goals as he needs to, and a turret to boot.
Yeah, just so cool and collected, knowing that he has the Baron powered cannon minions, and those do so much damage to inhibitors. Just take that one away. Doesn't even have to go back there. Doesn't have to do a double take. Just walks right out. And nothing PSK can do to try and stop them there. They're now playing for the Art of Drag. All right. The big boy guns it out. Now we're playing for the coin flip. The true and proper one. PSK lose this. They lose the game outright. Teleport out from LXY.
Man, it looks like PSK is playing the more desperate game here. It looks like they're grasping at straws right now.
He's alive. Eggy's alive. Double TP coming in.
Oh, here it comes the Nyx right into the Goat Dragon. There it is. Evolution gonna get taken out right now. Rooted there. This Chase of Corruption is gonna be enough. So many outs coming out. Emotion's doing his best. Swift is doing his level best, and it's only Kevin left. Kevin doesn't quite have the items or the damage to do this, and he's gonna take it out by Haki. Haki's just gonna say thank you very much. And like I said, you can't go against Nyx. Nyx is gonna get everything.
How does he keep doing this? How does he walk into every objective knowing he's going to take it? The mental game, the mental fortitude. P6 pick up the win as they walk into the base. No one left on PSK to defend the Nexus. It will be that 2-0 and the 2-2 scorelines in the group stages for Phantom6. An amazing pickup and an amazing Elder Dragon fight to win that one out.
Oh, what a game, Granite. I gotta say. Oh, that like I said, it started reeking of desperation. You started seeing them going for the objectives as soon as it was available. You didn't necessarily know where they were. You didn't necessarily have any wards in like the enemy jungle or anything. But you kind of saw like them starting to feel the pressure. They already saw that like P6 were about to win this. The goal was close. Like you said, we weren't expecting this to be as close as it was, but it was super close. This game could have turned around. They could have had a more level head, but desperation strung out in droves. Nyx was getting those smites like it was no one's business. He wasn't getting pushed away from any of those objectives. There was no Dragon Rages being spammed on the touchscreen. If it were me, I'd be pressing that button continuously because it doesn't work against monsters anyway, in the hopes that you kick someone out and they decide to flash over. But that didn't happen. All these objectives being stolen away, being smited away, and then Pathseekers was left with like a desperation attempt towards the Elder Dragon in that last play and lost the game.
Yeah, it just feels really bad for PSK. I felt like they got close in so many different occasions. I think anyone looking at this series realizes how close it has been. And there are a lot of these moments that kind of push the game back over to P6's side. And despite that, despite Baron being stolen away, despite the Dragon being stolen away, you know, it's all these tiny moments did not result in the loss of PSK. PSK were able to hold on despite that, were able to trade back despite all of that. It is an amazing look for PSK here. Phantom6, of course, showing us the skill and the ability that we were expecting from this team from the beginning, from previous regional champions. But now really jumping into this one, into a matchup that is quite much closer. They show us the ability to win through a series of macro plays, understanding the targets that you go for. I felt like Eggy had a phenomenal performance throughout the series. Of course, you have to give props over the Nyx for all the steals that he's made, but I felt like Eggy had just an amazing game.
I feel my head is full of Nyx right now. Like I'm just seeing the PTSD of having a Camille just bopping over your wall saying hi, what's up, and then slapping the dragon and walking away, because it happened not once, not twice. In fact, it might have happened 5 times or more. I wasn't counting actually.
No, we lost count. You know, it's too much to count. You know. And there's so much to kind of like unpack and kind of unravel from this game, because towards the end there, you know, there was a decisive call that needed to be made. Finish the dragon or finish the fight. And I think they were a little bit indecisive with that. Swift was able to get that kill on the mole because they had the dash into the pit, but Dragon was still alive. They lost a lot of HP in that time. The teleports from Haki and Eggy, I mean, so much to unpack. I think PSK get a great learning experience out from this matchup, because it's not a wash. You know, it's a close match. These are the best that you get to learn from, but they're also kind of the most tilting, because you go back to that and you think, oh man, I could have won this game if I had done this, if I had done that. You know, there's so many of these like tiny moments where you think like, yes, if I had done this slightly better, I could have won that. But PSK look beyond that. This is a great learning opportunity for them. I think they get to power out immensely. P6 shows us a really good series.
Indeed, like this is the type of game where you and I can look at it. We can sort of look at what PSK is doing. We can sort of look at the amount of damage Emotion was outputting. That's 35k. That's like easily almost 10k more than like the next highest amount of damage. And that's the sort of thing that you're looking at and you're saying this is the sort of stats that should be winning games. This is the sort of stats that you expect to see on someone who's been winning the game, but they hadn't. It's just boils down to the little plays, the little mistakes that sort of give away the inches that P6 need in order to get that win, to get the Baron, to get an Inferno Dragon on a team that has a Darius, a Zed, and a Camille at potentially the worst timing, because Swift needs to stay alive. Swift needs to be able to get those chains of corruption out. You need to stay alive as long as possible for the Galley to get it there with the ultimate and do as much damage as it can. It wasn't going to happen. The Inferno Dragon was already gone. The Baron was gone. All the smites were taken. Nothing you could do.
Yeah, really just not that much you could do anymore, and it feels kind of bad for PSK. I mean, we just keep kind of hopping back on it because that's the match that just happened. That's literally what we just saw. But P6 did give us a really good performance with all those smite steals, and we'll look to see if P6 can maintain that tempo going forward, because one of the main concerns that we had, surely, I think for a lot of us, were how well do they do in their individual matchups, how well do they do against the best players, because we think about on a local stage between the MYSG region and then on an international stage, MYSG region, we already start to see some pretty good competition in these individual roles. You know, you think about where P6 kind of land, I would say that Nyx does well, but is he at the top? Does he qualify in the top of the junglers? I think after this performance, maybe. We actually have our interview with our winning team, so we can pull that one up right now and hear what they have to say after that pretty sweaty 2-0 win.
Hi there, Eggy.
Hello. Yeah.
Hi, Eggy. How are you feeling after walking away from the match?
Kind of intense, I guess. A very close game for both. Yeah.
Would you say that Pathseeker put up way bigger of a fight than you expected? Were you guys struggling a lot harder than you usually would have in order to secure that win?
Although they did pull out a good fight, but I think it's just our fault on our side that made them have the advantage. Yeah.
Well, is there anything that you potentially like to ask Granite? Because like in terms of what they've been doing, there's been a lot of like notable things that we've seen. Well, so Eggy, in the end, what did it boil down to? What do you think really boiled down to, like to helping you win that in the end? Like, was it the team fights? Was it stealing over the Dragon, stealing all those objectives with Nyx, or was it like, you know, handling those fights better, potentially going around the map better? What do you think?
I think we won actually because of all the steals. I think Nick should be MVP this game. Yeah, the steals actually did us real good in all the fights, like afterwards. Yeah.
I see. So it was definitely a lot of effort put into that, and like it was a really entertaining game in the end. So like it's quite a good fight that you guys put up for us. So in terms of which person made you sweat the most? Which person on Pathseeker do you think made you sweat the most?
Pathseeker. I think it's the ADC, the Swift. Yeah.
Swift during that last match, huh?
Yes, the last match was pretty annoying on his barrels. Yeah, because
he was getting a lot of shots off.
Yeah, and also landing.
Yeah. It seems like you guys were getting a lot of your carries like sniped at the back lane there as you guys were trying to get those fights going. It was really close during a lot of those team fights, huh?
Yeah, the fights were pretty close.
What about game one? Who would you say is like the one that made you sweat the most in game one?
Game one, I think will be the Vayne. The Vayne started scaling like during the late game and was pretty much impactful in the team fights. Yeah, so we gotta just target him down in the fights to actually win.
Yeah, the emotion vein really being really scary as well. You didn't feel that the same way about his Akali in that second game after that?
No, no, no. I think his Akali was pretty much predictable.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see. All right, thank you so much, Eggy, for your time today. As we'll be ending the interview now, as we head over to like a different segment.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just great hearing from the players and being able to like get a little bit inside like how the thought process goes and how they feel. The fact that Emotion was scared the first game but not so scared the second game. That's just always fun. That's fun one.
He was surprisingly chill about Emotion on the second game, despite Emotion putting out 35k in terms of damage. So I suppose like even though you're putting out a lot of damage, in the end, if you can't really translate that to like getting key targets or potentially turning around objectives, that kind of shows that like in the end it doesn't really make the enemy team sweat.
And we actually get to look at our series MVP. It's been a fun one, but there can only really be one. They'll give it over to the guy that's making the smite steals happen. Nyx gets the series MVP. Well deserved. I felt like Nyx was in close contention, but sure, we'll give it over to him.
Yeah. I mean, like, if it was just one smite steal, some could argue it's a fluke. Some could say, oh, that just happened to be a coincidence. But once it happens multiple times, you know that you've got to give a lot of props to the person who is making a lot of these objectives possible for you and securing some really important things for you when your enemy has already done 90% of the work, and that's Nyx.
And so it's given us a stellar performance and a little bit more faith revitalized, I think, in P6 for anyone that was a little bit concerned after their first two series games. Now you gotta look back at this one and think, alright, well, P6, they're looking good again, and we get a good chance to really play through with this team. And maybe we get to see an even better performance from them moving into the future. We are still very early on into the group stages, so anything can happen at this point. We could still see the scaling continue. But a good matchup, and I think Omo put it best. We get all the good sets. We get PSK and P6, and then later we also get LFO and Watermelon, and yeah, just great matches all around.
Yeah, I can't wait to see some of those matches. And you know, I don't use the term on a roll lightly, but when you're a team called Watermelon, you get to unironically say that we're on a roll because you're a watermelon. But like,
well, they've been chewed on before. I'm pretty sure against Sem9. They said that if they had, I think that was the bot lane. I think bot lane was missing, right? If they had that change, you know, things could have gone differently. If they had the full roster, maybe things could have gone differently. They could have given Sem9 a real good run for their money. I know where I put my money on. Unfortunately for them, it is not gonna be on them between them and LFO. I think LFO do have that kind of edge over them. But there's so much to be seen and so much to be expected from these two teams.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. You know, they said they want to prove their mettle. Maybe the watermelon hasn't grown into quite the size that they were looking for, but like hopefully it's a lot juicier this time around. LFO is going to be putting out quite the fight though. I've seen some of their matches. I know they've definitely got what it takes. So we'll see if they can you know, puncture this watermelon, or the watermelon shot's going to be the other way around. And you know, I gotta stop making these horrible lines. But yeah, like in terms of the last game, PSK has so much room to grow. I'm really looking forward to what they have to do. P6 is definitely going to be polishing themselves more, but PSK is definitely a team that we're going to be watching out for in future, because they once they get to the point where they're a bit more chilling, I feel like their gameplay is just going to jump up by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, there's so much more upper bound to really keep going and keep developing, and I think that could be said for all of these teams. I think we're going to go into a bit of a break pretty soon, but we have a little bit for you guys coming up. So if you guys want to join the conversation, feel free to use the hashtag WCS MYSG to get a chance to go and join in on the conversation for whatever you guys want to try and talk about. We take a look at those pretty actively. If you guys are in chat, we're pretty active in there as well. I'm taking a look at all the things that you guys are saying. Yeah, but it's been a pretty good set so far. You know, we talk about so much about watermelons. We still haven't found out like what kind they are, right? We've really only been able to discuss the the pretty basic ideas of watermelons. Like, we know they're round, right? But they can also be square. And we haven't even discussed all of that. I don't even think they know. There's still so much more to be seen from all of these teams. And it is that development that will ultimately make a big deciding factor, I think, going between group stage to playoffs and then playoffs into regionals, because we only have that one slot. It's pretty difficult, but we have so many slots tentatively, right, going into Icons. So if you're able to get a good placing in the regionals, there's a good chance that you might be able to go all the way into the first ever truly international Wild Rift Esports competition. And you know, we get to have so much representation there if we do manage to send an MYSG team. I'm looking forward to see which of these guys it could potentially be. You know, I don't want to call it just yet. You know, they could have a difficult time by the time to get to playoffs.
Yeah, it's so rare that we get to, you know, root for our own country and have representatives come from, like, you know, your own homegrown soil, especially for our two regions that have been close forever. So, like, I can't wait to see it. But, yeah.
All right, with that being said, let's jump into a quick little break. When we're back, it's going to be LFO versus Team Watermelon. Don't miss it.
I'm undisputed.
Let's throw down.
All words are fighting words.
Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. We give you pure satisfaction. And yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious, they the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors, we the. Here we go now.
Welcome back to the final and maybe the most exciting series of the day. I'm Grant, and with me here is Pondo. We'll be watching this one here with you guys and figuring out exactly what wins, a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a watermelon.
That's a question I'm probably going to be asking myself in my sleep tonight as well. You just posed something which is probably going to be in the back of my mind today. But yeah, we've already had some really exciting matches here, like between Pathseeker and Phantom6 just now, which wasn't quite the one-sided topple that we expected on either side, which is quite a good match actually. So I'm hoping that we see much more action, a lot more close matches like the match that we saw just now. So it's going to be pretty exciting either way.
I think that ultimately depends on if Watermelon has like that full roster, if they're able to come in guns blazing and really execute to the level that we're hoping for. We know that LFO can get a little bit troll with the way they play the game. You know, they're not taking this one too seriously, not taking themselves too seriously. This is still a group stage for them. It doesn't really matter to them if they come in first seed, second seed, whatever seed, as long as they make their way into the playoffs. And then from there, really make things execute. I suppose it does matter if you fall too far down and you don't get into, like, as deep into the playoffs. So ideally, you do want to be that first or second seed. But apart from that, you know, they get to play things a little bit more lightheartedly. And they've already dropped that first map, that first game. So it doesn't really matter as much. Whereas Sam9, you know, they still have a track record to prove for, and they still have to keep things going.
Yeah, in fact, if anyone is worried about seeds, it'd be Watermelon. But I'm really gonna stop. You gotta make me stop, Grant. Why do you let me do this?
No, I'm not. You can keep going. Just keep rolling with it. I love hearing this.
But yeah, like you said, it's probably true. They've definitely been a lot more chill, and it's a quality that's highly prized here in the WCS because it's a sort of chill mindset that can win you games, and having fun is definitely going to get you into the right sort of state of mind to help you get more games on your belt. So yeah, let's take a look at a video by LFO as we head into the next game soon.
Or at the very least, we love them. LFO, we have Tipper, SSK, CWJ, Raven, and Rich. A really powerful team that is looking to take on Sam9 for that top spot, that one singular seed out into the greatest Southeast Asian region. And this is a roster that was designed to do so. Tipper coming into the MYSG has been maybe perhaps our biggest acquisition in the history of ever. And definitely for the start of Wild Rift for us.
The combination of Tipper and Rich is the best kind of combination, because when you're rich and you're a big tipper, the people at restaurants tend to love you all that more often. And I hope they're serving watermelon tonight. Well,
yeah, on the opposite side, you've seen them before, but let's take a look at them. Once again, it's Team Watermelon. You know, every once in a while we get complaints about players changing names. Well, Team Watermelon are serial offenders for that. We have Zinkai, Vendetta, El Major, Scarlet Petal, and Smurf. I can't even tell you the number of times Zinkai has changed his IGN at this point. So, truly a menace for any aspiring esports historian, for any journalist trying to follow the esports scene. Trying to follow Zinkai is trying to unearth hidden secrets within this realm. By the very least, we still have names like Vendetta, Scarlet Petal, El Major, and Smurf that are very well recognizable to us. They come in from a long lineage in the PC realm, and then now joining us with Wild Rift. They've been playing for the last split as well. They went into the regionals and they gave us a great performance. Vendetta had his iconic pentakill, the Kazigs, and now he's here to perform again.
Like you said, these changing names all the time is definitely one of the pet peeves, especially to us casters. We need to keep track of all these players throughout, like many different narratives and metas. So definitely no brownie points for that. But like you said, they are illustrious, long history from PC. They definitely have a lot more, like, you know, a lot more brain power in terms of picks on how they work, and a lot more space in towards the meta. So it'll be exciting to see what they can pull for us today as they fight off against LFO.
Yeah, but they're not alone though. A lot of these teams and players do have huge backstories. A lot of backstory going back all the way to years and years ago, to the start of League of Legends, and now they start anew with Wild Rift. Let's pull up the predictions for this series, though I think it should be pretty straightforward. And there we go. Yeah, everyone's on the train. We're going LFO all the way.
LFO has been quite the popular group among the casters, so quite unanimous so far. But I'm still going to be rooting for Watermelon because I have a very sweet spot for the underdogs. I tend to root for the underdogs all the time. So let's just see what Watermelon can pull out for us, or if LFO is going to continue the streak of dominance while maintaining the same chill attitude they've had throughout the entire season.
Yeah, so for me, I think that Watermelon's really only going to lose against Sam9 and LFO. I think these two teams exclusively they will lose to. Everyone else they should be beating. And so when I'm looking at their games, you know, like the rosters that they're playing and the matches that they have lined up for them, they're playing against some of the toughest right now. So we had Phantom6 play against LFO and Sam9 to begin with. Now it's Watermelon's turn to play off against these two teams. And with this one up against LFO, their match against Sam9, they lost 2-0. They put off some pretty interesting strategies to try and get Vendetta up to a strong point. Didn't work. Now, are they going to do the same thing? Will it work? You know, we have to watch again to find out. And then tomorrow, we get an even better match, in my opinion. We get LFO and Sam9. There's so much to look forward to.
I'm definitely going to be looking forward to that match. That's going to be one of the fights for history, and I hope it's a close one so we can savor it some more. But like you said, we can't discount Watermelon just yet. Watermelon is definitely one of those teams that is going to be able to put up a great fight, and I think they're going to be twisting those knobs a little bit. They're going to be trying to get themselves into the right angle to try and find a win against LFO. Maybe pull something out of their Watermelon. No, but yeah, the idea remains the same.
Sure, I'll take that. I'll take that. You know, it's you drill like a hole, and then like you scrape out the insides, dry it out, and then you have like a bottle, a container. It's your watermelon. Sure, pull something out of your watermelon. I'll take that. It's some kind of analogy. And there's so much to see from these two teams. It is, frankly, a strong matchup. I think this is probably the thing that will really define where Watermelon stands. If they do manage to take a game off of LFO or beat LFO by some chance, then we really have a much more shaky top 3 than we had initially expected.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that you'd be writing stories about, the sort of thing that us casters love to fit in our narrative, and things that you can sort of, you know, put into the history books whenever things sort of shift around. Like when I was watching VCTs, we had some really good matches, so like if we have something like this here, I'd be pretty happy. But you know, let's just put our faith in both teams to play the best that they can, and you know, try to get into those icon series and to those like potentially bigger representations in the bigger stages.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, to see where their journey brings them, where their path brings them. We know that RTP made a pretty big play to bring in some of these Chinese players to make that statement. And we'll see if they can bring that all the way. For now, let's take a look at our bans. We have the Jackson Garen on the side of LFO, and we have the Riven ban and the Thresh ban on the side of Watermelon. Pretty standard ones. You want to get rid of as many of those big carry junglers that Vendetta is probably going to look to try and play for, but of course you can't get rid of every single one of them, so you have to be careful about the ones that you do want to get rid of. It's going to be the Jax and the Fiora. Makes a lot of sense. Generally, those two are the ones that will give you the most issues. They'll be able to split push the most effectively. You just don't want to deal with that. So it kind of restricts a little bit what Vendetta wants to try and go for. We've seen before him play stuff like the Master E if the opportunity presents itself. Camille's left open, so that might be what Alpha want to go for, but they could also try and go for something else like the Yuumi in this case. Now with the buffs, sure, why not?
First pick Yuumi, definitely a very important pickup for LFO here, seeing as they wanted to secure that as soon as possible. Maybe they have a strat behind this, but Morgana's gonna get picked out on the Watermelon side. Looks like they want something just as strong, especially to try and get more CC out. The team that only has 4 people technically on the field at any given time.
Yeah, so it is going to give them a little bit more flexibility here. They get to kind of decide where they want to try and bring that one. Now, not so much, because they immediately show the Zed, which is interesting to me, because that might mean that they expect something to happen. Jungler might, the mid laners might get banned out. Maybe the mid lane pool gets shrunken down too quickly. But then that also leaves open a bunch of options, right? Because now you still have stuff like the Gragas, the Zed, the Camille. A lot of things could still come into play for LFO if they really want to try and play for it. Whereas on Watermelon's side, you know, now it's looking a little bit reactive, right? They've kind of shown their hand early on, and of course, when we see the Yuumi and we start to see the hyper carry enchanter, you have to have the hyper carry, the thing that actually that gets attached on, to start to see the main benefits of having a Yuumi in the game. The Vayne will perform that role.
Just having that Yuumi hyper carry thing is gonna be, you're gonna have some people quaking in their boots, but Camille is no less fearless, no less scary on the enemy team as they pick it up on the Watermelon side. That's going to be a good pickup for them, especially since I was expecting more along the lines of a set pickup, but I guess Vayne is going to be an important pick for Yuumi, so I can see why they went for that, you know?
Well, Watermelon's actually going to respond by banning away the set at this point. This is interesting to me, the fact that they've waited this long to try and go for it. I think LFO made the right decision. When you see the Camille come in this late, yes, likely Galio is going to be a really nice option to pair to get that together with. And you have the Galio Morgana bot lane, just very easy to clear out waves. You can deal with things a lot really effectively. But of course, with Watermelon actually showing this Morgana this early on, they're not simple people. I think they actually have some kind of plan to flex this if they really have to. Don't quote me on that. They might just bring this down to the bot side anyway, but there's a chance to try and go for something like that. A lot of support bans have been expanded to at this point. If they want to go for an enchanter, something like Lulu could be in play. Otherwise, the options left just aren't that many. There's still stuff like the Braum, perhaps. Stuff that fits in well for Smurf. I'm trying to figure this stuff out. What would Smurf want to play here? Rakan was definitely within his pool. Maybe now... Yeah, maybe something like the Lulu could go into play, but I might want to try and play for a different pick first instead.
Lulu could be pretty strong. I could see Lulu getting picked up, but maybe they might want to go for the Sol Morgana pick if Nasus is going to get picked up for the Baron lane. Potentially heavy scaling there could be quite the terror, just, you know.
Yeah,
maybe
so I don't think this is going to the Baron lane. I think it's actually probably going to go to the Dragon lane. They're going to give us a little bit of a visit back into the past a little bit. So what this kind of does here, and it kind of depends on where the Vayne goes as well. So if you see like the Vayne go to the top side, then I think the Nasus just go and match. But the idea here is to use the Wither to try and invalidate the enemy ADC, right? So that's going to be the Vayne in this case, and being able to just turn them into a non-factor, especially with the Yuumi buffed up, you just lose a lot of the value that you otherwise would have. That's what the NASA is supposed to try and go for. And this is especially true when you are in a situation when you believe that the enemy Baron laner is just, enemy ADC is just better than your ADC. You say, alright, I guess we'll just play Nasus. We don't want to take that direct fight. We'll hit the Wither button. One button invalidates the enemy marksman. Why not, right? And then they finish that off with the cannon, so they get a pretty good ultimate to pair together with the Camille and with some of the team fighting they have, but it really relies on LFO to rush into them.
ADC cannon. I'm gonna be seeing a lot of shocking things coming out. But like you said, I quite like that Nasus pick there. You have the Nasus pick there for a team fight, then the Wither is gonna have so much because it lasts forever. Like, I'm sure you played against the Nasus before. I played against a lot of Nasuses before, and you feel like that Wither literally is lasts till the end of the game. That's just how long it lasts for you. And I think that Vayne's gonna win in those solo like matchups. If they ever encounter each other in the jungle and they're like, whoa, and they pull their guns out on each other, Vayne's gonna probably win that fight if she plays her positioning correctly. But in terms of team fights, you're definitely right. Wither's gonna have so much more value, and I don't think a Yumi's gonna be able to do much because it's quite the heavy slow.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for the Yumi to find much value off of it. When we look back at the Nasus and the way the Nasus probably wants to try and play, probably just trying to get as much utility. So even if Vayne goes for something like the Quicksilver Sash to try and remove a lot of the, remove the effects, that just opens them up to be susceptible to a lot of the damage that comes through from the cannon, from the Zed. And so there's no real good way to effectively deal with it, because then you say, okay, well, I'll just go for Hourglass. Yeah, you could go for the Hourglass, but then the Nasus has done his job, right? His entire goal in life is to make you not be able to play the game. If you are withered and then you run forward, the Zed runs to you, you hit Hourglass, you survive, but your team dies in that time, yeah, then, well, Watermelon have managed to win the team fight, no? And so that's exactly what they're trying to play for. That's the idea of how you try to go for the Nasus. As we take a look back, yep, there we go. It is going to be the Nasus Morgana bot side. Good amount of wave clear once you have the both E's out, or I guess the W and the E from the Morgana and the Nasus. Just being able to clear out waves effectively against the Vayne. Maybe we see a lane swap, maybe we don't. I'm not sure what LFO have in store for us. I think they're just going to play conventionally and have confidence in their abilities to win this matchup.
The team comp on Watermelon does seem a lot more difficult to deal with, if that's the term that I would use. But LFO, you know, they've shown us time again that they can make full use of their tools. I do think it's going to be a little bit scary to go into a team that has a Morgana, a Kennen, and a Nasus in it. Zed being somewhere else to try and wait for his opportunity. But like, yeah, I think there's something to be said about the LFO's team comp as well, in terms of the Renekton, in terms of the snowballs, and a lot of the easy initiations they could put out from a Gragas, for example, or a giant biggest snowball ever.
Yeah, trying to scale up and then like try and run in, but it is going to be quite difficult, I think, with how much displacement they have to block that one. But enough talking, let's jump into the action first with this matchup between Watermelon and LFO. Here we have it. We jump into game. LFO and Watermelon, both teams looking for this win and to assert a little bit of control early on. Because with this one, Watermelon's able to take the win. You know, they again will bump up a little bit higher, and then some questions get to be raised about how LFO are doing. They lost that game up against Upcar Esports. A bit of a fluke, I'd say. But definitely, a lot of the contributions were from Upcar as well. Let's see if they can keep that one going.
They definitely had a hard game against Upcar. Upcar's been definitely doing a lot better than we usually see from them, but seeing LFO is definitely strong, like there's no doubt about that, and they can use their champions to the fullest. So like, let's just see if they can retain that dominance and get back to form, or if they're gonna, you know, if Watermelon's gonna pull another Watermelon out of their Watermelon pockets. I don't know why I'm so fixated about pulling Watermelons out of nowhere, but yeah.
Whatever floats your boat, whatever makes you happy. I'm sure that's how Watermelon came up with their name too, you know. Whatever makes them happy, they just went with. You see a bit of action in the mid side, but I think SSK is not going to be able to get that much done. I say that, but immediately Vendetta flashes away with the Ignite taking down. Such a disastrous trade. You have to wonder what Vendetta was looking to get there.
It looked like SSK didn't manage to land those snowballs, just missing like this by the skin of his teeth, but then, you know, Vendetta coming out there, surprisingly priming himself up for a lot of CC with not a good angle to get out of it, being hit by so many things like the Gragas dash and like the snowballs coming in. Oh, gonna get the condemned on a Morgana, but getting stunned there, and Raven's on a very bad spot with the Wither, but it's a good thing that it wasn't an ADC on the enemy team, because Raven's going to be able to survive, and he decides to stay in lane because like he still wants that CC and knows that Nasus' melee doesn't necessarily have what it takes to get him, even though he's at such a low state.
So Nasus Smurf there tried to flash into the brush to cut vision on himself, so there was no way that Raven was going to be able to auto attack him. I think that was a thought process, but he didn't realize just how low Raven already was. So all he needed to do was flash onto Raven and finish him off. They had the damage to do it. A little bit unfortunate they weren't able to get that done. Especially since that would have been a huge boost in the tempo that Watermelon were looking for. You look down towards the bomb side. Even the Yuumi is farming up a little bit better. They're getting a little bit better, more gold. And Smurf, while he is relatively low economy, you know, you never want to be in that kind of awkward position where you're not able to get quite the items that you need to be effective, especially since all you really need are those first initial few.
I do think that Smurf being a Nasus is going to be the one who wants to... I guess they are going to push the lane, but I was expecting them to let the lane push up to them so that Morgana has easier time of landing her binds. And, you know, potentially letting Smurf just walk up and get a lot more hits. But I think it's better. I think they're just going to try and push it up to the tower, get the recall, and get the items that they need.
Yeah, they want to go for the timing because the objective is starting to spawn in about 45 seconds. So if they can get back towards the mid lane, they can start to get some control and then push out the waves. Especially since it is going to be Nasus Morgana. Like, there's really nothing that can stop them from pushing. And most you can try and cut the wave so you have an even state, which the Gragas might be able to do. CWJ doesn't really have the items to make that happen though. So more than likely what's going to happen, Watermelon shove out the lane, and then they start to get prio towards one of the two objectives, and then LFO start rushing over. And LFO actually have the better initiation, so Watermelon have to be careful not to get baited into a close corridor where they could potentially get chunked out or even killed off entirely.
Yeah, it's gonna be another game of neutral on the LFO side, you know, pushing in there. But it looks like Rift Herald and the Dragon are up. Potentially gonna try setting up, getting some vision down here and there. Maybe try pushing up the minions as they need to be, but the Yuumi is gonna get a lot of snipes down. Looks like SSK is gonna do his best to throw out snowballs and potentially keep them off the Raven and Rich at the same time. And it looks like they're gonna be setting up for either side now with the ward and going over the ward going over that wall there as they prep for the Rift Herald.
So Watermelon, the ones that start the objective first, they actually picked the Rift Herald. I think LFO will walk towards a Dragon and they were considering it, but they're now looking to try and contest this. You actually see SSK get stopped midway. Now Sinkai's gonna jump in with a slicing Maelstrom.
The time is just gonna be off right there. Jinkai gonna get taken out. Sora's gonna be super low. Raven's gonna take it out. That's not quite the pickup you need. SSK is too low to do much. He's gonna try to get away from El Major, and that's gonna be 2 for 3 on the side of Watermelon.
And El Major flashes in aggressively to finish off that kill onto SSK. Knew he needed that. Wanted something for his troubles. Watermelon, while they might have lost the extra member, were able to get that Rift Herald. It's not the worst exchange in the world. They get to walk back towards the Dragon, start playing for the second objective, and don't lose that much for it. CWJ here does get the recall in time. We see a bit of exchange. Vendetta doesn't have the ultimate to make it happen. But you can see, even at 5.5 minutes in the game, what the Wither does to Raven. It just takes away so much of his mobility, so much of his power to make things happen. If they look back towards this fight, the slicing motion just sets them up to begin with. The Yuumi does a good job of trying to hit the targets on the side, so the flank from Scarlet Petal couldn't happen. But maybe it would have been better just to deal with the targets coming in from the Rift Herald pit. Either way, we see El Major jump in to try and finish all the last couple of kills. Was actually really close to finishing on CWJ, but then was lacking that final bit of damage. Either way, I think El Major is happy those 2 kills because they get to come up with some additional economy to start pushing more.
Yeah, wasn't expecting it to go the way that they did. Thought they were too low. I thought they were too low to get that Rift Herald at the time, but they managed to get 3 kills out of that, which is surprising. CWJ definitely contributing with a beautiful ultimate to separate them into the walls for a beautiful condemn from Raven into the wall. So yeah, getting 3 kills out of that is definitely a win in my book.
So Watermelon actually end up giving away a lot of pressure around the Dragon. They have that single ward in the pit, but not much more vision elsewhere on the map. I'm not sure if this is a gutsy play to say that, hey, there's only one thing for you guys to walk towards. It's going to be that dragon. So we want vision of you when you go for it. You have that new smite. It's going to be difficult to try and test for it. Perhaps you just see that Rift Child pop and they try and run for 2 turrets if they can.
Interesting to see that they walked over from that side to, you know, potentially zone them out from coming from that brush to try and stop the dragon, but knew that 2 people were putting up the tower, decided to trade it for the Inferno, which is potentially a better pickup for them as they scale towards the late game. Raven's going to need it most of all.
Definitely love to have that, Almajor. Spun out of position. I'm not sure what he did there. He knew that people were nearby. Decides to go for that exchange anyway. A little bit strange, but Vendetta is actually going to get a good amount of chunk damage on this turret. Takes this one down, and 2 turrets to this Watermelon.
That's going to be quite the amount of gold there. Like, you can see the 4 kills coming out from LFO, but still pretty much a 200 gold advantage to Watermelon at the times. Just paid off in spades in terms of Rift, using it to get an uncontested like Baron lane for 2 turrets, which is now going to be cascading with a lot of pressure as they start making their moves towards potentially the dragon lane.
They want to start getting some control somewhere on the map. I mean, it's a little bit tricky for Raven to go to this extremely long and open lane because you have the risk of Vendetta and Zinkai being able to run you down, or just anyone with a Smurf realistically should be able to take them down in 2 versus 2 matchup. So they really have to be a little bit careful about that, especially since the Rift Herald is going to be up towards that top end. It's quite easy to play for. The positioning is just right. So LFO want to be a bit wary about Raven's positioning right now. Watermelon, they get some good amount of pressure on some of the side lanes, and Almajor's walking back up towards the top half. I think this Rift Herald is going to be quite contested.
They're going to be pushing for it on the other side. You can see where Raven was the one who will be clearing out the waves to get a little bit more gold for himself and the kitty cat. I don't know if you call it a combination of you know, Raven and Rich, or Rich and Raven, or Rich Raven, but like it's quite like a potent combination here. SSK going to try to get the biggest snowball ever, but the rest of them, Smurf and Vendetta, going to get onto the vein right about there, and in comes the Maelstrom. Here we go. CWJ gets to a really low state, trying to get the rest of his team out there. Smurf gonna get really low, but Tipper now caught between a rock and a hard place. But he's probably gonna be able to get away without much in the way of Watermelon being able to get back on that. And that's 3 kills for Watermelon, and potentially a Rift Herald.
Almajor can't finish him off. They're flashing back in on Smurf. The damage out from Rich. You have to watch out for this. The Zed jumps in. A little bit more damage on the Tipper will kill him. But Vendetta has to start to run away as Raven comes in with a teleport but gets stopped immediately by the Dark Binding. Scarlet Petal will prevent LFO from coming back after that fight.
Teleport is still such a strong spell. Definitely going to be something that pushes them away from the zone. That's going to be free Rift Herald for LFO. Potentially going to be able to get those turrets that were taken over by Watermelon. Watermelon didn't necessarily want to lose that, but that was a particularly zip-zap sort of team fight going back and forth there. SK doing his best to try to get the snowballs off. You can see Raven getting hit out there by an ulti. Nasus going to get hit by CWJ, push in all directions, and that kind of sort of separates them. Jinkai gets super duper low and gets taken out eventually, but they managed to sort of clean it up there on the backline, pushing them away. If there was too many people dead, not much could be done. Not much janitorial duties could be done to clean up.
Yeah, it's quite... I think the thing that really caught my attention was the fact that Vendetta was able to cancel SSK's ultimate with his own ultimate. Like, that was really well timed. I'm not sure if that was intentional or if they was just trying to jump on Raven as quickly as they could. But being able to stop SSK's ultimate, not just for the damage, but because of the utility and the slows, right? I think Zinkai got a little bit overzealous there because he was expecting the Nunu ultimate. So he actually flashed on so he could get the ultimate on directly. But didn't need that anymore because of Vendetta canceling SSK's ult. Now actually jumping onto Raven, this could be a chance for another kill.
Oh, Camille just so strong right now. Vendetta barely with a sliver of health, but the skin of his teeth. SSK's going to be super low. Raven's going to try and get in there with the speed buff from Yumi, but oh no, it's going to be Cannon coming in there to try and clean it up. Now Rich, SK going to be in a bad position, and Watermelon's going to be the one saying, get off our property, get off our lawn. We're here to get the dragon. You are not welcome here right about now. Raven's going to be dead, and she's the damage that they needed to get this dragon at this point in time.
They do get some control back, but they start running in as quickly as they can. A lot of key ultimates used early on.
Oh, it's gonna be the Nasus taken out. There's Smurf gonna be gone. Jinkai's gonna be gone. Now SSK Raven's still dead. Oh, SSK, and now that's going to be Scarlet Petal, but there's going to be some barriers as CWJ going to be able to make it out alive. It's Rich, the cat versus the Renekton. Sorry, the cat versus the Morgana, going to get that kill, and that's going to be a win for LFO, ace of all things, being finished off by Rich.
It's a 4 versus 5 in what can only be described as the most brutal death ever. That was graphic. That was PG. That was not PG. That was M18. That was R21. That was not rated for everyone. I think we are going to get flagged for that one because that was absolutely nasty. Look at how this happens. So much damage out, and Scarlet Petal runs out of mana right at this critical moment. He wants to finish off CWJ, but he goes into the brush and he's fighting off against Rich. The couple of auto attacks from Yuumi will kill him off in what can only be described as a incredibly depressing death and an incredibly depressing way to lose a team fight on. Watermelon are undeterred, though they will return back to the dragon. In the first time they don't succeed, try again.
SSK playing some sort of game of bowling, pushing the Camille away towards a direction that was perfect for them to get catch on, and now they're already down 2 people. They're not going to be able to contest this dragon. Vendetta, Jinkai getting caught out by what is potentially the strangest game of Ring Around the Rosie. Raven going to try and flash in to get it, but doesn't see the rest of them on the backline. There's going to be a kill by Ale Major. SSK is going to be doing his best to use that Devour to get that dragon, and that's going to be another ace from the LFO side. What is going on?
Like, Almajor does get a double kill through all of that chaos, and it's on Tipper, it's on Raven, but you still have to acknowledge what CWJ brings to the table, and SSK scaling up. We look at a game and a meta of carry junglers. SSK is on tank duty. LFO are playing for Raven scaling, Raven hyper carry. They're looking for Tipper scaling, Tipper hyper carry. And through it all, CWJ has been giving us a good performance. We've seen his Zed, we've seen his Gragas. He's been giving us a good standard performance in a situation where we were curious if him switching to the mid lane was going to be a vulnerability, a weak point for LFO, and that doesn't seem to be the case at all.
Yeah, he's been landing so many good ultimates. He's been where he needed to be at the precise moments that he needed to be there. And LFO look like guard dogs right now. They look like the shepherds that you see on the field, pushing the sheep towards the destination they need to be. Because SSK has been chasing people down towards locations for the rest of the team to potentially get initiation, and it's been really funny to see.
Yeah, they've been able to just zone them out, cut them off from the rest of their team. It's problematic for Watermelon because a lot of their team fighting power comes from having those 5-man units, from finding maximum value in a lot of these exchanges. At the same time, also partly in split pushing. The thankful thing is El Major isn't that far behind Tipper, but it's still enough that you look at and see what happens. He just has to try and dash away and run away from Tipper, especially when Tipper has the Fury stacks available on this Renekton. Now look towards the top side. They jump onto Raven, but the Hourglass will keep him alive for now.
It's going to be Raven there with Rich. Rich going to try back end, but the LT isn't going to be enough. However, Vendetta doing his level best to try and get things out of control. SSK going to have his ultimate to keep them under the frozen state right about now. Scarlet Petal wanted to use the ult to try and get more CC down. Going to be CWJ throwing in the ultimate, not quite enough. SSK doing his snowball again. Oh no, not quite what they were looking for. Smurf and Vendetta get taken out in exchange for just one fat man, CWJ.
And it feels like the game is really still really early on, but we already start to see the Baron spawning out. We start to see that the Elder Drake is going to spawn up, and so many things are happening in this game. Despite the fact it doesn't feel that way. We're hitting that mid to late game phase now. Ravens get at a pretty good point. You know, in that previous game we saw, I believe it was Emotion go for the Wit's End early on. Might not have been the most necessary, but this time around, you know, there is a good case to be made about why Raven wants to go for Wit's End with 3 damage, 80 damage sources. Especially since the Renekton is going, well, not the Renekton, the Nass is going pretty AP heavy. Kai is actually facing off against Zipper, has to flash out of that one.
I'm gonna tell Watermelon one thing right now. You gotta run in Serpentine. Run Serpentine. Run Zigzag. Every single character on the enemy team, Gragas, SSK, potentially Tipper, and a Raven, with Rich speed buffing her, can all chase you down. You gotta run in many directions. You can't just run straight. When SSK is chasing you down, just don't keep running in one direction. Though I suspect that SSK is a master initial D player because he's been turning that snowball faster than the eye can see.
Yeah, the guy is a master at a lot of games, honestly. He just loves playing video games. I think that Wild Rift is just one more title to add to his master collection, right? And LFO
wanted to start up the Baron there, but I think Watermelon coming over has deterred them enough to not want to play for that coin flip, even with the Nunu. It's not as easy in Wild Rift. Like, Wild Rift is pretty tough to really hit those Nunu smite combos. There's still a margin for error, and so you really want to be quite careful with that.
Yeah, indeed. I'd say the timing is a lot tighter on Wild Rift than it is on League PC, because in League PC there's a longer way to go to get to those objectives, but in Wild Rift, since the map's a little bit smaller, you could potentially not miss the timing if you weren't quite there. But Vendetta's going to be trapping Tipper in there. Tipper can only stand there and take it as he gets knocked out. GA going to get procced, but Tipper going to flash in there. Not quite enough to get Vendetta. Uses the Zhonya's. Now he's going to be trapping over the wall. Tipper gets out with barely his life intact, and that's going to be the Zed taken out as well. Smurf super low. Tipper's going to do his best to try to get back in. Watermelon somehow getting it turned around, even though it was supposed to be Vendetta's game to win. And now that's Scarlet going to be throwing out the bind, but it's going to get hit by the cat. Is it going to be enough? Oh.
Not enough to finish off the final kill on the Scarlet Petal. Vendetta gets away, but now the Dragon's going to go over to LFO's side. And Watermelon had a good start to the game by setting up towards the top half of the map, breaking open those turrets, but it doesn't equate to enough. Now look at what happens now. CWJ is buying time, just zoning out Vendetta Scarlet Petal single-handedly. They finally take down the Dragons, but that Elder Dragon is gone, and now with it, Team Watermelon. Look at what happens now. Tipper is just chasing after Scarlet Petal. Does get lost, gets to stop in the end.
A really funny game of cat and mouse there. Tipper not using the stun, waiting for her to use a black shield, potentially just playing a game of cat and mouse, but Scarlet Petal waiting so patiently for that stun to come out, using the black shield at just the right timing, so manages to survive in the end. Tipper not quite landing it just as much as he wanted, but wow, look at that gold deficit right now. Almost a 10k difference with a 7-kill advantage and 3 dragons on the LFO side. I don't know what Watermelon's going to do, but they're going to have to pull it out of their hat real soon if they want to try to get back into this game.
Okay, 10,000 gold behind. They play for the coin flip. They play for the Baron startup. But SSK's walking in. We have to see how this one plays out. Almadron jumps in first. They actually have enough crowd control. The whole Raven in place for now, but he's starting to slip away. He's running into the back. They don't have anyone to pick him down. He lives through it all. He lives through all the spells that you have. And now he starts to run back in your face. Scarlet Petal goes down the double kill out for our foe. And to finish this one off Tipper. He's already in your base. You gotta go back. You gotta defend against this. But what can you do? LFO have you covered on all fronts.
LFO just playing 2 games at once. You're playing a different game than I am. I'm playing a game like 3 steps ahead of you right now. I'm pushing my glass into my face, and here we go. SLK and the rest, they're going to be fighting for keeps. They got to make a stand right now. They got to try and fight him off the base, but that's 5 versus the 2 that are still alive. And Vendetta doesn't necessarily have enough. The GA is off proc. Everything's going wrong. There's still the Night's Edge, but is it going to be enough? There's so much damage coming out. They don't have enough CC. CWJ going to be throwing out that ulti to push him off. Is he going to be able to do anything? Nope. That's going to be the match gone.
LFO with the win over Team Watermelon. A nice little pickup for them. Things were looking a little bit close for a second there, but then they show us exactly why they are as strong as they are. Now there is no more Singapore qualifying, so they just go straight into this one and they continue on strong. They haven't had a loss just yet, but they did lose that one match. They don't want that anymore. Say no more down for us. I think SSK said that they want more screen time so that the investors can see them, but I think just win your games as quick as you can, buddy.
LFO definitely made a lot of statements. They talk tough, but they've got the game to show for it. They've got sort of the swagger to show, and a lot of these picks, which you don't necessarily expect to see played to this sort of level, just being used at their absolute best here. But we're going to be going to a break soon, but do stay tuned for the next match as we see the next match 2 of LFO versus Team Watermelon.
Here we go now.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Hit my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Here we go now.
Game number 1 might have gone the way of LFO, but game number 2 cannot be so understated because Watermelon still have a great chance to pull that one back for us. I'm Granite. With me here is Pondo. We're taking a look at the final series of day 4 of the WCS MYSG group stages. And what a way to end the day off. I know almost complained that he had some of the, some would say easier games, and then we get some of the best ones right now.
Yeah, indeed. Wasn't really expecting this level of quality, like team fights, and how close it's been actually. Watermelon, like kind of took a little bit, hit a little bit harder, but LFO was just absolutely slaying with the amount of personal champion pullouts that they were doing. CWJ with those absolutely crisp Gragas ultimates, and then so many just Raven doing so much damage there on the backline with the with the Yuumi helping him out as the Vayne.
Yeah, it just feels like they have such a more cohesive team composition, whereas with Watermelon, they were going for something that's a little bit more unorthodox, but this is a team that loves to play with the unorthodox because they've gone for a number of things in the past before. They've gone for things all the way way back when we saw them pioneer a lot of the Senna Nasus. This time around, actually did not decide to go for the Senna, even though it was available. They went for the Morgana. How what turns out for them, we'll have to kind of see, and the results are right here. Not too bad for the bot side, honestly, but you just saw him lose so much relevance so quickly.
Yeah, I was expecting the Nasus to go a little bit harder, especially well, Nasus PC. Nasus PC being AP has been really difficult to deal with, and if you have it against a Vayne especially, I don't know if you've played a Vayne against a Nasus AP, but like it's just really difficult to deal with, especially in lane. But it didn't quite turn out the way that they wanted to. Nasus was there to put down the Wither, but didn't really matter when like the Vayne wasn't trying to run away anyway. The Vayne was pretty much just, what, you gonna slow me, bro? I'm just gonna keep hitting you with silver bolts. You're gonna die. The rest of my team are just gonna like, get the rest of you because there's not much else you can do.
Yeah, it's such a problem for Watermelon when they can't even get to Raven, and even when they do, he just goes into Hourglass. And that was one of our main concerns before, right? Was that, yeah, you could go and buy the Hourglass, but then you just still become susceptible to a lot of the damage and a lot of the crowd controls that happens right after you come out of stasis. LFO say, we're not going to let that happen because you have Rich being there to keep him alive, CWJ, SSK were really there to keep him alive, and then you had Tipper in the side lane who was split pushing, he's playing that macro game, he was off in the side lane and really getting things done effectively. That was the thing that was really eye-opening for us, to be able to see LFO play to that side lane pressure at that really high level because they were able to get all the way into the base at that point. Tipper was prepared to end the game if the Baron coin flip, the Baron dance didn't go in their favor. Tipper was there, he was prepared to end it all.
Yeah, like we were expecting you see like Tipper pushing the bot lane. You see that they don't have a member, but when you're that far ahead, it doesn't seem to matter because 4 of them were pretty much enough to kind of push you out of the Baron pit by themselves, which is kind of unfortunate in the grand scheme of things. And like it's not really what you want to see when when you're trying to all in on the Baron when one person's still pushing your bot lane.
Well, we start the picks and bans off. The first ban is going to be the Riven, and we've seen how much of a threat Tipper can be on that pickup. But then again, what pickup is he not a threat on? You just kind of have to pick your poison. I think Riven is one they are not willing to stomach. So LFO instead ban away the Jax. Similarly, they see towards what Watermelon want to do for their win cons. It's going to be Vendetta in their jungle. It's very likely, I think, once again, going to be stuff like the Fiora banned away. So Vendetta really constricted and restricted in his pool that he's able to play from. And then with Watermelon's side, if they're able to get rid of some of the supports, and we know that Rich is going to have so much effectiveness if he gets a rolling support, stuff like the Thresh, the Rakan, Janna, really just having so much presence.
Honestly, Rich is a terror, and it's amazing how much you can do on the support role when you're playing really well, and you've got the support champion that you want. So I can see why they would want to ban it out, and if they decide to take the hyper carry comp again, I can see Watermelon sweating a little bit more once they see those champions being picked out on the LFO side.
Okay, so no first pick Yuumi. LFO don't want anything to do with that. Of course, it can play into the playstyle they want, right? So you get the Yuumi hyper carry onto Vendetta and then really start the snowball off. But okay, sure, we'll take that. Ban away, Watermelon respond with the Gragas. I think there were 2 really good options there. They could have possibly gone for either the Gragas or the Set, and those 2 picks would have done really well for them. Instead, they try and take away the Gragas because they might be able to take away some of the champion pulls from CWJ. But RFO respond by saying, we're going to play the playstyle you want to play for. We're going to play for the hyper carry jungler, and we take Vendetta's most known pickup, the Kha'Zix, for ourselves.
Oh, Kha'Zix, I have PTSD looking at that purple hue on that particular champion because you and I both know. You and I have seen how good Kha'Zix can potentially just absolutely crush your hopes and dreams if played correctly. Just 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, jumping in your backline. He's gone. He's invisible. He's got the damage negation upon going invisible. He can get out of jail free if he manages to get a kill because he resets his jump. Not to mention, he can heal up close range. You just put it in with like a good character there to CC you, such as a Galio. That's it. There's just too many nightmares involved. I don't even want to talk about it. But the set is going to get picked out by Watermelon, so maybe they have a plan in mind, especially since they have the Gragas and the Lucian readied up here as part of their picks.
So I think with the set one, I was a little bit surprised because they already went for the Gragas, so going for the set as well. I mean, they just have so much flexibility and really not showing very much at all. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go for the Camille despite the fact that that was open. They went for the Lucian instead, trying to get a little bit of power on the Scarlet Petal. I do feel like Scarlet Petal is a really good secondary carry. He's able to do so much work. And LFO side, they go for the Akali because what happens when they start playing for a hyper carry composition? Well, easy. They start going for the Assassins to take them out. Lucian, not an issue if you have Kha'Zix and Akali both jumping in on you.
Yeah, Akali's definitely going to be what they... Yeah, it's going to be bad news for any hyper carry that decides to pick out, even for a Lucian and his dashes to try to get out of the way. I can see the set working because like LFO does kind of excel with a lot of like beefy little champions standing in between you and their backline. So I can see why a set would sort of mitigate that if you're ulted in the correct direction, and then you see a Galio sort of falling from the sky about to hit you. You're like, oh, I'm dead. But like, that's just generally is the sort of expectation. But it's going to boil down to like what the supports are, I guess, because the supports are going to be playing a heavy role in this particular comp and the way that they're played.
Yeah, absolutely. I think supports are definitely a big factor into every single matchup. The fact that Yuumi was banned out pretty early on does restrict the pool slightly. LFO will go for the Varus, which is right in there in the school of thought that Omo was going for, saying, why play stuff like the Lucian? Why play stuff like X and Y and Z? Just play stuff like the Varus, Morgana, Ziggs, the safe, easy bot laners. Can never really go wrong there. I definitely agree. You know, it's so easy to play this one out, especially when you know you have that backline safety. They do end up trying to go for the Lucian and Braum combo here, and they have that final pick. I think it's likely going to... I guess they could try and go for a jungle pickup now and then have that Vendetta counter matchup, but there are not that many options left available. A lot of it has already been banned out, and the hyper carry options have been kind of taken out as well. So, kind of restricted in what they can go for.
Yeah, I can see the Braum pickup there being quite strong to sort of block off a lot of that arrow damage that you know a Varus can sneak into you while you're doing like your team fights, because you're not gonna have the luxury of paying attention to like the backline there over like the wall. They got vision on you, you don't have vision on them, but they're sniping your backline. There's not much you can do about it. But the Braum, you have good angle coverage from like for a lot of that team fight, so that's pretty good. And the Rengar getting picked out versus the Kha'Zix. This is some old school, League of Legends event sort of like vibes. Rengar versus Kha'Zix is a tale as old as time. You don't usually actually see them in the same game, but it's going to be interesting to see it.
Yeah, so much presence in this matchup. You know, both players really looking for those kills, those pickups, and trying to play for a similar playstyle. You know, there is a lot to be desired with this one. You have such high expectations on both junglers. The jungler is able to get more tempo, is very likely going to be the one to dictate the pace of the game. I think that can be said for a lot of jungle matchups, but I think this one in exceptional case. It's an exceptional case because when you look at the Rengar and the Kha'Zix, how much value do they add apart from being able to be that primary initial engage as well as having damage to follow up with? I think the thing that does catch my attention though is that the Rengar set and the Rengar Gragas should have a stronger 2v2 matchup than the Kha'Zix +1. So if they have a strong matchup, it might make sense for the Rengar to play towards top side. I'm looking to see Watermelon play towards that top end and really trying to execute with this top half of the map. So and I want to see, so hopefully that means that he does like a 2-camp start on the bot side and starts pathing towards the top end, does his camp there, blah, 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 etc., etc. And then we start to see the movements from the Kha'Zix to try to intercept that with that in mind.
Yeah, if they sort of congregate at the right timing, the right moments to try and get onto those objectives, then like it really matters where they decide to sort of put their junglers on both sides and both ends. I'm a little bit interested in how they're going to be able to get that onto the back line, because let's see, you got the action, you got the Galio. you're going to be waiting for a long time if you want to find the right opportunities there, you know, for any of these assassins. There's like multiple assassins on that particular side. In Akali, you've got the Kazakhs. Kazakhs, you still kind of have to contend with a lot of it while you're trying to get to their backline. But if you have the threat of two of them at once, then Braum's going to have his work cut out for him. And Gragas, you potentially want to have that ulti used for like engagements and not necessarily peeling.
I do really like the Akshan pickup for LFO though, because I don't know, I'm just a big fan of Akshan. I feel like Akshan is a little bit underrated. I really like it when teams actually play it, because I just feel like it has such a great ability to roam around and have presence around the game. I suppose that's especially important for a macro-heavy team, a team that can execute together on a high macro level. It might not be so relevant if your team is pretty selfish, you know, you don't really go together as a unit, you have some isolated moments. So I like it when teams are able to work together and then make the Akshan work especially. And hopefully being able to see that happen to CWJ. He's been giving us a good performance so far. Let's see if he can keep that one going. We jump into our second match in this series. Watermelon versus LFO.
Minions have spawned.
Let's see if Watermelon can get that revenge point against LFO. LFO had a really strong game one. Watermelon's gonna have to be doing their utmost in order to try and counter that and potentially show off that they are veterans as well. They're not gonna fall down without a fight.
And we do see a pretty good, decent start, I think, on both sides. They just want to try and help their junglers get a hit, especially since they're playing for those hyper carry style junglers anyway. So a bit of a leash happening down towards the bottom man. I think LFO do get a little bit of information with that one. But then beyond that, the pathing for Vendetta, I think, is going to make the difference in this matchup and how they want to try and assess which side they need to play for and how they want to try and start applying pressure.
Going to be that early ward down towards the Raptors, potentially giving very valuable information, especially when you have a Rengar. You want to be keeping tabs on him at all times. Going to be the counter ward there and the tri-brush there from their side in order to try and root out the Kazakhs, but it doesn't look like Kazakhs going to be popping there towards that direction anytime soon. So I think the ward towards the Raptors was definitely more impactful than the ward towards that tri-brush over there.
Yeah, the vision that you get off of your enemy jungle is definitely going to be worth a lot more. This is a bit of an exchange in the mid side with Vendetta on the bad receiving end of that one. Get a little bit more information. I was just saying that Vendetta +1 is better than SSK +1, but then they start to prove me wrong and otherwise.
Oh, gonna be really dangerous when Galio has a lot of CC, but still has to flash up to get away. Smurf! Oh, gonna be taken out, however, and that's Rich getting away scot-free despite being really low, but it looks like L Major wants to get something out of this. That's gonna be 2 kills for LFO, not just Watermelon getting that revenge kill, but all in all, that's gonna be a lot of minions lost at the tower as they wait for that death timer to run out, so I'd say it's definitely a win for LFO with the 2 kills as well.
Yeah, so El Major walks down to the bot side to try and match the timing on that gank, but they mistimed that and weren't able to hit that accurately. So a little bit late towards it, they do manage to barely pull back for that 1 kill. It's a little bit unfortunate for SSK because it does slow down tempo a little bit, but it's still not the worst exchange in the world. Vendetta is going to be a little bit ahead, but it's not enough to really change the tide of these fights. If the rest of his team is in an advantage, in a lead, they can still make up for any deficit they're facing on. Watermelon do get a little bit of vision onto SSK as he tries to clear towards his blue buff. Watermelon, I think this should give them a little bit of a tempo advantage, but if the objective's spawning up in the next minute or so, they're going to start having a look for the recalls, start timing those instead.
Tipper are definitely making use of the timing, waiting for that shield to come out before doing anything again and going back in for more hits. Raven going to be piling those arrows down as Cupid to make them fall in love with the shots, as Carlpel is going to be picking up that honey fruit to try and stay in lane because he's already missed way too much from that last encounter and that dive onto the tower.
Yeah, you say that, but the dive's happening again.
Oh, it's happening again. Watermelon's coming, but Vendetta was already in the area. The timing was definitely a lot better than the last time. They saw it coming again.
Getting to the brush.
CWJ gonna get taken out. That's gonna be 2 kills. Watermelon required to pick up all this gold going to Vendetta. Vendetta being a playmaker, definitely gonna be a very good gold lead for the cat in the jungle over there, making plays to try and change the tempo of the game.
Yeah, really nowhere for LFO to run away at that point. They were trying to chase after that kill as much as they were trying to chase after the first kill on the Scarlet Petal. But then once they couldn't get that, they had to back away quickly because the Rengar can chase after them. And because they didn't have vision of where Vendetta was, it was a little bit ambitious to try and make that play happen. So on the side of LFO, on the side of Watermelon, looking towards LFO, they had a little bit more information on where SSK was because of the earlier ward. So they could eliminate some possibilities. So it's a bit of a safer play from their side. LFO has to be careful about these not so ideal exchanges. Very nice dash away with Scarlet, dodges both the chain as well as the taunt.
Gonna be combining both for that particular jump away, but the Rift Herald gonna be sneakily taken by SSK. Not quite taken just yet, but gonna be getting the kill on the Rich. Rich is quite ahead just now by about 600 gold versus like the Braum Smurf side, but now they're gonna be translating this to the Rift Herald. It's already so low. Smite gonna come out too early, and now gonna be stealing away from Vendetta. Vendetta having an absolute whale of a time here, and Kitty Cat is purring right now with those extra kills, those Rift Herald pickups, and now like the gold equalization. Lucian coming out in the lead versus Raven.
Yeah, you take away this Vendetta's Kha'Zix, he doesn't really quite care. He still has his Rengar, he still has every other pick that he wants to play for. Such an amazing jungler, he has so much presence. You can see what he's able to get done. This Rengar doing work for his team, 3-0 right now, 6-2. Watermelon on a very strong start. But we know never to count LFO out. But this is perhaps the single biggest goal difference that we've seen on LFO so far in any of the early games. And even as this fight happens, we saw how Smurf was able to activate his presence with his Braum, and then being able to take the Rift Herald as well opens up the map for them. So now they get to start rotating around. You think about how Rengar wants to run into his prey. He wants to be in the middle lane, protecting whoever's pushing out that lane, and then start running with his ultimate to the side lanes to assist them there. See a bit of an exchange to the bot side, but I think it was stopped there. The dragon is up, so two teams should look to start moving towards it.
That was a pretty ambitious Rift Herald take. Tried to sneak it away. Probably thought that Kha'Zix with his like passive would be able to take it away faster. But like the timing, Vendetta has been a lot better in the timing for this match as compared to the last one, because he's been able to counter attack whenever LFO was looking to make a play. He's thinking 2 steps ahead as opposed to the last time when he was taking 2 steps behind.
Yeah, just an entirely different beast and entirely different animal altogether with GC with the play up at the top, and I'm not sure they can actually make this one effective if Xingkai taking so much damage so quickly.
Gonna be seeing that ultimate baited out there for Rich, using it to try and get the job done and turn it around. They're gonna be walking away perfectly happy with the abilities that they managed to bait out together with the flashes. Yeah, well, actually, there are flashes. They didn't bait out any flashes, but it's still good enough to get away the Galio ultimate, which opens up a lot more possibilities for them to make plays on other sides on the map.
Xingkai's in danger. He has to watch out for SSK because Tipper's going to be able to finish him off. He has the ultimate and the ignite. Rengar will not be able to run over fast enough. Vendetta's now joining in alongside Smurf. They get the initial damage off. He gets a shield there as well. And Tipper's now being chased down. He has a turret to give him some safety, but a little bit more damage will finish him off. Unfortunately, they won't be able to find it. Rich will be there to prevent that.
Ooh, Xingkai looked like he was in trouble there, but he's a Set. Set is going to have that ability to turn things around. If you chase him, and then their team members come, there's not much you can do, but it's going to be stunned. Rich going to get away, but the skin of his teeth, Braum's going to be blocking that Tempest. And, well, they're going to be coming out on top. These are little fights. These are little wins, but Watermelon is taking all of them, and that's what matters, because in the end, these little fights are going to give you a 7,000 gold difference on your jungle versus theirs. They're going to be diving in the tower. Tipper going to be using his Shroud, however, to stay away from them, try to buy time, but it doesn't matter. Vendetta's way too far ahead right now, and the Trinity Force on a Kitty Cat is going to do massive damage.
Yeah, SSK chasing after this last kill. He really wants Vendetta, and the shield comes through, and the heal comes through, but it won't be enough. Xingkai at least gets the trade back kill. That's a very long extended exchange, enough time for SSK to run back and for Xingkai to run back. But now it's finally over. LFO looking to try and push this turret. Xingkai defending.
That was a pretty good shutdown, I would say, because SSK was way too far behind. That was almost like a 4 to 3k difference, but now going to be only like a 1.5k difference now. So I'd say that the shutdown was definitely worth it more for SSK, despite the fact that they had to make a huge detour up towards the top lane to get that.
Rift Herald back up, and the last Rift Herald did get them a decent amount of value in the mid lane. And now they could use it again to try and assist them in the split lane push. Xingtai now pushing up pretty far forward as the rest of his team's on this dragon. Pulls away the attention of Rich, so if they want to try and force this one quickly, perhaps it could work out. But Vendetta's popped his ultimate at Thrill of the Hunt. Maybe looking for a Kanjon SSK, but it's going to be difficult.
They're zoning out, using all those sweepers to try and keep the vision away. It looks like Elephant know that they're kind of outmatched at the dragon. They're going to be giving it up, potentially making a play for the Rift Crowd, and maybe trying to get some pressure away from the top lane. But it looks like Watermelon's already finished. They're want to join in on the party. Rift Crowd is something you can take really fast, but you know, you still gotta wait for that eye to open up. It's gonna be the red team taking it. That's gonna be a set of LFO. They're gonna try to back away now that they've gotten what they wanted, but the turret's not there. If they get to push too far, they could potentially get dived, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Both sides respecting each other and backing away.
Yeah, really no reason to overextend there. They already got the fight they were hoping for, and most of it really trying to punish the Rift Herald pick up a little bit. Xingtai is going to step up again. He's been doing this a lot throughout the game. Just really ambitious, really hopeful that nobody's going to be there to punish him, but realistically that's never going to happen, so ends up losing his life for it. At the same time, Alpha also get that Rift Herald. The rest of Watermelon now positioned to other sides of the map. You see him trying to trade for the bottom man. Vendetta, he jumps on the SSK, steals away the kill. What a mad lad. Flashes on the wall, jumps on him first time, gets into the brush, and then jumps on in a second. Absolutely insane.
The classic Rengar gap close, using the ultimate to jump onto an enemy that's close by and then flashing it to the other enemy to secure that kill. Didn't quite land the flash where he wanted to be because it's pretty tricky to land it on mobile, but still getting that kill anyway. Vendetta just doing work right now.
A very nice pickup there from Vendetta to take down his counterpart once again as he continues to scale up further. The Triforce Solari first item pickups means that he's going to get a lot of additional stats, a lot of good value, but not going straight for lethality. Means he won't have that genius pop on some targets.
Ooh, gonna be put delivery of Galio. Rich getting delivered like a rich bag of gold towards his team. Didn't quite think that would get turned around on there, but that's set for you. Gonna be packaging it just in time for Chinese New Year. And they're going to be taking away this turret if they can. Looks like the dive is there. They're kind of respecting the fact that he has the Night Edge. Doesn't quite matter. Going to be taking him down just about right. And CWJ going to be the next to fall. And that's 3 kills down for Watermelon. And it doesn't look like it's going quite the way the LFO looks like. But they're going to get the bang for their buck as Tipper pushes up the top lane in response.
Done and dusted. LFO get exactly what, well, not exactly what they wanted. Exactly what they had coming to them. Watermelon finally managing to be able to control the tempo of the game, and even then, maybe not so much. Tipper is able to get so much work done effectively on his side lane that Watermelon's best attempts to move off into the bottom end to start taking these turrets has been matched tempo for tempo by Tipper, to the extent that Tipper's almost taken down a tier 2 turret. The only difference maker being that mid lane turret, as Tipper does look to overextend a little bit, but has the utility to maybe get away from this one. Vendetta pulls him back in as they try to jump on the Tipper, but he's going golden to buy some time. Rich joins into the fight, and now it's SSK, Vendetta, and the gang ready to fight off against Watermelon. But Watermelon come up ahead in this exchange.
Ooh, boy. Tipper thought that he got got away scot-free there, but the rest of Watermelon had his number there. We're definitely gonna be punishing him. But here's the thing about LFO. You think that you've won the fight, you think that you've got the pushes down, but they were pushing your bot lane. And you were getting the fight down on bot lane, and they were pushing your top lane. LFO doesn't seem to let up, and this is why they're one of the top teams, because they're always thinking ahead. Even though they're losing right now, they're still thinking about the other lanes. But like, these team fights have not been working out for them. Look at this Galio taunt right there, trying to protect him, but he's gonna get caught out instead. Rich gonna get hit. That's a beautiful ultimate from Braum, hitting 3 people at once. The only one to get away being Tipper.
Not the best exchange, but this Tipper survives, right? At least you get your hyper carry to live. But how much that hyper carry can really be when it's 3,000 gold behind? We have to see from LFO. Watermelon right now struggling a little bit to capitalize more on the advantage. You can see them occasionally pick up these exchanges here and there. But as it comes towards these major objectives, towards the macro game overall, it's difficult for them to really build the advantage here. Dragon started up. Jinkai looking to take this one right under LFO's noses. I don't think LFO are prepared to fight for this. As Vendetta is going to hunt after SSK.
Ooh, looking at the rest of the team, they're assuming that that team is kind of dancing around for Baron control, just completely unaware of the fact that Jinkai has been pounding away at the Dragon for the last 30 seconds, going to be taking that away for some beautiful 100 gold, and they already tried fighting at the Baron, but here we go, it's taken. Galley is going to be trying his best, going to get taken out. Rich out of the equation right now, that's all their CC gone. Raven hasn't been able to get enough shots off as he'd like because he's been pushed away, but here we go. Smurf going to try and get a proc down onto SSK. SSK getting dangerously close to getting caught out. There you go. Vendetta with the rampage. 14,000 gold, 9 kills. Just absolutely destroyed and disappeared before he could even blink. Watermelon has been drinking the Kool-Aid because they're playing this game
Wait a minute.
a lot
Wait a minute.
better.
Can't kill Vendetta? No! Oh my goodness, CWJ, you can't pop your ultimate there. You had to finish him off. You had to kill Rengar. You did. You could have revived the entire team. Oh my goodness, so very close to glory for LFO, but they missed that chance, and that means Watermelon finally get to have the fight they were looking for. As I said, they were having a tough time capitalizing on the game. Watermelon proved me wrong. They pick up a massive teamfight win, the Ace and the Baron now. It's time to get playing towards that Elder Drake's Inferno, so it's only icing on the top. And we're a little bit closer for Watermelon. It's just see the start of this fight. I mean, you kind of have to question the presence of the Lucian Braum, how well that does in this matchup, especially due to the safety of Raven and how well they're able to kind of keep away. But honestly, it has quite a bit of impact. Scarlet Petal really does well as that secondary carry. You see what happens here. Raven thinks that he can try to walk away, reposition, get away from the culling, but he just gets you in range of Vendetta. And we see, yeah, that should be the end for Tipper as well. He actually gets out.
Tipper gonna use every single one of his utilities and dashes to get out of that. That's gonna be Zhonya's down, that's gonna be Flash down, that's gonna be his ultimate down, and his Twilight Shot going on a small cooldown. So it's not gonna, it's, you know, that's a big pickup for Watermelon. Watermelons know that they won't have a lot to contest on Tipper. Tipper's not gonna have the tools for the next fight, so he's gonna have to back off. But this is quite the refreshing exchange after the last game that we saw. Seeing people, you know, put people behind the Baron, making sure to clear out the vision. It's like night and day.
Yeah, really impressive that they've been able to come back and bounce back so strongly in that second, after that first game. In the second, a big part of that is getting Vendetta to a champion that he can really carry on. Look what he does to Tipper. This is a great pickup for Watermelon.
Oh man, Tipper getting absolutely destroyed here. Even though Tipper doesn't even have the chance to shine, even though he's been doing so well doing the split pushes. Oh, and here we go. Jinkai has so much damage. Gonna get get Raven down to a worryingly low level, and now Rich and CWJ are next in line to be in trouble. It's SSK trying his best to try and assassinate the backline, but it's not one-to-one. You're not going to get that passive proc off. Jinkai is already super fed, and now they're already piling onto that Nexus with Baron charge minions, and that's probably going to be the game for Watermelon.
Never count them out. Watch out for this team because they are here to play. It is Watermelon taking down LFO in LFO's second match loss. Yeah, second game loss. They haven't lost the match yet. It is their second game loss in 2 separate matches. And suddenly, you know, there are a couple of question marks being raised. Is this Shinsekai's is this SSK strategy to make sure to get more airtime, more games to be played? Or is this a cause for concern for fans? If they're losing games against Watermelon, who lost 2-0 against 7-9, is this a cause for concern? Are we going to have to look for something better from LFO? Are they playing at their max efficiency? You know, there's so many questions that need to be answered.
Man, this is the sort of thing you love to see, especially when you're fighting for that top 3 spot, but it's not necessarily like completely concrete. It's not like you're watching Samsung Blue in the finals of the grand finals. You know they're going to win instinctively. This sort of thing where you like things to sort of shuffle around.
And a great little game from these two teams. We're going to go into a quick little break before we jump into the final one in this match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here we go now.
We get the final and probably the best matchup that they saved for last. It's LFO versus Team Watermelon after Watermelon have managed to equalize the score 1-1. A really fun one for us to watch. And I asked earlier what wins, a Watermelon or a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Well, I guess we're finding out the answer if the Tyrannosaurus Rex gets a little bit too big in the head and decide to trip on Watermelons. That being said, I'm Brandon. With me here is Pondo. We'll be bringing you through this final match.
Well, you know, the power of a watermelon can't be, it can't be underestimated. If you throw a watermelon at hard enough velocity, maybe from the top of the Empire State Building, and it hits the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or any other similar sized dinosaur, you could probably get away with more than just a slight knock to the noggin.
But it doesn't have to be like from the Empire State Building, right? It just needs to be sufficiently high for it to hit terminal velocity, right? It doesn't matter if it's like from the 10th story building or versus like the Empire State Building. At some point, like the maximum velocity of an object is capped out and won't be able to hit any faster. All right, I'm getting beside myself. Either way, we had a pretty interesting one. I think the first thing that really caught my attention was the fact that they've gone back to the idea of really letting Vendetta have that hyper carry and also allowing Scuttlepetal to have his own contributions, being able to play into the team by executing on the Lucian. We saw El Major hold a 0-0-0 scoreline for a very long time and then finally ends the game off 1-0-2. Good job to El Major.
Oh man, what a game for Watermelon. They had their hero picks, they had their time in the sun, and it's not usually that you get your time to shine in the sun so thoroughly, but Vendetta was out there soaking up all those god rays just about now. And Jinkai was playing the playbook of doing the split pushing. I'd say that Tipper was still doing it really well. Tipper was still probably doing it better because Tipper is what we call the master of split pushing. LFO is the type of people who always have someone on the back end to sort of take away your resources, even if they're losing. But Jinkai was doing pretty well as well, set pushing until that tower broke and turning a lot of those situations where LFO tried to sort of respond to him, chase him down with champions, into a reversal and getting those wins out for them instead.
Yeah, I mean, we had some pretty good moments out from Tipper, but I think I have to disagree with you there. I think that Tipper actually didn't do as good of a job as he needed to if they really wanted to try and win that one out, especially since they were opening so much space for the guy. He really needed to perform even better. Unfortunately for him, I think the set matchup is pretty easy to play into the Akali because of how well you're just able to block out a lot of combo. And like we mentioned earlier, I think that the Rengar +1 combo kind of outpaces and beats the Kha'Zix +1 combo on the side of LFO. So that is better and stronger 2v2 matchup in a lot of these situations. So it's pretty easy to play from there. So looking forward to see what LFO have in store for us because they've been put in this situation before. They've lost to the Upcar Esports, but they pulled back with a very strong Game 3. I think this is time for them to take it a little bit more seriously. They still have their biggest opponents in Sem 9 tomorrow. Don't want to be losing a series until then, guys.
Yeah, definitely want to be keeping up at least the facade of being a really strong team to mess with. So, probably LFO are going to be the ones trying to pick out their level best right now. We're going to be seeing what they decide to, put against the threat of Watermelon now that we've seen what Watermelon can do.
Well, we'll start things off with the Jaxman. So sticking still to the same idea they wanted to before, they actually want to prioritize setting towards the blue side, getting those initial first pickoffs. I think this does matter because they went for the Yuumi that first game, and Yuumi did give them kind of good time. So I think Watermelon doing a good job banning away that potential option. We're likely going to see the same things again. Garen and then the Fiora last. I think Watermelon have to ban away either the Gragas or the Set, and then maybe the Camille if they don't want to have to deal with that.
Camille would be a strong pick for sure. Definitely wouldn't want to be seeing her at most capacity, but we're seeing a bit of the familiar faces in terms of that ban pool down there at the bottom. Usually the first three are going to be the standard picks, probably going to be a lot more flexible within the last two rounds, I think.
And of course, LFO have to take away the thing that gave them so many issues the last game. Getting rid of that Rengar does open up the Fiora though. I think Watermelon making a good decision to ban away Tipper's Riven. You don't want to have him pull that out in game number 3 and really hit you with the book in that one. So Gragas gets picked up by LFO instead, but this opens up a number of combos. You could go for the Morgana first, could go for the Camille. So many options available for Watermelon. Maybe even go for the Galleon if you really don't want to have to deal with that combo coming across. Okay, gets the Set instead. I think Set, very similar idea with the Gragas right now. Very flexible, could go in a lot of different positions and play by a lot of the different players that they have. And keeping things flexible with the Jace as well. Alright, it's looking so far so good for Team Watermelon.
Definitely like the Set pick because Set, you know, we've seen how Set has been baiting them time and time again, and the shield creates so much opportunity for the team to sort of come barreling in, especially if a fast enough comp to make use of that speed to try to you know, back your Set up, set things up, so to speak. Senna's gonna get picked out, and I haven't seen Senna in a while. She's been like a top ban for a long time, but it's nice to see her get picked up again here, LFO. And I'll tell you this though, the team that has picked Gragas is the team that has the 100% win rate in these matches. So,
okay, interesting statistic. Yeah, something to look forward to. I think with the Senna coming in, you know, it does kind of look like it's going to be that Gragas towards the bot end. I think for Watermelon, this is a pretty standard counter matchup. If you see the Zed, you're probably going to go for the Diana. And half some of that team fighting potential looks pretty good for them right now. Does mean things are looking a little bit more set in stone for this Watermelon because Vendetta's likely going to be piloting that Jace in the jungle. But of course, I'm sure they want to keep things flexible in the second half. With the ban phases coming in now, bot side still relatively untouched for the side Watermelon, so LFO get to ban those out. I think Morgana's a good ban away. Might want to try and take away a hyper carry like we saw before, something like the Lucian, something like the Kaisa. Watermelon now. Just take away something like the Darius maybe, just anything like the Akali, prevent too many options for LFO to pick away.
Looks like it is going to be the Darius pickup, so there was some good predictions there. Gonna be seeing if that's gonna be a hyper carry. However, they do have the options, but it depends on what they think the enemy team is gonna be playing. Looks like gonna be the Braum pickup, so it looks like they're gonna be prioritizing the stronger supports as opposed to, you know, the hyper carry picks that they could potentially pick.
Watermelon now get to finish. We get another pickup. Finish off this next round of the picks. Curious what they want to try and go for. There are a number of possible options now. I'm trying to figure out if there's any one pick in particular that really still keeps them available.
Ezreal. Alright, Ezreal is going to be the pickup here. Ezreal, I can see him working in a particular capacity. Anything with some sort of a dash and a gap closer to make use of the opportunities that Diana can open up for you would be pretty strong. Especially with, you know, a Set as well, a Set out as well. So like, it's going to be interesting to see the Ezreal on that particular, you know, on that particular comp.
Yeah, the Ezreal gives him a lot of safety, but like we imagine, it's probably going to end up with the Akali in the top side because we just saw the Darius ban away. There are a number of options that Tipper could still try and play for, but I think realistically for them, they want to keep things relatively safe. I am surprised by the Olaf pickup. I think the Olaf is quite a hyper carry, but the Senna is not enough of an enchanter for me to really feel like it has that big efficiency. I thought maybe something that Fiora could have done quite decently, especially considering a lot of the fighting and the duels that they have are pretty skirmishy. And then we get the Vendetta Kha'Zix, ban away his Rengar. You get the Kha'Zix. It can only get worse from here.
Vendetta is just a Swiss Army knife of many different carry type jungles, assassinations, you know. So definitely going to be sweating a little bit on the LFO side, seeing the matchup made in heaven again.
And that's like take a look back for LFO and Watermelon. I'm trying to figure out. I think LFO do have a pretty conducive team composition, but if we think about what Watermelon are doing now, they're doing something very similar to what LFO did in that first game, having a big team fighting comp that's able to execute on you, jump on you, and do a lot of damage. Yeah, it just feels like Watermelon have been able to pull back against what LFO have been doing and give them a taste of their own medicine almost. I'm curious if this Kha'Zix actually finds much value in this game, or we're just gonna see him kind of fall flat a little bit, like we saw with SSK.
the difference between a good Kha'Zix and a great Kha'Zix is something that is measured in thin increments, and it really is about timing. I'd say Kha'Zix is more of a timing champion more than anything, because like you'd be jumping in and you'd want the timing down in order to get like multiple kills and make sure that the backline is open enough for you to get the distance between. So like it's not quite as, you know, press button as Rengar, where you jump onto the back target using your ultimate. You don't wait in the nearest. You do wait in the nearest brush, I guess, but like it does boil down to like the style of the champion that you're playing.
Sure, and I think it also matters a lot. Initially, I thought that this was going to be the jungle Jace. Turns out that's not going to be the case. They're going to actually have Zinkai pilot the Jace instead, and then Vendetta brings the Kha'Zix into the jungle. It's still pretty decent 2v2. They get a lot of damage off, which is very important against Tipper and SSK, because you have to kind of burst them quickly. If you don't kill them off fast enough, then they just end up sustaining. You get the Senna ultimate, and then it starts getting a little bit too complicated to play for. Watermelon have to be a little bit careful about that. And so with that being said, I do feel like Watermelon have a slightly better composition for like the idea they're trying to execute for. But LFO, I mean, these are just scary champions in their hands. I feel very convinced that they could really jump in on you and end you right there and then.
Yeah, definitely. Seeing the Gragas on the LFO side gives me flashback to the CWJ plays that we saw in the earlier games. So yeah, can't wait to see what LFO does with that composition as we head into Game 3 of the night. LFO versus Team Watermelon. Watermelon putting up a fight and bringing us into our third game. LFO definitely weren't expecting this, and I can't wait to see where this goes.
I'll tell you where it goes. It's gonna go into Day 5 of the group stage. LFO only gets a tougher opponent in Sem 9 tomorrow. Let me actually quickly check. Watermelon will face off against Pathseeker. Okay, still a good, solid matchup, but I think that with the tempo that Watermelon have found tonight, not as concerned for their matchup against Pathseeker.
Definitely have their sights set on bigger things. Raven will be taking quite a bit of damage, but the equal amount of damage in equal measure there on Scarlet Petal. Going to be hitting the both of them with her Q there. And yeah, looks like a lot of damage going to be going out from LFO to Watermelon. Looks like they want to be taking things a lot more seriously now that we're entering Game 3.
Yeah, they really want to make sure they win the series. They want to give a chance to end up losing this. You can start to see the pressure showing through already. We get the Fasting Senna from Raven. So looking to try and scale up and match the time with Scarlet Petal. I think Scarlet Petal actually gets a good amount of damage out pretty quickly. So it is quite nice to have that Ezreal. I feel like Ezreal is a little bit underrated as a marksman pick.
Yeah, dude, Ezreal is my one true love. It makes me sad that not many people pick him, but I'm really happy that Watermelon has decided to choose him for this particular game. And I'm not gonna say that I hope they win, but I do hope that they show a really strong Ezreal picking, so I can be vindicated about my love for Ezreal.
Sure, fair enough. I think we need some vindication for what's happening here, though, as they jump in on the Temper to collect First Blood, but it's the trade back, and SSK is looking for a duel against Vendetta, but the trade back for El Major means a 2-for-2 towards the top side river.
I'd say it's more value there for Watermelon, getting both those skills onto the Diana. Diana having a lot more play potential, as opposed to, you know, distributing those among two team members there. But it's quite the messy fight to begin with. I wasn't quite expecting those two kills to go towards like two people individually.
Maybe to take a look back towards this, you know, Vendetta actually gets the isolation onto SSK, despite that still wasn't able to win. So you really see the power of that Olaf, and now back towards the bot side river. You just never get a break. They jump onto Raven, find the execute. El Major on his third kill of this game. SSK once again will finish off his opponent. Smurf goes down, but the Olaf follows soon after.
That's going to be a 2-for-1. Now, going to be slightly in favor of Watermelon there. Watermelon getting Vendetta, making the best of his jungle capabilities. He's such a threat, has been a threat for 2 games straight. And now we're going to be seeing that hard push, however, to get those minions into the tower there at mid lane.
Yeah, Vendetta's really been that big jungle carry that we've been looking to see, but El Major stepping up to the plate this time around. Finds himself 3 kills to start this early game off. He has to keep the tempo going, though. If he falls and falters at this point, all the economy that he's built up for himself, It's gonna hurt for LFO. That being said, going for the Rod of Ages means that maximum efficiency isn't achieved for the next 5 minutes or so. So relatively behind, even with the gold advantage, is pretty much in par with the Zed right now.
Definitely. Even though the fact that Rod of Ages takes some time to scale up, you know, you're getting it this early, it doesn't really matter. You still got the extra stats, you're still getting it early, you're going to be a huge terror once that scales up.
Objectives coming up pretty soon, so surprised to see the Nidus have really rotated to the mid side to make a play. Jinkai gets solo killed by Tipper.
Ooh, Tipper just doing work right there with just one bracer, but doing so much damage. Jace only 200 gold behind, surprisingly, but getting solo killed is not what you want to see when you're kind of down bad.
Yeah, and that takes away a single player from their roster, so they won't be able to make as many effective neutral objective plays. You can see them having a tough time trying to rotate for either objective. Just have to move towards the mid side as he's got a pedal well. They're jumping on the SSK at first, but I'm not sure he's beat him with his Ragnarok Vendetta. He actually gets some assistance, makes this an unfair fight. Scarlet Pedal will be the difference maker, but El Major gets shut down in the meantime.
Definitely sweating there. Vendetta might have thought he bit off more than he could chew, but there was Scarlet Pedal right there saying, "I got you, bro." Just ulties him, gets enough damage to sort of take that kill away, but absolutely well deserved just pick up there for him, and that's gonna be extra gold there for an Ezreal who's gonna be starving for that all game.
These dudes not looking for this Rift Herald, trying to set this one up, a bit amount of damage onto Smurf. Zinkai tries to jump in, looks for the knockback, misses the chance for it, but they jump in anyway. Smurf looking for the initiation, they bring in El Major, but gets knocked back by CWJ, knocked back by Rich rather, towards the end. But Vendetta has fallen, and without that damage from the Assassin, they missed the chance for a bigger win.
Surprisingly turned with an LFO's favor. Now going to get that third kill. That's going to be 3 kills down towards Watermelon. LFO absolutely in the best position right now to pick up that Rift Herald. That's going to be another objective, and that's going to be pretty much putting them in the lead in terms of gold, which is surprising. Watermelon having the turnaround there wasn't quite positioned well in that team fight at all.
Running towards the other sides of the map now, Zinkai as well as Smurf just looking to try and compensate themselves. Looking to see where Vendetta has gone in this fight. Actually gets jumped on by CWJ, and the damage is insane, even through the heal. And CWJ, a man on a mission, chases after the Kha'Zix, finishes him off. And without that damage, though, like we mentioned earlier, really very little that Watermelon can do, especially this early on.
Yeah, Vendetta might have Jinkai might have taken too big of a bite there, using the Jace Jamboree shuffle to knock someone back, but it's not like it's a Lee Sin Dragon Rage. It's not like you're outpositioning them that badly. You're just kind of pushing yourself deeper into enemy territory and taking way too much damage and putting the rest of your backline at risk. So not quite what the thought process was there.
You need to start looking to pick up some more tempo here because LFO is going to look to break your turrets open up the map. They have a difficult time there. Try looking for a change back on the Tipper. Vendetta, they're going to chase after this one. They get the shield back on the Tipper, and suddenly things are looking a little bit more dubious. Then again, chase after a little bit.
Oh! Oh no, I want to know I was going to ask who gave Tipper dance lessons, but it doesn't quite matter. Scarlet has been hitting so many Ezreal outs there. And here we go. Oh, Smurf going to get taken out by a well-placed ultimate there. Going to be able to get the counter kill, however. Vendetta going to get killed by Raven. Whoa.
So close on the pickup there. Now they're trying to jump back over onto SSK. You have to be aware of this. Scarlet Pedal, he looks for a little bit more damage on the Olaf, but CWJ will finish him off. Before that can happen, too many targets to finish off, so El Major needs to back away. Think about what he wants to try and get done. He's going to try and shove in the mid lane, try and reset as the rest of his team starts running back. Raven with an aggressive move forward. So calm and collected. You love to see it.
You love to see it. You know that he knew he was gonna land that bind anyway. He wasn't sweating at all. It doesn't matter that a Diana is literally looking you down the face and could have dashed onto you and killed you, because you know that you're gonna land that bind. It doesn't quite matter to you. But shame about that team fight. That team fight was going so well up to a certain point, and then everything turned on their faces. CWJ is the absolute terror right now with 6.8k in the bag, a whole 1k differential between Diana, and there you go. That's gonna be the knock away. Jinkai gonna get pushed away. Jace knocking him away from the turret. How kind of him. And that Jinkai is not having a good time this game with a 1-5 differential.
Yeah, he's been having a difficult time on this Jace. Even though he had a pretty decent laning phase up against Tipper, the Jane just started scaling really quickly. They were looking for fights around the map. He wasn't able to contribute to the same level. We see him jump in as that primary engage, which ideally shouldn't be the case. That should be Smurf, but Smurf is trying to reposition. He's looking for a flank angle. He's trying to get his team in the most ideal spot, but the spot they need is the spot that's open right then and there. Unfortunately, that's gonna cost them a decent hit. Vendetta takes a chunk of damage. They're chasing after, but I think they have to reset. It's the Rift Herald up in 30.
It's going to be a play for objectives. They've got the turret. They know they came. They got what they came for. They're going to go back and buy some items and potentially start setting up for the Rift Herald, but it doesn't quite matter. The rest of them are going to get caught out by the blind. Raven going in so deep. Going to use the shield to keep herself alive there. The sundown on Tipper. Tipper's not going to be a follow up on Vendetta. Vendetta going to get away with a sliver of health, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 in that particular team fight between LFO and Watermelon.
Yeah, but Watermelon don't have vision. They don't know where the enemy team is, so they end up backing away, thinking that it was too dangerous. But now Risk joins into the fight. But it's full AP. He's looted. He's looking at a double, needlessly large rod, building towards that death cap. Has so much damage. Smurf gets nuked before he even realizes.
Oh, Watermelon's slowly starting to see the narrative slip away from them. This is not the sort of plays you want to be seeing in the early game, and we know LFO have the capacity to end our games. They have a better cadence when it comes to these sort of things. So Watermelon's gonna have to make a change real soon, and they're gonna have to do it fast.
I think the next moment that we really will be looking towards is that Infernal Drake. Talk about having to make him play fast. This dragon is that opportunity for them. Major almost has his ultimate back up. Same can be said with Smurf. They're looking for this chance to jump on. Still without an hourglass. So any target CWJ jumps on, very likely to be killed.
Does seem like SSK is going to be starting out that dragon. Smurf got in too deep, and now his set's going to get taken out for a measly amount of gold. And then Vendetta's been too close to comfort right there. Now almost get taken out by CWJ, and now the rest of them are poised to try and get this dragon. They're not going to be able to do anything from the side of Watermelon. Maybe try and get some kills in mid lane. Scarlet Petal just trying to dodge every hit. Does manage to dodge it. Tipper doesn't have enough. Gonna dash in for that ultimate, however. Jinkai gonna get the reverse kill, and the rest of them are gonna try and get the rest of the enemies that were on the dragon. SSK gonna flash away, and that's gonna be a 2-for-3.
And somehow, through a very messy fight, Watermelon will win 2-3. They come up with a member through all of that chaos. CWJ, after the initial pickup onto Vendetta, used his entire combo, and after that was not present in a lot of these exchanges, which is why they liked the damage. It was effectively an even fight, because while Vendetta was out of the fight, so was CWJ in all honesty. They start this one off by picking up Smurf, which is absolutely critical. You take away the chance to lock you down, have that crowd control, and then you see Vendetta trying to run away. He tries to get back into the fight by healing off the camp, but you just have to be so aware of all that happens here. Actually, no, it's a 3 versus 3. It's a 3-for-3, right? Yeah, so we didn't see Smurf. Smurf respawned by the time. Respawned by the time, but Smurf died early, so it is 3 versus 3. Okay, yeah.
The 3 versus 3, but also the Infernal Dragon for LFO. It looks like Vendetta gonna get caught out again. Doesn't quite gonna be able to get that carry. He's capable of gonna be flashed with that shield over. SNK gonna be caught in the middle of nowhere because the rest of the team tried to peel him off, and now that's gonna be it's gonna be well, yeah, it's gonna be set in the middle of nowhere. Smurf gonna get taken out, but absolutely can walk away with a smile on his face to be able to get a kill onto Raven, who thought that he got away scot-free.
Yeah, Raven thought he got away, but he just gets taken down. The flash blast from the set there. Smurf does a good little pickup, but Tipper's off the side lane, and he picks up a turret. So you say, was that really worth it for you there, Watermelon? LFO posed that question and are looking in a very good spot to keep things going. Even though the kill counter, it's about 6 kills, it's about 6,000 as well.
This is the sort of slow slide away from like the things that you need to be that I've been talking about. And that's, you can see the two dragon icons on the LFO side now. The gap is only going to widen if you don't manage to get those objectives. They're going to have to start playing around those zones. And Scarlet Petal is just fighting for his life right now. Trying to keep this Rift Herald at bay, but that turret is ripe for the picking. They're going to try and kill it off as much as they can. The turret doesn't quite go down just yet. And now SSK just sort of skirting the sidelines and see if he can get anything out of this. And Vendetta also in the same particular position. Scarlet Petal taking a huge amount of damage from Raven over there and Rich potentially.
LFO just need one more hit to take down that turret. Will open up the map a lot more for them. Baron's come up now. LFO has a slightly more difficult time shredding it. Don't quite have as much single target damage like that. A really good amount to try and zone them out. That coming through from Rich almost finishes off Scarlet Petal. But Watermelon, if they're able to get a good fight here, could take down the Baron quite quickly. They could snowball the game back in their favor.
CWJ gonna be the one that gets caught out. Diana gonna buffer her ultimate at full strength to catch him before he can flash away. Before he can, shadows flown away. And Vendetta here gonna be making a difference in the particular fight, but it doesn't matter. LFO is down at mid. The only person gonna be able to guard it is Scarlet Petal, so now the rest of Watermelon is gonna try and reconvene there. But Smurf taking out so much damage. Are they gonna do anything about this? Raven here with her invisibility. I don't even know what's happening anymore, Grandin. Everything's just sort of melding together in one big messy pile.
It's chaos. We're going all the way. We started the day off thinking, oh yeah, it's gonna be a good day of Wild Rift, good day of games. We've come to the end of this one. Final series of the day, LFO and Watermelon. Giving us a chaotic one to finish the day on. Even though LFO are looking in pretty strong control. I mean, Watermelon could turn things around at any point. We saw what happened when Nyx gets anywhere close to your pit.
Oh yeah.
Vendetta can do the same.
Nick, well, you want to get Nyx away. Well, but like Nyx isn't here, so not quite much of something right there. They're going to be unstoppable. Olaf going to do his best. Raven going to be using that shield early, however. Not much utility out of that, but going to be set pushing them, the rest of them down. Tipper's doing so much damage. Smurf going to get taken out now, and now it's just LFO chasing the rest of the remnants of them, trying to escape with the best that they can. But Scarlet Petal gets taken out as well. El Major going to be next to follow, and it's going to be an ace. And it looks like it's going to be a mirror of what we saw in Game 1 with LFO versus Watermelon just now.
There we go, LFO. Finishing this one off with a bang. They bring the minion wave in and are prepared to finish this one off. A well-deserved win there. But LFO walk in 2-1, still looking strong up against Team Watermelon.
Oh, what a game. I'm pretty sure my voice is going to need a little vacation after this, though I still have some games to cast tomorrow. But like, they decided to put all of these exciting games towards the last half, not giving us any much of a break, even though we've been talking over this for like a couple of hours even. But yeah, that was a great comeback for LFO. Definitely more reminiscent of their first game. You could tell that they weren't quite up to shape in Game 2, but they definitely came back to form in Game 3.
Yeah, they kind of faltered a little bit, but then they pulled back really well. We'll have to ask them if this was intentional, if they're going to say like, oh yeah, we just want more screen time or something. And if that was the case, and how that one kind of worked out for them. But yeah, really a good match out for LFO. They go back to something a little bit more standard for them. We talked about how with the composition that they had, it seemed like they were able to team fight a little bit better. They were looking for those big opportunities to really try and jump in, take down their primary carries. And while they were able to kill Raven, the Fasting Center really wasn't at that strong point yet. So you could still take him down, but he wasn't going to be the target that you needed to get rid of. CWJ was still out there killing off your backline. Rich had been farming up in lane this entire time. So guess what? He has Ludens, he has Deathcap. He's going to smash your bot lane. The Ezreal, Scarlet Petal, he couldn't play the game anymore because all the time you just see these casts coming in. They take out half his HP, 60% of his HP, and he's so susceptible to either the Akali, to the Zed, whatever that really comes out.
Yeah, I was just seeing all like you said, it's just a cascade of like unfortunate things, and like these are little mistakes. These are like probably pushing in too deep. Jinkai going in to try and knock back someone into his team, so his team is sort of cleaned up. But then when you do that, you sort of flash into like 4 other members of LFO. you were gonna get taken out. You didn't quite get the target because the target managed to get away. It wasn't like he was knocked that far away anyway. So why are you so deep into enemy territory to potentially get a pick which arguably isn't necessarily that valuable? These are little mistakes. They add up over time. These are little zoning things that you don't necessarily want to be doing when you're facing off against LFO of all people.
Yeah, and it starts off right with like SSK running in pretty deep. He starts chasing after a couple of these kills, and it doesn't quite work out for him. He goes like 1-for-1, and at that point I was thinking like, is this really worthwhile for LFO? I think they knew what the plan was going to be. SSK was never really going to be that major carry. He just needed enough damage to be a threat. And then once Watermelon viewed him as such, they needed to deal with him. They started looking for options. They started looking for ways to remove the Olaf from the fight. But then you start seeing the Zed come into play, you start seeing the Akali come into play, and just so many issues that they weren't able to deal with. You pose one problem after the other, Watermelon were unable to answer. That gives the LFO the win, and yeah, still undefeated in series, but they have dropped 2 games. Only Sam9 has not lost a single game so far. But they were close.
They were close, and that's what matters. That honestly, that is all that matters. Everything in these games is about being close. It's about being close to winning a team fight, being close to making a mistake, being close to, you know, the HP low enough to smite it away from the enemy team. But like Watermelon put up a great fight, and you can definitely say that they can walk with their heads held high because they put an LFO in such a space as to have to play a lot more seriously than you're used to seeing.
Yeah, really put LFO to the tester and made some work for it. We'll have to ask how LFO felt at the end there, because they definitely were looking to get a little bit more serious by the time they got into that last game. I did like the fact that the auction was played. As for whether or not it is very effective, that is a different question, and that's a different thing altogether, right? So looking forward to seeing them play that even more, and they've given us a bit of a viewing there into what we can expect from LFO. Whereas with Sam9, they've been showing a little bit more of their hand and giving us more insight into the kind of style that they're looking to try and get. LFO have been a little bit more tight-fist, been kind of keeping that one away from us.
You can sort of see these team fights here. Like, getting a bit too deep in there, Tipper thinking you could get it, gonna have to be cleared out there by the Gragas to get the ultimate onto the Ezreal. Poor guy couldn't get away from it. Raven gonna get double the binds. SK managed to barely flash away so he doesn't get hit away by Jinkai. And here's the Dragon fight. Here's where things kind of went wrong here. Didn't really see the Raven come in with the Wraiths and get the binds onto 2 people, potentially huge targets, and then the rest of them can just chase them out the Baron pit and, you know, push them away.
Yeah, a lot of these fights initially start off with pretty decent positioning from Watermelon. Like, they try and jump in, they try and get Vendetta into the fight, but because he's showing himself so early on, it's very easy for the CWJ to kind of jump in on him as well, and so they find that counter response. So LFO's main strength has been able to identify who's doing the most amount of damage in any particular instance and getting rid of that target, right? When we saw it was Vendetta, they got rid of Vendetta. When we saw it was Scarlet Petal, they got rid of Scarlet Petal. That's the power that that LFO have been showing us. And that comes from understanding how they want to play out their macro. And it's especially important because a lot of this also comes down to how well they're able to play with Tipper in the side lane. Tipper's still out there, he's still split pushing, he's getting stuff done while all of this is happening.
Yeah, and it boils down to like how you sort of encompass them within that team fight. Because like when you're in the Dragon Pit, if they come around like this, you can sort of see Raven going invisible, wraithing them, and they sort of move upwards, like they move upwards here. If you're over here, you want to be moving back over here. But if you let them move too far up here, then they can sort of close the gap downwards, and that's when like your zone starts to collapse.
I feel like you need like a whiteboard to plan out all your strategies.
I need a whiteboard. My hands can only do so much because I only have this much space to work with. I've been doing this all day.
But you know whose hands can do a lot though? We have SSK on call with us right now to talk us through how they were able to win that series against Team Watermelon. Let's pull up the call.
Hello.
Why is it you again? Why do I keep seeing you come about? Are you winning too much?
No, it's either me or Raven, so it's a 50-50 conflict.
So you guys dropped another game today. Was that part of your plan to make sure you guys get more screen time so that you guys can dominate more of the broadcast?
I guess our strat for this series against Watermelon is because we know that Jervis, he have to book in it early in the morning at 6 a.m. So the longer the games goes, the more tired he will get. So that it's easier for us to win the game. So as you can see, the Israel game that he played, he was dozing off, falling asleep in the middle of the game. So I think that let us have the free win.
Wow. Late game scaling for his biological strats. I love that. I love that. We actually saw you guys play a bunch of different strategies throughout your games. Are you guys still trying to limit test right now and not show too much of your hand, or are we starting to see what LFO is going to look like once we get to playoffs?
Honestly, looking at the format right now, based on what I know, top 6 goes to playoff, right? And it's hard to get 7 and 8 in the competition that we're having. So we just use the games we have now as scrims, like a real scrim, and test champion, test team composition, test new playstyle, test new strat, stuff like that. Yeah. So just another day of scrim.
All right, very cool, very cool. And part of that strat, seeing how many champions Rich can play full AP on.
Maybe.
He's played full AP Gragas, full AP Yumi. Are we looking to see how many champions he can play full AP? We're gonna see like full AP Janna, full AP Thresh.
Oh, maybe you can see it tomorrow at Game 9.
Oh, okay. That's gonna be quite the game to watch. Are you guys excited for your game against Sam9 tomorrow?
I guess I'm quite. I'm ready to get pounded in the ass, if that's allowed to say on stream.
I don't think that is, but you've already said it, so I guess that's too late. We actually got told that we have the MVP ready, and I want to say that if you get MVP, we're gonna have to revoke that for what you just said on air.
Sure.
Any thoughts on who you think it's gonna be?
I think MVP will be both of you for staying up so late to cast the games, cast all these exciting games that we have.
Wow, he's trying to get on our good side.
Yeah, so I would like to give MVP to the casters and all the viewers out there that's watching this boring series of games. Yep. Or exciting, if I were to say.
SSK knows how to play for the viewers' hearts. Let's pull up the MVP and take a look at who managed to take it this series. It's gonna be Rich, full AP. Rich manages to take the MVP.
You made such a big deal about it being AP Rich and him going full AP for the entire duration of it. And look at him here, 1,000 damage per minute, 53% kill participation, and the sort of stats that you usually expect on something who is not a support. But here we are with a support. He gets less gold than the rest of his teammates, and he's absolutely shredding like the rest of them. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, a great performance from Rich. SSK, of course, you did a great job as well. Vendetta and the team at Watermelon as a whole, they put a lot of emphasis onto Vendetta, so you have to kind of like match that despite everything that's going on. So kudos over to you, and a great job on a series. Well done. Congratulations on your win. All the best in preparing for your match against Sam9 tomorrow. Any closing words you want to give to the viewers?
As always, before we lose our first series tomorrow, any offers that any organization that are interested in us, please do drop me a PM on Facebook, facebook.com/SSKWildRift. Yeah, if you guys are interested to drop a sponsorship or like work together to make something good happen. Yeah.
Before you guys lose the first game, right? Like while still undefeated, get the sponsorship.
Yeah.
And then...
while we are still fresh, Yep. So thanks to both of you for casting the games too. Not to Omo. Omo can go away. And for all the viewers, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Alright, thank you so much, SSK.
Yeah, great energy out from the boys over at LFO, and love hearing from them. From SSK, from Raven, about what their plans are, what they're looking forward to do. Although I feel like they are saying that, hey, we're gonna lose our first match against Sam9 tomorrow, there's still so much to look out for. I think they have a lot of potential to pull that series away. Depends on how serious they want to take it as well. I think both sides don't want to show away their hand too early, because they will probably end up meeting quite soon again afterwards, if and when they do make playoffs. So still a lot to be seen, and bit of playfulness from SSK, not so much the confidence, but like the playfulness from him.
It's nice to see that he's taking it all in stride. It's definitely sort of mentality, like I said, the sort of thing that keeps you thinking straight, because like there is some studies about stress really getting to your brain and not being able to think very well. So like we can see them keeping cool at all times. Q is a cucumber, not necessarily cool as a watermelon. If you're catch what
Fair enough, fair enough. You know, I think the Watermelons have managed to keep their cool, but at the end of it, I think, like you mentioned, Scarlet Petal was having a tough time. Has stuff on in the morning, so had to get the show on the road, had to keep things going. And a good attempt over there from Watermelon, but that will be another loss in their records. That is the first loss they had against Sam9 yet. Last week on Sunday, today is their second loss. It's against LFO, very similar position to P6. You know, we see this a lot going on right now, where it is frankly their toughest matchups happening first and foremost. But we do get to see the Watermelon versus P6 matchup on Sunday on day 6 of the group stages, and I'm looking forward to that one.
Oh yeah, same. Well, I'm not going to be casting for that one. If you are going to be casting for that one, then you're definitely going to be having a good time. But it's definitely something to be watching out for. And like SSK does say these are scrims, but it's a really good indicator of like what we're going to be expecting as we leave, you know, towards the playoffs or potentially Icon Series or all those other higher like levels of things. So like, yeah, it's a good indicator of what to expect, how to improve, and you know, playing in a nice big competition will sort of get you used to being in that competition mindset, getting used to like the pressure, and like we'll start to see these teams get better and better. Hopefully, that's the hope.
Yeah, for sure. Giving them that confidence to really be able to execute well. Like SSK mentioned, you know, with top 6, it's pretty easy to get into playoffs, but it's how you progress from there, right? Having that double round robin means you have that second chance to boost back up and play in the grand finals again, and fight for that one slot moving into the regional competition. It's a tough one, and there's just so much to be desired. There's so much to watch out for. We're going to have to look to see how they want to try and play that out, but we do have the standings for you guys at the end of the day. Sam9 and LFO both sitting undefeated right now, 4-0 each, but that can only last one more day. Tomorrow, that must change as Sam9 and LFO will be playing against each other in the second match of the day.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing these numbers finally shift over to the right side as opposed to the left. But, you know, I think they've been playing their best games, and no matter who wins tomorrow or who loses tomorrow, these teams are definitely still one to look out for, and I hope that they make it really far.
And we also have the schedule up for tomorrow coming up. LFO and RTP. Oh, okay. I think the schedule has changed. LFO and RTP will play against each other tomorrow. First, PSK, Watermelon. Second, Upcar, Esports, and S9. Third, and then P6 versus TODAK to wrap up day 5 of the group stages.
Looking pretty interesting. Definitely going to be looking forward to the Upcar versus S9 match. P6 versus TODAK. See where the Dark Horse leads us in the end.
Sure, I think TODAK is still fishing for that win on their end, looking for a chance to pick something up here. It's been a difficult series for them so far. I'm not sure if P6, if TODAK prepared for this matchup. I'm actually being told we might be looking at a different schedule. Really pull up a different one. So you guys got juked twice.
Yep, we've accidentally pulled up the schedule for Alternate Reality 2. We will get the one for Alternate Reality 1 in just a couple of seconds. So do give us a bit of give us a moment.
Yeah, I want to say like multiverse, but I don't like. Nah, it's like interdimensional cable, right? Interdimensional cable. Oh, there we go. That's the matchup we were looking for. That's TODAK versus Upcar, first match of the day. LFO and S9 second. PSK, Watermelon in third. And then RTP, P6, the final match of the day. We have a super exciting one. 4-0, both on LFO and Sam9. One of them has to lose tomorrow. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
It's a shame that it's going to be out of my casting range, but I'm definitely going to watch the stream as it happens, as it goes on. LFO have been so confident walking into this. They have dropped 2 games as opposed to S9. You said S9 have been winning every single one of their games, but like LFO is so confident. It's like I feel like if they wanted to play it seriously or they wanted to try hard, they could definitely win. You're probably gonna see that, or you're probably gonna see some off-meta picks to see how far they can push it against Sam9. Either way, will be entertaining in my books.
Yeah, the question really is how far they want to push that to that extent.
if they really want to go an all-out try-hard, especially this early on in the group stage. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think they feel that's necessary. So a win's a win. They'll pick up whatever they can, but like they mentioned, you know, it just kind of feels like some additional scrim matches for them. They really are looking at this as a form of practice, which is kind of BM. You know, they're looking like they're saying like, you guys are just my practice opponents. You're not even facing off against my final form, which is quite impressive in its own regard. But we have to see where this takes LFO, if this actually spells something good for them, or if this is going to be the downfall of their own hubris. It's going to be the downfall. Only time will really tell for us.
I'm just gonna look at it in a positive way and say that they're just trying to play their best by having fun. We could definitely look at it as a hubris thing. If you're gonna look at it as Icarus flying too close to the sun, that could potentially be something. Let's hope that they're not going down the Icarus path and that they're just, you know, trying to have fun.
Yeah, we're just trying to have fun here at the WCS MYSG broadcast. The players are, the teams are, everybody's enjoying themselves. That being said, we've come to the end of day number 4 of the broadcast. We're going to end things off here. And so on behalf of everyone on the team, for the talent, from the production, from the players, thanks for joining us today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 5 of the group stages.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength that I keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. The second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.